There's a right time to try, a right time to live, a right time to fly, a right time to enjoy, a right time for an adventure. With your family, with your partner, with your friends, or alone, it's the right time to come back to El Salvador, home of the right surf.
Surf fans, welcome to beautiful El Salvador. We are live from Surf City here at El Sunzal in the town of El Tunco. I am Chris Cote, excited to be joined by Sam Bleakley. You're about to watch the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Masters Surfing Championships for 2024. And the word legend is probably going to be used a lot throughout this event. We have some incredible surfers, 40, 50, 60 plus years old. You know, you might think this is a recipe for a good, clean, fun surf contest, but I will tell you, the competitive mindset is with our surfers. This is going to be a competition from the beginning all the way to the end, Sam.
Absolutely, Cote. It's a pleasure to share this booth with a master of the microphone, but boy, am I looking forward to seeing some of the big names. Tom Curran, Serena Brooke, Rochelle Ballard, Mike Latronic. There's some real legends here, and it's going to be super special.
Yeah, this is going to be where, you know, these surfers not only do it for their home nations represented here. This is ISA competition, of course, on a global scale, as usual. But I'll tell you, you know, the fire inside that we're going to be seeing with these surfers. Our first division going out there is called the Kahunas Women. And we're so excited because we're returning to this Masters format after, what, about a decade off. So the Masters now get their time to shine in the water, and the waves are looking really fun. Let's talk a little bit about the schedule you have coming up for the week. Unlike other ISA competitions, you know, this is going to be a pretty tight package, 3 or 4 days of competition here. But here's where we got here. The ISA World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico. What an incredible event that was. You had the Longboard World Championship right here in El Sunzal. It was absolutely pumping for that one, Sam.
100%. It was great. And of course, the texture of this wave, great for the Masters as well. A lot of opportunities for carving rail work, Chris.
Yeah, and then we came through El Salvador again for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Had about 1,000 groms out here, and this place handled it like a champion. Then, of course, the Olympics in Paris. But that brings us to El Sunzal and beautiful El Tunco. So El Salvador, Surf City, provides on a daily level. We have waves in that 2 to 3 foot range. Of course, the water is warm, the air is warm. Tide pretty affected at this break, but so far, yesterday, it was only half the size and still nice and contestable all day long.
Absolutely good tides. We got that dropping tide, but when it starts to push, Cote, that is when this spot comes alive. Known to be best around the mid-tide, but you get that push and you get those connecting sections. But this is what the surfers are looking to do, Chris, is surf in the pocket. Speed, power, and flow. Critical maneuvers right there in the money spot.
Yeah, timing is pretty important at this wave. It's an absolutely rippable, long right-hander, but you've got to time your turns right. You don't want to be out on that flat face. You want to be right there in that pocket, like you said, Sam. But we could see waves, you know, with 12 turns. I mean, this wave has that capacity to handle these long rides. So our Kahunas women will be out there first.
Big one, Chris, big one. Becky Benson, a legend
start
from Haleiwa. I mean, she is absolutely iconic. Carla Lucini from Argentina. Corinne Ericot from France.
And here we go. We're going to kick things off here at the ISA Masters 2024. Becky Benson up and at it now, and perfect visual of this wave. You see this beautiful pocket for Becky, just flying down the line. Some great turns right now, and I feel like in ISA competition, of course, you might be wondering, so the Kahunas women, well, these are surfers in the 60-plus range. And, you know, you can tell right away, Becky Benson, she has not lost a step. She has opened this thing up with what we think is going to be a sizable score. Now, the judges, of course, best in the business, they're not looking at ages. They're not looking at flags. They're just looking at the color of the jerseys. So they're going to be scoring these surfers across the board the same way they'd score Gabriel Medina, the same way they'd score John. You know, they're going to make these surfers earn every point they get. Second surfer up now from Argentina is Carola Lucini. So it'll be fun to watch kind of the backside versus front side.
Absolutely, 60 plus for the Kahunas, Chris, and 40 plus for the Masters, 50 plus age bracket for the Grandmasters. And yeah, difference between regular versus goofy. It's certainly a fun wave on the front side, but because of the pace of it, goofy footers can really enjoy this wave as well. Very easy to stay in the pocket, but variety of cutbacks, super important because like you say, there are these faster sections and these slower sections. And it's going to be interesting to see how the judges really start to pick apart variety, as we can see the first replay from 67-year-old Hawaiian legend from Haleiwa, Becky Benson. Nice and active first wave of the day. Of course, this is the 6th ISA, the 7th edition of the ISA World Masters, and she kicks things off in style, just keeping busy. Long wave, so good roll, good read, good tempo, good rhythm, and let's recognize these are surfers of age bracket 60 plus, and that is a fantastic start, and I think the judges are going to set a pretty good scale on that, Kote.
Yeah, and I feel like if you've been a surf fan for any amount of time, you've heard that name, Becky Benson, an iconic name in surfing. But great start there for Carola Lucini as well. Not a lot of turns, but you're going to get credit for going fast, going down the line. She stayed right in the pocket. Beautiful style. I love the front arm. Just, you know, has that classic kind of balletic look to her surfing. This could be our first look for Karine Ericart on her backhand as well. So staying just right in the pocket there, getting a feel for this wave. Practice sessions, you know, a lot like our juniors events and World Surfing Games have been real heated. So a lot of these surfers definitely enjoying themselves with only 3 other competitors in the lineup. So these are classic 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves will be scored, just like any other surf competition at this level. But by the end of this week, we're going to be draping gold medals around some new world champions.
Absolutely, we'll be stripping things away. Of course, there's that repechage format as well, so surfers finishing in 1st and 2nd stay in that main round. Surfers in 3rd or 4th, if there's a 4-surfer heat, move into the repechage round. Last chance saloon once you're in the repechage. Karine, of course, from Anglet. Here it is. Good little reference point now for the judges. Becky Benson will probably kick off with the strongest score, but Karine in the pocket, low stance, just eyeing things up. She's going to shake off those nerves. I think Lucini and Ericart's waves pretty similar. I'd probably give Lucini the edge. Ericart maybe coming out 3rd in the scores, but Benson, we're expecting her to really set the scale here, Kote.
Yeah, and I'm liking the looks of all 3 of the surfboards we have in the lineup right now. Looks like they've got the right amount of thickness for a wave like this. And you can just see the ease in which all 3 of these athletes have been paddling into these waves.
Well, Lucini surfs a 7-4 Jerry Lopez, so got a little bit of Lopez-esque.
That's a pretty, that's a good name brand board.
Absolutely, that carries kudos. You know, you rock up with a prestigious design by the likes of, you know, iconic international surfing legend, and suddenly you kind of ooze an extra aura of good vibes.
Yeah, and regardless of what craft the surfers in this Masters competition will be riding, you know, they will be scored on speed, power, flow, the benchmarks of surf scoring, of course. And, you know, I feel like with that first wave, that Carola Lucini wave, that 1.5, so decent start there. And we want to hear what you're saying. Is your grandpa in this event? Tell us. Get involved at ISA Surfing all across the board. TikTok, Facebook, X, whatever you got, we're here for you. We'd love to see where you're watching from, and we'd love to hear your thoughts on the Master of Masters returning, the only surfer to have won an ISA gold medal in juniors, Open, and Masters. You know him. We know him. We all love him. Tom Curran is here. So excited when we saw his name announced as one of our competitors. I mean, that right there is, I already had friends from home texting me saying, please tell me when Tom Curran surfs. I want to watch. And there's another frothing young grommet, Mike Latronic.
Latronic, of course, as a North Shore fan myself, you know, of course, played the stunt double for Rick Kane, did many other things as well, but still so relevant, has worked across the board in the media, magazine editing, writing, surf broadcasting, and watching Latronic surf, he looks sharp as a razor blade, Kote. I think he's going to go far.
Well, you know, I feel like surfers of this age demographic that were raised in surfing in the 70s, they have a different style, and it's just so nice to watch. You know, you watch Mike Latronic on some of these waves, his arms are out, you know, he's got that classic style, fills it with kind of a modern flair. You know, he throws the tail, and I think we're going to see a lot of names coming through the draw in men's and women's that, you know, we have the household names, we have the Tom Currens, we have the Rochelle Ballards, but there's going to be a lot of names coming through where you're going to just be thinking, how did I not hear of this surfer coming up on the QS of the Championship Tour and World Surfing Games competition? Absolute ripper, and more ripping surfers to come up.
Yep, that's a good one coming up. That's going to be Sandra English, absolute legend from Australia. Sandra herself, you know, really stunning, stellar career in competitive surfing. One of the great icons, 60-year-old.
This proper shortboard.
8 times Australian champion and ISA World Masters champion. Runs a surf school on the New South Wales Central Coast, and overall she's won over 16 Australian titles and 18 state titles, and 8 of those Australian titles have been open titles.
I heard she had to build an additional shed at her house to hold those trophies.
The sparkle factor, I mean, you talk about full moon that we had 2 days ago. You look at those trophies and there's permanent full moon in her trophy cabinet because of the sparkle of all of that success. But Cote, let's look at Benson, a 5.17 for the surfer from Haleiwa. Really strong start, a great way to kick off the 7th edition of the ISA World Masters.
Yeah, that's the blueprint right there. You know, you get that good solid score early on. I feel like a 5.17 is going to be a keeper today. You know, there is plenty of consistency. We are in El Salvador. We know that this place soaks up any swell from any direction, you know, but I think choosing wisely. You notice that wave that Becky had, it had the best pocket on it. It was the longest wave itself, so it just gave her that much more opportunity. But the beach is going off right now. The celebration of surfing starts today. 17 minutes left to go here in round 1, heat 1. This is our women's kahuna division. 60-plus surfers in the lineup now. And you're going to see some high-speed shredding from these women who have been, you know, competing around the world probably since they were teenagers. You know, it's pretty rad. If you have the chance to sit down really with any competitor in this event, you know, you want to talk about a life well lived and well surfed. I mean, a lot of these surfers have been through single fin, twin fin, you know, thruster, and now the anything goes era of surfing. So you'll get a good story from nearly any competitor in this event.
Absolutely. And we just saw Roberto Borges from Brazil, and of course, you know, her kind of primary competitive period in the 1980s, a time when it was very normal to have a mix of bonzers, twin fins, thrusters, 2+1s, 5 fins. And I think some of these 80s designs are really going to be relevant at El Sunzal. A little bit more girth, perhaps a little bit of a flatter rocker, but this is that 5.17 for Becky Benson, one of only 6 women who first competed in the women's debut pro tour in 1976, along with the likes of Jericho Poplar, Patty Panachisa, Sally Relson, Claudia Kravitz, massive names, and Becky Benson was right there riding her Matt Yersa boards. Of course, Matt, fantastic shaper himself.
Yeah, I think if you're a female competitor coming up through the ranks right now, these are some of the names you owe a real deep gratitude to for literally paving the way, you know, kicking down the doors, breaking the glass ceilings, whatever it took for these surfers, you know, when they were first cutting their competitive teeth. They didn't have that many opportunities, and they just had to grab every opportunity they had and really fight for the spotlight.
Well, she got 3rd on the World Tour in 1977, Becky Benson behind Margot Oberg and Lynn Boyer. But she's had a long career as a teacher in special education, retired back in 2017. At the opening ceremony 2 days ago, she was the athlete representative to take that oath, to share that spirit of aloha that is so fundamental to the pillar of the International Surfing Association.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Like I said, we're going to be throwing the word legend around. I'm going to try not to use it too many times. We're going to have to go to the thesaurus.
Yeah, we got
a couple of different ways to describe it.
We got to save it for those special moments. But look at that, Cote, land of volcanoes, over 100 volcanoes in El Salvador, this south-facing coastline. We've been here a number of times, and it's pretty special to think that this is the 8th ISA event in 5 years in El Salvador, and that's testament to this fantastic surf tourism project, led by the President Bukele and, of course, the Minister of Tourism, Reina Valdez, who herself is a fantastic, keen, passionate surfer.
We should have got Morena in this event. I think she would have been a great representative for El Salvador.
age-wise, though, still looks to be in her 20s visually by the flamboyance and the articulation of those fantastic talks and speeches at the opening ceremony. And one thing that she really emphasized as we kicked off the Masters was not only the drive for Surf City to really promote sustainability, but now to open out to wider investment. And I think the exciting thing about shifting gears from previous events, juniors, World Surfing Games, longboard, is now with the Masters, we broaden that age range and that inclusivity. And I've seen from the events that Surf City have hosted through the week in the lead up to kicking off competition, that it really is about starting to talk to that broader audience, not only embrace the local community and the El Salvadorian diaspora, but a wider range of surf travelers who can be attracted to come here with families.
No, you're absolutely right. I think this is kind of our business card to the world, right? You have the ultimate high performance spot. Punta Rocas comes to mind with the, elite level events they have there. But the idea that here in El Tunco, you can have a juniors event with 600 plus teenagers, and you can invite 60 plus year old surfers down here, longboarders, I mean, any type of craft from bodyboard all the way up to, you could have a foil event here. You could have a tandem surfing event. This place really has so many options, and I feel like any type of traveler, whether you're a very, very beginning surfer, we see a lot of surf lessons happening out here on the smaller days at El Sunzal, or, up in the elite El Salvador, especially this region right here in Surf City has something for you. And of course, the massages, the golf courses, all the extracurricular fun things that, mature traveling surfers like myself love to surf, but I also like to get involved in some of the touristy fun stuff. You got to break it up and make that a complete surf vacation.
Absolutely. Bird watching, seeing the volcanoes,
Let's go.
Eating the food, of course, the pupusas, the national dish. El Tunco Rock there, just the other side of that. La Bocana, of course, home to not only the World Surfing Games, but the juniors, and that's a fun, rippable peak. The left slightly better than the right, but then you can just see that sand section there, great for beginners and surf lessons. And this is that V-shaped, almost trestles-esque setup. And on big days, it does look a little bit like Sunset Beach, but we've got a smaller day today. But Cote, we've got a really good forecast. Tuesday looks particularly spectacular. So certainly day by day, we should see an increase in swell size.
Yeah, I just already have visions in my head of Tom Curran flying down the line on a overhead right here at El Sunzal. And I mean, you nailed it. Like we said, there's just so many different types of waves. There's beach breaks dotted all up and down the coast, little nooks and crannies for you to discover. So all these are definitely some of the most popular waves in El Salvador. The fact that it's so consistent, there's basically swell every single day. Yesterday they were calling it flat. It was waist to chest high all day long. So it kind of has that almost Hawaii size range. You're like, oh, it's 2 foot today, and you go out there and it's double overhead.
El Tunco Rock, of course, the town El Tunco just behind there is active with a wide range of places to eat, great guest houses that cater for a range of different budgets, good music, good culture, good nightlife, as we can just see a beginner surfer on the soft sand. And what's exciting about Tom Curran, Chris, is the fact that he's got the Black Beauty board. It looks to be quite a small, short, stubby Black Beauty, but the excitement of seeing Curran ride those iconic designs like the Red Beauty and the Black Beauty. And a friend of mine, Eduardo Borelli, who's a Hawaiian-based artist who's here doing a lot of artwork on Alaya boards of the surfers, he was down in Papaya Surfboard Factory earlier in the week collecting his fixed board, and he suddenly noticed that one of Curran's boards was on the racks next to his being fixed, and he was so excited about that. It? Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, I love watching Tom Curran on the oddities, the skim boards and all this, the cool boards he's been riding over the years, but there's really nothing like classic Curran, like you said, on that Black Beauty. It's going to be fun to see. But right now, with 9 minutes, 20 seconds to go, so far, Becky Benson with that 5.17, this is a spot that she's probably pretty used to sitting in, the lead.
Absolutely. And talking of Curran and talking of capturing these greats on camera, a really fantastic film, 1973, A Sea for Yourself. There's a really great section of Becky Benson carving beautiful lines in overhead Haleiwa. It's a worth looking at if you've not ever seen a see for yourself. One of the great 70s videos and a really good segment of the iconic Becky Benson, who's our heat leader right now.
Yeah, so these heats are gonna, they're gonna go down to the wire, no doubt. So we see our next heat getting ready to paddle back out there.
Yep, that's Barbara, Puerto Rico. We've been doing a little bit of research on Barbara, based in California, Chris, representing Puerto Rico.
Long-time ISA competitor as well. So a photo of her, I believe, from 1990 on the Puerto Rican surf team competing in the ISA World Surfing Games.
And it's nice to be able to pluck those numbers with confidence out of the sky. You know, when you're working at junior events, sometimes it doesn't feel relevant to talk about dated issues, but we can celebrate 1970, 1980, 1990, and right now it looks like our French surfer having a look, but not going. Slow start, Chris, but that 5.17 from Benson, I mean, she just kicked off with some good fireworks.
It looks like she's right there, seemingly second in line, but I think she's got herself right on that. There's actually a couple different takeoff zones at all sizes here at El Sunzal. You can go way up the point. It might not connect all the way through at this size, so kind of that secondary takeoff spot where you see the surfer in red on the left of your screen. That could be the call right there. It seems to perk up a little bit, maybe double up through that mid portion of the wave, and then of course through the inside you get that little racetrack section. So you see Corrine pretty deep right there, and that's a good sign right there. So she was a little too deep. Got Becky having a paddle, and then of course take that all away because this next one looks like it's going to go all the way through from the way outside takeoff zone. Is it going to be Carola Lucini? Deep paddle, that wave just died out right underneath her.
You could just see Becky having a little look to check about the shift of priority. Good camaraderie, but also competitive vibe. You can see Becky's hungry for this win, Chris.
Yeah, I think this is going to really bring back a lot of that competitive fire for a lot of these surfers. You know, it's been nearly a decade since we've had ISA Masters competition. And you know that these surfers who basically have been doing this since their teenage years have as much fire now as ever.
Yep, like you said, it was last held in 2013. There were 6 World Masters Surfing Championships between 2007 and 2013. This is the second time we've been in El Salvador. In 2011, we came to Punta Roca, and we've got 13 former medalists present. Record participation, 90 athletes, 28 teams. Hawaii defending gold medalists, and they're fielding a really strong team, including Melanie Bartels, a pioneer of aerial surfing.
Oh my gosh, underrated in the annals of history for sure. I mean, I think if you know, you know.
Yeah.
But Melanie Bartels, she was doing airs back in the day, you know, blowing her tail. Probably, I would say, considered the most progressive surfer of that era, and you know, did decently well in contests. Was on the championship tour, but I'd say more well known for, you know, being able to fly above the lip. A lot of times you'd see her surfing with backwards hat on. She was kind of like original gangster, you know, from Hawaii.
Makaha.
Yeah, and that was one of those names that I saw on the draw that I got really hyped to see. Melanie Bartels, one of my all-time favorites, so it's going to be really fun to watch her surf. And look at your current conditions, Sam. And
a little bit of Makaha vibe to this wave as well. I feel you get kind of references to a number of places. With that low tide coming up at 10:44, Chris, that's when we really see these waves starting to feel that cobble bottom and really have those steeper sections.
Yeah, and you know, you'll see a lot more rocks later on in the day. The tide swings have been pretty drastic here over the past week. So basically what you're looking at right there, that is El Sunzal Point. Those cobblestones or the same stones basically as what you would find at Lower Trestles, at Rincon. You know, they make up for this well-groomed, nice right-hand point break, as we see Corrine Ericart now on her backhand. Nice little fade back right there into the pocket. Oh, just in the zone right there. The wave kind of barreling over her back, but just caught a little bit behind.
She did get the edge on Lucini from Argentina on that first exchange. She came out with that 183. Lucini with that 1.5. So her second score, it's going to be impactful. You want to stay in second. It looks like they're going to struggle to keep up with Becky Benson. But takes the drop gets low, cuts back, eyes things up. Things get a little bit steep here, just gets a lower stance, and then there just dags that outside rail, takes a fall. Nice and deep there, not too shallow. She'll be fine. Score comes in at a 1.23. So she now needs a 3.35, Chris, to move up into first position. So pressure on the Argentinian, Lucini, chasing a pretty low attainable score.
Of course, Argentina, a long line of incredible surfers. We've got one of the all-time greats from Argentina joining us on the Spanish broadcast, Lele Osuna. Stoked to have him. We've been trying to get him on the broadcast team for many, many years, but he just went ahead and won a bunch of gold medals and whatnot before.
Well, Chris, and he was a standout in the night surfing event had last night, and that was great. We had floodlights here at El Sunzal. We had music, we had live DJs, mixing vinyls, food, culture, community, and he was by far the electric surfer on show.
So we got 2 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Score of note right there, that 5.17, one wave. It's going to be the big difference maker here, but of course that one wave would be ridden by an absolute icon of surfing, Becky Benson, representing Team Hawaii. Corinne Ericart there with a 1-2-3 in her second wave, just enough to get the edge in second place. So top two surfers advance through into the main round, but third and fourth place surfer, when we have four in these upcoming heats, will be heading to our repechage round. That's their second chance. So if things didn't go your way in your first heat, you get another opportunity, at least one. But a lot of times we've seen surfers surf all the way through that repechage round into the main finals and potentially medal for themselves. Quick paddle there for Corinne.
Yep, we see Team France on the sand there, getting excited. So she's sitting there in second. Decent position to be in, but only a low score required for Carola Lucini from Argentina. So as we move into those last 1 minute 40 seconds, it's still Becky just in a great position, and she's from such a iconic Hawaiian surfing family. Her sister Blanche won the 1969 World Tandem title with Bob Moore. Then 38 years later, age 44, she won another World Tandem title with Kalani Vieira. So the kind of heritage of wave riding runs through the entire family. And Becky herself, the youngest to win the Makaha International, age just 14. So her long competitive career, Chris, I mean, just imagine the number of heats she's surfed and how relaxed she is right now, knowing that this is her territory, this is her space.
And I believe she is in that third priority spot there. You know, and that's going to be the one thing that I think with the tide we have right now, this wave tends to perk up and back off multiple times throughout when it comes from that way outside zone. So positioning is going to be critical today.
Yeah.
You know, you obviously don't want to be too deep, because while it is, you know, looking relatively soft out there on some of these medium-sized sets, it's still a really fast wave. So if you're caught back in that whitewater, it's going to be a battle to get back on the open face. You got to be in that perfect takeoff spot to maximize scoring potential like Becky did on her opening wave.
Yeah, and we can share a lot of stoke about that. I mean, it was the first wave of the 7th edition of the ISA World Masters, and she rode that with panache, and she set a great scale, and she's going to be hard to beat.
Well, first heat, the 2024 ISA Masters World Surfing Championships here in Surf City, El Salvador is done. Becky Benson gets the win. Corinne Ericart from France in second. Carola Lucini, she'll be heading to the repechage round representing Argentina. Great show of sportsmanship there. Before we get into our next heat, we're going to take a quick break, but we are going to show you the incredible opening ceremonies for this ISA Masters event. The ISA knows how to throw an opening party. Take a look.
Welcome everybody to the ISA World Master Surfing Championship. We're back again, and we hope and we plan to have the Masters every year, or hopefully for the next few years, in the beautiful country of El Salvador. And we feel that this is a great part of the ISA World Championships, providing a place, a venue for all those surfers that just don't surf anymore, just enjoy the World Masters we hope to have every year. Some of you guys will go home with medals, of course, And some, of course, will not. But all of you guys are champion, and because you represent the best of the best of the over 40-year-old surfers in your countries and around the world.
Y queda por inaugurado este Master ISAsurfing 2024 en Surf City, El Salvador. ¡Yay!
There's a right time to try, a right time to live, a right time to fly, a right time to enjoy, a right time for an adventure. With your family, with your partner, with your friends, or alone, it's the right time to come back to El Salvador, home of the right surf.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA Masters Surfing Championships, live from El Sunzal. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley. Yucahuna's women are back in the lineup. Round 1, Heat 2, Roberta Borges, Sandra English, Barbara Roger, and Maria Alejandra Mojor. We've got Brazil, Australia, Puerto Rico, and Chile represented in this surfing superheat. Very excited to see what this foursome has for us today, Sam.
Yeah, and some big names. Roberto, an iconic photographer, winner of a number of prestigious international photography awards. Some of the most prestigious photography awards you can win in Brazil. She's put her name to. Rides Escobar boards, probably going to be on a 6.0.
Now we're going to start it off with Barbara Roker, representing Puerto Rico. And in our scouting report of Barbara, she flies down the line on this beautiful little right-hander. Nice turn right there. Love Barbara's style. Super fluid. You know, again, the arms. To me, when you watch a style like that, you can't take your eyes off her arms, as she just has them casually down to the side. You know, it's a throwback style, but I say that with just the ultimate in complimentary, because it just looks so nice and so fluid. Looks like she's dancing on the water. That's going to be a great way to start this heat for our surfer in green, Barbara.
Yeah, I completely agree, Chris. Kudos, flow, zen precision. And here we are on the replay. Nice line, just off the bottom, top turn, tall stance, off the bottom again, sets herself up. Just looks to really drive smoothly here. Another climb and a drop. So 3 smooth top to bottom turns, backed up by that money turn, that 4th turn there. Again, the flow, the composure, arms down, poise. We set a scale with a 517 already in the previous heat from Becky Benson. So that's kind of feeling like the benchmark. And you feel like that might not quite oust Becky's opening wave, but we can reset the scale per heat. And that's going to be a good contender for one of the strongest scores of this heat.
Yeah, and I think style is going to be on display throughout this entire competition. You know, I think when a lot of these surfers started their surf journeys, it would have been in the 70s and early 80s, where, you know, it wasn't the height of the airs that you were doing or the amount of spins you were doing, is how good your style was. And I think that is going to be it's going to show us a lot of really pure surfing as we get right back into it. This is your surfer in red, Roberta Borges from Brazil. Quick up and down right there.
You could see that she was hungry, you know, slightly more aggressive approach already. He just gets the sense that she was looking for a bit more verticalness in the projection of the turns. That wave not quite cooperating for her, but she was definitely attacking it.
So she will get right back out there. And another little subtle thing we saw from Barbara was a look back. You saw her look back into the whitewater on her turn, and you know, again, these are some little some surfing elements that you haven't seen in competition for a minute. But I think, you know, this is going to be an influential event in terms of style and adding some flair to what you're doing. As you see Maria Alejandra Mojor representing Team Chile right here. She's got a nice little right on her backhand, just navigating through these sections right here. Just in the zone on this wave, flying down the line. And she's going to start off with a nice score. Right back on her board. And so far, I think all of our competitors still with dry hair.
Yeah.
They're that good.
And you could see a little bit more girth on that board, but watch out because it's Sandra English representing Australia.
All right, well, of course, we knew that Sandra English was going to start strong. She's got a nice section to work with here. Just throwing in a couple turns to go down the line. She's staying right in the pocket there, knowing this wave didn't really fully stand up through the inside, but made the most of it there. And just out of position there is Roberta.
Cool thing about Sandra is in her 4 ISA Masters Surfing Championships, she has collected every single medal color, and that's pretty special. Gold, silver, bronze, copper, a former world champion, 16 Australian titles, 18 New South Wales state titles. Going to be riding her HPS boards. That's her go-to.
So we have just inside of 20 minutes left here. Quick look out the back. It's going to be your current heat leader, Barbara Roger, on her backhand again. Beautiful bottom turn. Nice little top turn stall right there. Whipping that board around straight back into the pocket. And again, just got to love the style that Barbara is bringing to this wave. Representing Puerto Rico in a big wave. Here's that speed section through the inside. So have to think that wave selection so far, Barbara's winning that. Check that box off, but she ripped that wave from the outside all the way to the inside. She started with a 5.16. That is going to give her a huge lead. Her second wave ridden was a masterful ridden wave.
Yeah,
Can we say that?
We talked about Lopez in the previous heat and the use of the 7.2 Lopez, but that for me had a little flavor of Cotton's Lopez on the backside, just smooth flowing top to bottom surfing. So we can see our Argentinian moving into the repechage, Chris. A little bit of disappointment, but the great thing about this ISA format is you still get the opportunity to go all the way through to the grand finals from the repechage.
Now we got more Kahuna action coming up. And this is where I start to, second guess my personal fitness. When you see these guys 60 plus years old looking like Iron Men, you know that the surfing life does you well when you're looking like that at 60 plus years old. I'm drawing a lot of different kinds of inspiration from the day already, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward, Chris, to seeing that score for Sandra English on her Carl Hassel built boards, HPS, Hassel Performance shapes from the Central Coast, Nora Head to be specific. It's really interesting, that relationship between surfer and shaper, and even more interesting in this period of surfers' careers, if they've sustained that loyalty. I know, for example, that when we get the opportunity to watch the mighty, iconic Heather Clark from South Africa, 2 times Masters gold medalist, 8 years on the CT, only South African to win the Triple Crown. She has been riding Spider Murphy boards for her entire career. And some of these surfers to have had that long-term relationship with one particular shaper, I mean, you've got to think that they've got their shapes absolutely dialed by this point. As we can see, Sandra off the bottom, off the top, already a little bit more aggressive and dynamic than the surfing we've seen so far in this second heat. Just weaving, climbing, dropping, snaking, loose, lively, opting almost for a little rail grab, cut back there through the inside, but just ready to attack things. In contrast, this bigger wave, but that smooth top to bottom surfing, a more relaxed upper body posture, but very dynamic on a couple of those top turns and very zen-like precision. And I talk about this kind of ideal imagery of the mighty Jerry Lopez surfing backside in Southern California at Cotton's and some particular videos from the 70s. And this really feels like that.
So smooth, beautiful style. Love to see it. Quick paddle there. So we do have a masterful priority judges on hand as well. We've got the best judges in the business. I mean, a lot of these judges have probably been giving these surfers, these same surfers in the water scores for the past decade or so as well.
Yep, true.
So our judges are definitely veterans in their own right.
And many of these competitors work within surf administration, the surf industry, surf events. Some are qualified ISA coaches and judges. Some have managed and coached national teams, have been around the surf community for a long time. But what you really sense from the free surfing, Chris, in the last few days is the pride and the hunger. You know, this is going to be cutthroat. When we move down to those real crunch heats, you know, the determination, the resilience, the grit to win gold, and also to go for team gold. And there's some really strong teams, of course, USA, Hawaii, and a couple of the women that we haven't mentioned yet. Rochelle Ballard, 2012 Masters gold medalist, runner-up on the WSL world title in 2004. Also Serena Brooke representing Australia, green up and riding.
Yeah, Barbara again on her backhand. I love that whip. You know, she's kind of cruising down the line, then all of a sudden she unleashes a real quick backside turn. You see her narrow stance, way back on the tail. Almost that 70s style that's just vibrant and relevant today as it was back then. And that board that she's riding looks super fun. I mean, you can tell she can do whatever she wants. So 14-12 to go. Judges are going to lock in their score for that last wave. While they do that, that gives us the opportunity to introduce you to our sideline correspondent, Ben Way.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with the winner of our round one, heat one of our very first ever ISA Women's Kahuna Division, Becky Benson for Hawaii. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. It's such an honor.
Well, it's an honor for us. We're really excited. As Sam and the guys were mentioning, you're one of 6 people on the first ever world tour, one of the people to really pave the way. Back in the day, I heard in the first competition, they hadn't even prepared prize money for you girls. And their excuse was that they didn't think you were going to show up. How offended were you as a young surfer trying to really push it for women's pro surfing?
We were definitely pretty offended. We went over there with expectations to, be surfing in the competition, and it cost us money to get there. And when we got there, they said, "Oh, there's no money. They're pulling out." So that was a shock.
Well, things have come a long way. It's now an Olympic sport, and thanks to women like you, I mean, this is a huge thing. We now have over 80% gender equity in participation in our ISA surfing events, and you got to feel very, very proud about that.
I do. I'm proud to be one of the first of the 6 professional women, and I'm so happy with how far women's surfing has become. It's great. It's awesome. They're actually able to make a living now, and that says a lot.
Well, we thank you so much for being here with us, and you're just showing you're still sizzling out there on a shortboard, and we look forward to seeing you next round. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Absolute surf icon right there, Becky Benson. Love the start of that question too. Got some hard-hitting journalism going down right there. One of 6 of the first ever women's pro surfing crew. I mean, that's. I mean, I know she's in every Hall of Fame there is already, but make another one, because Becky Benson deserves all the accolades that she's earned over her career, and she just got a very convincing victory. So make room on that trophy case, Becky. Looking strong.
She is looking strong, but right now, just a little recap on Barbara out there in the lead for Puerto Rico with a 4.33 and a 3.33. So Sandra English, Chris, with that 3.07. She needs a backup score, but she's looking pretty good with that 3.07.
Yeah, so far so good for the surfers that can break over that 2.5 and into the 3+ range. I think the highest single wave score so far was a mid-5. So if you can get yourself in the pocket, a couple big turns out the back, nice and clean surfing all the way through. You don't have to go all the way to the rocks. You don't want to risk your fins or risk anything this early on in competition. Just make sure you maximize that outside and mid portion of the wave where it kind of has that steepest wall for you. I think that's what Barbara's done really well. She's cruised through the flat sections, but she's attacked on the steeper sections. And the score's right there, fitting nice and trim into a 7.66 total. But I think she's got more to give with 10 minutes and 50 seconds left. So plenty of time for all of our surfers to get at least one more score of note on the board.
Chris, you're a musician, a fan of sounds, of good tunes. What do you think is going to be that soundtrack for Barbara's surfing?
I mean, right now I'm hearing just some really good, energetic jazz music. And you see her take off with that narrow stance with her arms down low, and I just hear, Miles Davis. I just hear that energetic and a jazzy sound as we see now Roberta Borges. Team Brazil, you mentioned it, Sam, in our scouting report, not only an incredibly talented surfer, from her teenage years, but she has become one of the most decorated photographers in all of Brazil.
Yeah.
Started surfing down in Torres Beach in southern Brazil.
And recently, just in 2019, won a design award in a ceremony in Italy with her photography work all about ecology and environmental preservation. And she talks about how surfing and the ocean is her passion, her lifestyle, her inspiration, and photography is her artwork.
Love it. Well, she's doing a pretty good job right now. She got just what she needed. So with a 2.53 and a 1.07, Roberta in red representing Team Brazil, now in second place. You don't want to go into the repechage this early because we've seen it in ISA competition year after year, event after event. The repechage gets filled with talent, and then the hunger level goes up because that's your last chance. You got to stay fighting through those repo rounds. Here we have a nice looking set coming through the lineup. Who will be in position? Beautiful, glassy start to our day here. And again, the air temp already up in the 80s, the water temp right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of
Low
those
80s as well. It's perfect.
Absolutely, Chris. It's one of those special places where often there's just a completely smooth transition between air temp and water temp. As you walk out into the ocean here at El Sunzal, there's no difference between air and water, and that first roll under a wave with it just kissing, caressing your shoulders, you feel like you're in heaven. It really is a special coastline, and it's just always a joy to come back here and share the stoke of this iconic place.
Yeah, and speaking of iconic, big Kahuna heat coming up next again. 60 plus is how you earn your spot, and all these surfers from their respective nations, and they had to earn their spots.
Yeah, and great.
There's no gimmies here. No, just raising your hand and say I'll do it. You had to fight your way onto your team, and so we're seeing the best of the best in the 60 plus surfer range from, of course, Brazil, Chile, Uruguay, Hawaii, Tahiti represented. So a lot of nations have fielded strong teams for this competition.
And also new nations representing surfers for the first time at the Masters. The likes of Barbados, Austria, great to see. We've got Richard Dodd representing Team England. So, of course, they're nations that we recognize within international prowess and competition. But for the first time here at the Masters, and that's going to be good. Really looking forward to seeing some of the Bayesian surfers. They have been electric in the free surfing. We've also got Trinidad and Tobago represented as well, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, one of the tenets to ISA competition is we want to have as many nations represented as possible. In some of the World Surfing Games events, we've had 50 plus nations. So in every class, whether it's junior, longboard, bodyboard, here at the Masters, that number of nations competing grows every single year. And I feel like when hopefully either we come here or we bring the Masters to a different spot, that we're going to see just that many more nations rise up. There's probably surfers around the world watching right now thinking, wait, I'm 60, yeah. I just dominated my local spot, I'm ready to go. So that's again the inspiration we're looking for. And this is that event where a lot of these surfers are just going to be able to say, hey, Grom, hold my jersey.
Absolutely.
I'm out there. This is dedicated to watching and celebrating master surfing from 40 to 50 to 60 plus as we have here in the Kahunas division.
And looking back to some of the locations where we have hosted the Masters event: Rincon, Puerto Rico, Punta Rocas in Peru, Santa Catalina in Panama, Punta Roca in El Salvador, Colorado Beach in Nicaragua, Montanita in Ecuador. Already that list, I mean, that's a list of stellar locations. So if you are listening in and you are a senior surfer, you're plus 40, plus 50, plus 60, make sure you attend your national titles, win that gold medal, get in your team, and be here next year, hopefully.
Yeah, and you're gonna be coming home with a lot of swagger if you've got a medal around your neck, and if as we've seen in the past, Team Hawaii, with the clean sweep, men's, women's, and team overall, I would say at the moment, well, they're the last ones to hold that gold, so they are definitely the team to beat right now.
And that's the team space, Cote. All of the teams have a cabina there. They have their national flag represented, the team title. And that's the place. And of course, the chance to cool down in the ice tub, the ice bath, and use the exercise bike to do a little bit of spinning to get those legs ready for action, Cote.
Yeah, and our Masters surfers are, receiving the same level of respect and, of course, amenities that we give to the top pros that come down for World Surfing Games, or the top juniors that come down as well. So I'd say does a really good job just taking care of the competitors in and out of the water. And the camaraderie that we've already seen on that boardwalk has been really cool. These are surfers that probably met each other in the early 70s, and they come together for these competitions. And of course, who do you want to beat more than your enemies? You want to beat your friends more. So that there's some real cool, friendly rivalries that we're going to start to see develop throughout this contest. And that's going to span all the way through from our Kahunas to the Masters to the Grand Masters as well. We're going to see some friends that have been surfing competitions together for 30+ years.
Little change in priority there. Sandra English has gone up to second priority. She really needs a score. She's got that 3:07. Chris, can she shoulder hop this? Is she going to get a look in?
Oh, just about a half a foot behind right there. But that's going to give Maria the chance. Maybe Maria is looking back at Sandra going, no, this one's mine. Great drop there. The little grab rail for the added flare. She comes around this speedy section, maintains control, gets back on the open face, and just catches that inside rail. But nicely done through that mid portion. That was a beautiful looking wave.
Yeah, it was one of the biggest sets. You can just see on the thruster there. Nice bit of girth on that board. Flatter rocker, speedy, fast. Great for El Sunzal. She's only chasing a 1.91, so puts a lot of pressure on our Brazilian Roberta. But Sandra English now in first priority. She's just chasing a 0.53, and she looks like she's going for this one.
And she's in. Sandra English. Definitely one of the favorites coming into this heat. Weaving through a series of turns there. Now she's got a good speedy section to work with. And you can tell she's got tons of energy. I mean, she's already done about 6 turns on this wave. Here's this inside racetrack section.
Boom.
So nicely done there for Sandra English.
That's going to be important, Chris.
Yeah.
Really important. I think that's going to make the difference. She's only chasing a low score. She's carrying that 3.07. And again, you could just see lively, dynamic, straight up, loose. Loses the tempo a little bit on this, just dags a rail, but then just drops back down and starts to really get loose and lively. Just widens the stance off the back deck grip there, up and down, just snaking, staying in the pocket. And just about, for me, feels like this could be super significant for her because she's chasing a low score, which she will get. This could well put her up into certainly second position.
Yeah, I want to get a look at that board Sandra's riding up close. That looks like a gem.
Yep, Carl Hassel, great shaper from the Central Coast, Nora Head, and look at that swell starting to show more as the tide really starts to fill the bottom as we move towards those lower tides.
I think something that a lot of these surfers are going to have to adjust to as well is the priority system, because they, a lot of these surfers cut their teeth in the cutthroat days of either, just straight elbow to elbow paddle battles or actually having to paddle around a buoy to get that priority. As you see Roberta now representing Team Brazil on her backhand as well. Another great looking board so far. Watching the boards that have been pulled off the racks. I want to get down there and squeeze some rails myself as Roberta now.
This is a nice one, Chris.
Right in the pocket the entire time, maximizing, styling out in this inside racetrack section. So really getting the most out of that wave. Roberta Borjas, double threat surfer, photographer, looking in.
She likes
What do I do, coach?
Well, she only needs a 1.17, but we're still awaiting that score from Sandra English. I love this. Good speed, good flow. Couple of maneuvers there already. Stays in the pocket, just climbing and dropping, cutting back right in the zone. The more dynamic turn coming just in this section here. And then she just sets herself up, and I really like the flow. There it is, the big money turn. But I just like the subtleness of this work through the inside. Yes, it's not going to add much to the score, but stands tall and then gets back on the tail and then just finishes off cleanly, hands on the rail, kicks out, chasing a 1.91. But I think Sandra English is going to be the one who moves up into second when her score drops. But Roberta could well out Sandra. It's going to be real close, Chris.
Yeah, we could see a potential complete flip in the standings. Of course, we'll leave that up to the judges. 20 seconds left to go here in round 1, heat 2.
Great heat, Chris, but Barbara, that smooth Lopez-esque surfing, she just got a strong start, didn't she? And she feels like she's been the front runner the whole way.
Yeah, her backhand has been just really nice to watch, high speed. You know, she's kind of that perfect mix of a real beautiful traditional style with some high performance whip. You know, she gets back on that tail and you see her throwing spray, throwing that board around.
Big
And
one, great heat, all
Yeah.
to play for. I mean, waiting for those scores to come through, you know, the situation will change. My feeling is that Sandra English is going to go up into second, but Roberta could get the score she needs.
Yeah, this is where you don't want to be a judge because they've got their handfuls with a couple scores yet to drop. But either way, all 4 surfers making their home nations proud, no doubt. I'm sure we have a lot of friends and family watching and cheering from all over the world right now for these absolute masters of surfing. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but we will be back. We're going to send our Kahuna men into the lineup, and we're going to bring in True Starling and Paul Evans.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador. The legends are in town. Some of the most storied surfers from across planet Shred convene on the famous shores here at Surf City. 24 medals up for grabs, 6 of them gold. And we're going to have a bit of a show over the coming days. Can't wait to see that unfold here. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you guys through it. True Starling, how you doing?
I'm good, Paul. I'm good. How are you? It's nice to be with you this morning.
I'm stoked we're underway here, already enjoying some of these performances. And guess what? The most consistent place on the planet, feels like, for waves delivers again. We've got some really fun surf out there.
Yeah, it looks really fun this morning, about 2 to 3 feet. And we saw it was a little slow for the first few heats for the kahunas, for the women. But I feel like the men are going to make the most of the conditions this morning as well.
So we'll move through to our first round of the kahunas, having a look at Carlos Noll of Brazil, Gonzalo Lizano from Costa Rica, Jose Ignacio Cannavaro from Chile, Michael Ernleitner from Austria. That is our quartet going at it. And we've already seen, just in the early couple of the heats, just how much competition means to these surfers. They've been running heats throughout their lives, throughout their surfing journeys, and they're here again to perform and hopefully go all the way for a big, big result. Here's live action from the Brazilian Noll, nice and smooth, as he just goes through the gears here. A little layback jam from him. Nice little steep pocket from him. Really nice pace to the surfing. And he's nothing out of place from him as he'll cruise through. A little adjust to the feet there and building up some speed here. Big wrap really commits to that. He's got some power as well. And a well-finished wave. A little authority on the end. Won't quite get the completion for that last time. It's going to feel really good to get a long one, do multiple hits.
Yeah, he definitely got the damage done in that board. He's riding an RM surfboard this morning, and it looks like, you know, it's a little bit wider in the nose, so it's fitting the conditions perfectly. A bit more of a, I like to call them the potatoes, kind of being able to fit those sort of fatter sections, but I feel like we'll see the conditions start to get better throughout the day. And it's exciting to see Carlos start the morning, and here this is White. He's up and riding, and that was a really nice start. Great carve to start this wave off. He's really patient here as he drives through another one. He's also on a wider nose as well, so you can see that this board is just fitting into the pocket so well, driving through another turn. So real length of rides this morning for the men out there as he kicks out, getting the finish, and also up on the backhand. Has to adjust the feet at the start of this wave and also try and get around Carlos there, but gets a completion as well, and a pretty cool kick out. And then this is Carlos's first wave. Driving through, he had a little bit more energy to start, staying close to the power source as he gets another carve there. And we saw as he was going through, he's just real like rail to rail. He's trying not to get too jumpy. You can see as he lays into that turn and finds himself a bit more of a steeper pocket. So there was some two really good connections towards the back end of that wave. And then this is where we see him driving through, but unfortunately catching a rail. But as I said, I think he got a fair bit of damage done before the incomplete there.
A flurry of activity from the Kahunas in this first heat for the men. Here goes Cannavaro with a paddle, chin on the stringer. He wants this one. He'll just about get up, just kind of cruising, little faded takeoff. And then a high line for him, super patient. So he'll just trim line this one. It is a softer section on the outside. He probably, well, actually, he'll just stick with this here. And he'll get a little redirect to finish as well. So not quite connecting with that bowl section on the outside takeoff, but nevertheless, a wave under his belt. Here goes our surfer out of Austria. It is Ern Leitner. And Austria, of course, a landlocked country with no coastline, but Michael spent a lot of time in shores with significantly more surf than Austria. And here representing Österreich in the white singlet and doing some nice joined up moves, linking through. Thought about an inside runner, wasn't quite forthcoming for him. Meanwhile, all action, Carlos Noll again in red, the Brazilian. Look at this flow as he just cruises through and jamming back. He's enjoying himself out here. Again, he's finding good ways. He's got really good rhythm, and the flow from him as he just cruises through this midsection of the wave. Nice little snap off the top, and then he holds it. And a kick out as well. Carlos is ripping.
Yeah, that was a money turn, that last turn, and I think he's probably trying to tidy up the performance after that incomplete on that first wave. But Michael, that we saw as well on the previous wave before that, he moved to Brazil when he was 9, but he now also lives in Germany, and he's been surfing rapid waves, and he said he's been finding it hard to go from surfing rapid waves where he's not having to paddle out the back, not having to really paddle onto waves, to now surfing to these ocean waves where you have to put in a little bit more effort. But I feel like he's adjusted really well here in El Salvador.
Just over 19 minutes on the clock. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, standing by with Ben Way. All right, just under 18.5 to go here. A couple of good numbers in for the Brazilian. A bit of authority stamped on this one. The 6 backed it up with the 417. Good arrows so far from Carlos. Behind him, the best of the rest of the action is the surfer out of Austria, Michael and Leitner. True, Starling. Do you like croissants?
Love croissants.
Where do croissants come from?
I'm going to say, I know, you already knew what I was going to say. You could see it in my eyes. Tell me the history, Paul.
We've got the Austrians to thank for the croissant.
Wow.
Vienna, Austria, the birthplace of the croissant. If you like your morning pastry and you may be thinking about attributing it to the French, they like to claim it, of course. But yeah, it actually comes from a little baker's shop that was next to the Turkish embassy. So the Turkish flag has the crescent moon. Croissant means crescent. And so they made a little pastry in the shape of the flag because a lot of their customers worked at the embassy. And that's where the croissant was born in Vienna.
Wow. Thank you for the little history bit of knowledge there, Paul.
No worries at all. So yeah, delicious butteriness in the morning. Thank you, Austria, for that. And in terms of surf culture as well, not a massive relation with it. Of course, we've got brands like Chiemsee, which sponsored the Pipe Masters back in the day. Lake Chiemsee is quite a famous water body in Austria, big for windsurfing sports mainly, but a beautiful, particularly mountainous part of the world, not known for waves. And here goes their best kahuna surfer, Michael Rippin.
Yeah, Michael, he was able to get around this section here, and he's, as I said, adjusting to these ocean waves really nicely and gets a nice hit off the whitewash, staying nice and close to the pocket, which is such an important part, especially when surfing here at Sunzal, to really make the most of those steeper sections. And we saw Carlos on this last one as well, driving hard back to the whitewash there, gets another connection. Real rail-to-rail surfing, as I was saying before, is, you know, not pumping, trying to kind of force that speed, and that's a money turn there for Carlos, getting a little bit more of a vertical hit, a bit better of a connection, and yeah, really solidifying his place in first.
Cannavaro, the Chilean, has to give way to Lizano of Costa Rica. He had prio, he's a little on the tail for the opening section, but he does pretty well to recover. And then just jamming again, snapping back with a bit of vim and vigor into that one. He's enjoying himself through this section here. Multiple visits to the lip for Gonzalo, and he's still working this thing over, staying really active, keeping that rail work nice and crisp. Squeezed a little more juice out of that last one. And there we'll go all the way through to the inside. So Gonzalo getting involved. He knew he had priority, and he knows he's in a heat here. He'll hear some of those pretty decent numbers coming through. Getting involved, had the priority, took that wave and rode it pretty well.
Yeah, he did. It was a nice open face wave. You could see that green wall, and it was just the perfect canvas for him to really open up on his backhand and draw some beautiful lines. That second turn was the one where I was like, oh, that had a little bit more emphasis on it. So it was nice to see him really open up and kind of get a little bit more of a score on the board. He only has a 1.5 and a 0.5 right now. I feel like that could really challenge the 4.6 for Gonzalo.
You've been in town for a few days. You've had a few chances to surf this wave. What are some of the challenges of this wave? Tell us a little bit more about this, particularly for a heat, the context of the heat. What are surfers looking for here?
Yeah, well, before I get to that, this is a replay for this last wave of Gonzalo, and you can see he's just really patient here. This is the turn that I really liked, a little bit more emphasis, driving a little bit harder through it, and this is where he's opening up and kind of just the icing on the cake for the rest of this wave. And you can see how it's just perfectly bowling back towards him. I love waves like this, and able to get another connection there out the back. You can see Carlos as well, but Gonzalo, I think he was maybe feeling a little bit upset that he wasn't able to get a full completion. Kind of taking it all the way through was maybe what was in his mind at that point. But as back to your question, Paul, I think, you know, it's important for what I've been finding. I've had 2 or 3 surfs out here now, and it, you know, it is a little bit of a fatter wave. But if you can find one that really connects well across the rocks and across kind of the bank there, it's able to wall up, and if you can drive hard and stay nice and close to the power source like we've been seeing these men do, you're able to get a little bit more of a connection, drive a little bit harder, be a bit more aggressive in your turns. But it's really mechanical, and I feel like you're able to, once you get a couple of good waves, and especially speaking in a heat sense, if you're able to get a couple of turns and a couple of connections, then you can start to really open up and I guess see how hard you can push your turns. But it's interesting to note, well, I think it's interesting anyway, Carlos is sitting quite a bit further in than the rest of the competitors, and the last couple of, I mean, he's still in the lead, so it's obviously working for him right now, but I'd love to see him on a bigger wave to see if he can really open up as opposed to the smaller waves that maybe have a little bit of whitewash on the face.
The Kahunas men is underway here, just under 13 minutes to go in this opening round. First heat of that round, it sees the Brazilian Carlos Noll at the moment with some good work done. He's got that 6-point ride, a real mark of quality. And his surfing looks very much tuned in as well. No downtime between his maneuvers, crucially. Judges enjoy that. As we'll check out the situation that's going on with the tide. So we're on the ebb at the moment, low tide 10:44. It's in a couple of hours' time. It's a relatively big swing, so 8 feet, that's nearly 3 meters of tide, which is pretty big. We had that beautiful full moon a couple of days ago. So normally 2-3 days after the full moon, we'll see the biggest swing in tide. It does affect, this is quite flat reef, so it's going to change the way this wave breaks quite significantly throughout the day.
Yeah, it definitely will. We'll see it change, and we'll see the conditions start to get a little bit different. And you can see here a beautiful breakdown of the wave. You've got the impact zone where you can see the whitewash down the bottom, and the lip, and the pocket and the curl, which is like the, most critical part of the wave, where that's where you're going to see a bulk of the scores be really kind of utilised there. And I think the Masters, especially Carlos, when we saw him do that critical vertical hit, that's where he was able to kind of drive hard off the bottom and really open up off the top. But, I feel like we've got some good conditions throughout the rest of the day, so it's going to be a good day of action.
Okay, so pocket, curl, lip, good. Impact zone, shoulder, stay out there.
Especially when you're paddling out. Might suck you all the way back in.
Does carry a bit of a punch, this wave as well. This is a pretty small day for it here. We've been talking about the consistency of Surf City and how often really fun surfing conditions are delivered here. This is pretty much about as small as it gets, and there's still some head high, the odd, maybe slightly bigger than that wave. We might get a little bit of a push as well when that tide turns and comes through, and then we're pretty confident about the forecast as well for the next couple of days. So once again, El Salvador, which is an embarrassment of riches, really, in terms of surf delivery. Let's go down and hear from Ben Way, is with winner of the last heat.
Thank you guys very much. Winner of our heat number 2 of our women's Kahuna division, Barbara Redger, representing Puerto Rico. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So you grew up in Puerto Rico, spent some time in Santa Cruz, but Puerto Rico is your home. Here in Surf City, we have a lot of the similar vibes. You got music, culture, great food, really friendly people. Are you feeling right at home here?
Yeah. It's different food, but yeah, it's great vibes, very warm. Everything's warm here. The people, the food, the temperature. The surf is really great.
So we were scheduled to run yesterday. You were able to find 2 great waves in the first half of the heat. Were you pretty happy to hear the call that we'd held off to let the swell fill in a bit more?
Well, I had gone out for an early surf, so I could see it was starting to surge a little. And yeah, it's very contested. Yeah, it's great.
So we know the swell's going to fill in. I know Brian Topp was giving you a little intel on this break, that it's going to change up a little bit, but did those little words of advice help out?
Well, we'll see when we're out there. I think I got the board for bigger waves, and we just came out of back-to-back swells in Puerto Rico from Hurricane, cruising to the north of I think I'm a little primed for it now.
Well, this place always has waves. We know we'll get some great waves in your next one. Thanks so much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ben. Let's pick up live action here. Lozano back on it, and a slightly softer section for him. He'll get real low, and he'll just kind of style out of that, and then whack into the lip, hits it hard, driving off the bottom. He's firing up here. So a sluggish start to the wave, and then just making all sorts of incisions on the inside, belting it, and still keeping busy there. Gives it a wiggle to finish. So Lozano in second place. He's got the 5 locked in. That was multiple hits. More of the same kind of action from him.
Yeah, pretty similar surfing. I think the previous wave, the 5 that we saw him get, you could kind of see him feel frustrated. I think he wanted to get that inside connection, and that's what he did on that last wave. So I'm interested to see where that will go, but he's got this really smooth line. Like, it's really just one line on his backhand surfing, so it's nice to see. There was a lot of turns on the back end of that wave, just really making the most of those sections. Let's have a look here, though. This is Michael. It was a little bit of a fast wave at the start. You could see the frustration. He was hoping it was going to open up a little bit more. And that wave, yeah, just fattening out for him. And then this last wave. And just really up and into it. He's slow at the start. He's just patient, which I like that. He's able to really stay close to, I guess, as I say, the power source, the part where it's going to keep pushing him back onto the wave, and that's exactly what it does there. And this is when he's able to open up. It starts to get a little bit steeper. He gets multiple connections on this inside section, and he does well to really kind of keep going on this one. The wave, it's small, so it is quite difficult to stay on that. And then this wave is just, yep, that's a kick out. I'm happy with the ride, so it was good to see.
I like his passion, really enjoying it from him. And the competitive intensity, no surprises. That's red hot out here, as is Carlos Knoll. Here he goes. Snaps one hard off the rail, and then the recovery's cool. Almost thought about a little head tip there. Look at that, just jamming into the pocket, smooth as you like. And still swinging here again, just wraps one all the way back to the juice. So really nice flow to his surfing, good speed as well. He's got a great read on the wave and commits the body to the turns, which always looks good.
Yeah, it definitely does, and it makes the turns just more pronounced and a little bit more effective, I guess, and especially in that second turn, which I loved, where I was able to really hold that rail, take it all the way through. It was such a nice turn to watch, and to see him on a little bit of a bigger wave with a bit more open face, it was nice to see him open up and really push hard through those curves.
And true, you grew up surfing, competing around Australia. That's sort of some quite competitive lineups. But what have you made of the intensity of some of our competitors here? Because I tell you what, they like catching their waves, don't they, in the warm-ups?
They absolutely do. I actually, it's, you know, I could liken it to the ISA World Juniors. The early morning surfs that they had just down the beach, I could liken it to that. They were hassling, and this is live action right now. He's in and out, but yeah, they were hassling. They were trying to get waves, and I was out there. I was a bit like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna hang back. And it was actually super cool to kind of sit wide and watch everyone. But there was some loud voices out there, which was really cool to see. Actually, they're just as competitive as everyone else that still competes.
The secret to eternal youth is going paddling and paddling hard up the inside and getting your waves and staying stoked and all of those positive things we love about the sport. It's really cool to see so many surfers with so much experience, such cool journeys through surfing here in Surf City, El Salvador, an epic place for surf events of all denominations down the years. And this wave never really quite cooperating here. So just a quick in and out. Still time on the clock to get a couple of scores. But look at that. You know, you're in a surfer heat. Obviously, we're here. We've got that kind of festival vibe going on. But, hey, it's a competition. There's world titles at stake. This is pretty serious.
Yeah, and that's a competitive fire that you see out in the free surfs as well. And this is Jose
Cannavaro again trying to make amends for his last wave, which he won't quite do there. That powder blue fun shape ends up upside down, and he hasn't connected with steep waves. To your point that you mentioned, you want to find the good ones. He's had that softer stuff. He's never really been able to get the speed, and if you don't do that, you get a little bit tangled up on that whitewash. Not what you're looking for. Oh, am I going left here? Here we go. The goofies, they love going left. This is Gonzalo, and he'll stay in the pocket. Sort of cleans up the takeoff. Doesn't quite get a legitimate assault on the lip, but nevertheless, good to see a left go down. Here goes Michael Leitner, the Austrian. And he's got a decent face stretched out in front of him. If he'll get there, he'll go past Cannavaro, and he'll just stay with this. He's hanging on. Good leg strength from him as he tries to deal with that whitewater. The whitewater has other ideas, and he'll just kind of watch that wave trundle away. Let's see if he'll connect through the inside, though, because he's staying busy here. Nice little swoop back. So just wrapping one in the whitewater, trying to get onto the face, and that's probably going to affect his score quite significantly. Never really able to unload.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Michael. You know, he was just a little bit too caught behind that whole time. I think you asked me before, you know, what's a little secret to surfing here, and I also noticed dropping straight to the bottom puts you behind the wave as well. You kind of want to do a quick high line to start, get some speed, and then it really allows you to utilize the open face. So unfortunately for Michael on that one, he kind of got a little bit caught up in the whitewash to start on that takeoff, and that's really just propelled him straight down. I don't know if taking that wave all the way to the inside with just over 3 minutes to go was maybe the best tactical decision. Needing a 5, 6, 7, you know, that's not going to be the score. So I think, you know, maybe he could have kicked out after knowing he's probably not going to get around it, and try and put himself in a better priority rotation to see if he can really open up on a better wave.
Back in the channel is the Austrian Leitner, trying to get himself back in contention. He's not miles off it. 5, 6, 7, the requirement for him. He's going to have to do that eventually from 4th priority if he gets back to the peak. If not, hey, he might snaffle something wide on the inside. Good little jostle and a redirect up there as sets come through. It looks like Cannavaro here. He's into it. Let's see what he does. He needs a little bit more energy from his waves. Slightly sticky on the entry, but does pretty well to control things. And now we'll get a nice little runner section through here. Here goes Jose Ignacio, the Chilean, and just working this wall over now. And just cruise and really using both rails of the board, driving off the bottom and then off the top. Meanwhile, right behind him, your heat leader, just absolutely ripping this one. Carlos Knoll of Brazil. He's dominated this heat, that's why, because he's doing turns like that, fully committing the rail all the way back. Gives it a little tickle off the whitewash as well. Very nicely done. Even his kickouts, he's got a little bit of extra pop in it. He looks great.
Yeah, he does. He looks fired up. He's got energy, and that's what you need out there, especially for this morning when it's a little bit slower. So to kind of have that energy and intensity is really exciting to see. And we saw I really liked his last 2 rides. He got, especially that last one, that first huge float to start and then really laying into that rail. That was a really great combination of surfing.
All right, well, we speculated whether Michael would be able to get all the way back out the back. He did, so some great stamina and fitness from him. He found himself a wave right there. It was a soft one, though, so he'll have to try and go again. 1:20 on the clock. He's lurking around the peak. Carlos Knoll will make his way back there as well. We get due a number for him. If he improves on his 5.4, he'll extend his lead, but he's been dominant throughout this one. And that'll feel really good for him. They've been in town for a few days. They've waited a while to get going. Yesterday, we didn't actually run competition, so this is going to feel great with Carlos.
Yeah, I feel like, yesterday was real, are we going to run? Are we not? And they're probably in the mindset of, okay, we're running, because as a competitor, you always want to be prepared. So to kind of have to switch that off and maybe go surf somewhere else and get into a little bit more rhythm and maybe even just surf out those first heat nerves yesterday. So he's looking really solid, and to have a 6 and a 5.4 in his scoreline right now, I feel like that could increase with that last wave as well. But he's looking energized and ready to be here. And all these surfers in every heat that we'll see today and for the rest of the event, they've been here for a few days preparing. They're here to win gold. They're here to dominate. That's what they want to do. So to see Carlos open up with a really great start is, it's exciting, and it really sets a tone for the rest of this division.
It's been a fun heat kicking off the men's Kahunas. Final 5 seconds in, maybe a last wave for Cannavaro, the Chilean. He won't quite get there. And that man on your screen in red, out of Brazil, a really, really solid performance from him. And he just looked cool absolutely throughout, never rattled at all. And it's great to get the Kahunas underway here. Surf City, El Salvador, delivering El Sunzal the spot. Kahunas over 60 for the men in the water. More live action from El Salvador right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
World Masters, El Sunzal the spot as we fly over the iconic break here. You see swell lines bending in from the South Pacific and setting up our second heat in the Kahunas for the men. We'll just keep this action coming thick and fast throughout the day as we kicked off competition here. And we're really enjoying already the stuff we've seen go down. It's really cool to see some big legends of the sport, some names we don't know so well. But one thing consistent throughout is the desire to represent the countries and do well. Here's a well-known name, Alan Salo, iconic surfer out of California, a fixture at waves like Malibu. OG status from early skateboarding days as well, back in the Dogtown era. Another surfer with very well-known, good story behind him. Eric Gracier out of Biarritz, France. Part of La Bande de la Grande, the Biarritz surf gang. I don't know if anyone's seen that movie. It's made by Tom Curran's son, Nathan. Made a really good movie about the... Yeah, they were a gang from Grand Plage in Biarritz, and they got up to all sorts back in the 80s. So another really colourful character. But also having a look at Eduardo Coutinho. He's out in the water as well. He's in green. As we see our Austrian surfer, Michael Ernleitner, he's back in. A little debrief as well. He's got the repechage round coming up. And although he didn't make it through in an advancing position, I think he's pretty stoked with his morning's work, True.
Absolutely, it's nice to be out in the water regardless of a heat win or loss, and he'll go to the repechage round, so it's not a straight knockout, which is amazing. There's another opportunity to get himself back into that grand final, and I think for Michael, you know, there was a little bit of frustration, so I feel like some mistakes there, but a lot of lessons as well to take into that next heat.
And a fourth surfer out in this one, representing Barbados, Elvis Carter. Really cool to see Barbados representing here. And he's out there right now with a patient start in this. So super consistent. I felt that last one's a lot of waves. Sometimes, you know, this dropping tide, like mid-tide right now, you can get a few lulls, but that one just pulsed throughout, which is really cool. 4 surfers in the water. We want to see everyone get opportunity.
Yeah, and there was plenty of opportunity for all of them. We saw Carlos, you know, really, I feel like he found the best ones out there and capitalized on that as well. That's also a key thing. You can be on the best waves, but you might fall, you know, so I feel like he did well to make the most of the opportunities that he had. So to see this one a little bit slow at the start, the ocean's just having a breather. It needs a minute, and then hopefully it'll start pulsing in some waves and pulsing in some surf for the men out in the water for this heat.
Yeah, surf fans around the world have been enjoying watching major competitions here in El Salvador for a number of years. In terms of you, first time over here, what are some of the sort of differences from what you've experienced having been in town from maybe your expectations of the place? What have you liked about it?
Yeah, first time here, I mean, initial thoughts is it's amazing. The people are absolutely lovely. You feel super welcomed. It feels really homely. Everyone's just welcoming you, and it feels like it could be a second home. Everyone knows you by name by now, and it's amazing to have that family sort of vibe. And surf-wise, it's been super fun. We were able to go and have a surf down near Punta Roca yesterday, which was super fun. And we got a sneaky couple of little lefts and rights, which is very cool. But I've really been enjoying my surfs out here. I'm a natural footer, so sometimes I only look right, so to be able to do that out here has been super fun, and to surf with everyone, especially in this event as well. It's been pretty inspiring, and you know, for myself as a female, to see a lot of the influential females that have really paved the way. You know, I feel like I've been a bit of a fangirl in the water, but it's amazing to see the kahunas out there as well. They've also super influential and have supported women surfing just as much.
Yeah, an absolutely amazing venue for it. Waiting for this one to fire up at the moment. The free surfing out here, it's been really fun to watch over the last few days. Seen some big performances. Surf was pretty solid a couple of days ago. We're expecting it to fill in again soon. But as you mentioned, we sneaked away yesterday. We surfed the fun beachy, no one out, and there are so many other ways up and down this coast. People who are fans of pro surfing will know about Punta Roca and El Sunzal, of course, La Bocana just down the coast, but all up and down, there's all sorts of ways for everybody.
Yeah, there's opportunities wherever you go, whether it's if you want to kind of surf a little bit more of a punchy beach break, which we can see here. That's La Bocana, and you can see, you know, like it's curling quite quickly, making a little bit more of those vertical sections. You want to be quick up to the lip. But yesterday was fun. You know, you could surf out there on a longboard, on an epoxy, on a twin fin, whatever you wanted, whatever kind of board is your preference. I feel like there's surf out here to be able to accommodate that.
Yeah, if you don't like wearing wetsuits, you're fine in El Salvador.
Yes.
Water's really warm.
Yeah, it is super warm. I hate wearing wetsuits, so to be able to come here and be in a swimsuit is just divine. It's amazing to be able to surf, and it's warm water, the temperature's warm outside, so to me that's just prime surfing conditions.
All right, I've lost about 6.5 minutes of this heat so far. Still waiting for our first wave to be ridden in anger here. It looks like Salo holding down the top of the peak at the moment. Some action out in the water now. Some energy will pulse through towards the peak here at El Sunzal. And let's see who's in position here. Looks like Coutinho from Puerto Rico. Here he goes. Nice looking wave for him. Just cruises through. Then just throws up kind of a nonchalant snap. I like the attitude from him. And he'll keep busy here. He'll give it a little tap for some speed. And then just kind of stride down the line with a little snap again. And then he'll just hang on to his speed. He'll get a little prod for a finish as well. So after a long wait at the start of the heat, it felt good for him to get on the tools.
Definitely, and he's riding a town and country there. You can see a little bit more of a high performance shape, able to really drive through those turns. So for Eduardo, you know, he's 61. He's also a pharmacologist as well, so he's able to kind of have knowledge outside of the surf scene, which is super cool. I think it's exciting. We'll see a lot, hopefully pave the way for the juniors as well to have a surfing career and also a university as well. And I think, you know, to start his campaign off, 2.5 for his first wave for Eduardo. He's just getting the ball rolling. He's getting a score on the board and then hopefully build the house from there.
Of course, that team energy is a fixture here at the ISA event, so very different from other sort of professional surf events where it's very much about the individual, or maybe little camps based around coaches. Here it's all about those proud surfing nations flying the flag. You'll see those debris back on the shore. Every time a surfer comes back in, loads of noise and energy. And what an honor for these surfers to represent their country and to do it over here in El Salvador, in Surf City. A wave coming through now. Let's see if it piques the interest of Salo. He'll just let that go, as does Gracier and Carter. So far, just a little sleepy, this one. Just that wave that came through for the Puerto Rican. Coutinho, 2.5 for him. It's a relatively modest number, but nevertheless, he's in action. He's on the scoreboard here. And the clock will continue to tick away. So we talked about that tide draining out. There's quite a lot of water. What do we say, like 8 feet? So just shy of 3 meters of it vertically. And that energy going against this swell. So a few holes and a few lulls. And you'd probably think that might favor the surfers with a little bit more competitive experience.
Yeah, definitely. And I think all of these surfers, they've competed in countless events. And we'll just have a look at this last wave. Really nice carve. You can see him bring that back arm around to bring his body back to that power source. And he's just waiting here. That town and country looking really nice under his feet. Gets another carve. And this is where he's just patient and kicks out. So nice way to start off the campaign. I'm sure we'll be looking for a bigger wave. And as you said, with the lulls that are coming through, it really makes you aware of the waves that you're choosing. And this is live action.
Here goes Salo, an unmistakable surfing style from him. He's got loads of power and flow and just jamming that board and staying super busy. That bright spray looking really good on a slightly gloomy morning here at Sunzal. And bringing really good action to this. Another great swoop back off that rail. And that style that surfers at particularly waves like Malibu would have seen down the years, dominating the sets, always on the bombs. And waiting here, wasn't interested in the in-between ones, wanted a proper set wave, and he found one there.
Yeah, he definitely did, and that's that competitive knowledge coming in. Probably watching the first few heats of the morning, knowing that it's a little bit slow, and the sets are offering the best opportunity to really open up. So Alan using that tactical kind of mindset to get him ahead in this heat.
It's a bit of a paddle back out as well. You mentioned it before. You go all the way to the inside on a wave, particularly if it doesn't offer much, and then you kick out. And when you're surfing the wave, I guess you're very much like in the moment, but then you look back and you realise, you see where the lineup is, you're like, I got to paddle back there.
Yeah, it's quite far. And it's, you know, because it's quite warm as well by the time you get out the back. Well, I don't know about you, Paul, but by the time I got out the back, I was puffed. You know, that it was you exerting a lot of energy. And because it's warm, it's beautiful, but it's not quite so refreshing. And I feel like in heats, I'm always running way hotter than I am in a free surf. So I'd be sweating at this point.
Yeah, heats make your head hot, don't they?
Yeah.
Why is that? Just sort of face feels like it's radiating heat. Is it stress, anxiety?
It's probably the stress, all the above. And this is Alan really opening up on that first turn. A beautiful way to start this wave. Drives through another connection, and this is the turn here. I really like that one. That Monster Chief looking good under his feet. Another nice connection. Beautiful flow through this wave. Does not put a foot wrong and drives hard through that carve. Gets another one in. a really beautiful way to start off that heat. And that's probably where he's looking at and going, oh, I have quite a fair way to go. But another wave here for Eduardo, a little bit more of an open face as he drives through this one, gets another connection. He's patient here, and he'll kick out because that wave's not going to offer much more.
Yeah, the obvious contrast there compared to this. The authority that Alan Salo gets, the momentum through the turn, uses the full body, doesn't he? Really gets a full swing at it, and the flow throughout the turns as well. Really impressive to watch, but full body commitment to every turn.
Yeah, and that technique is beautiful. You can see how low he gets to go into that turn, and that's the reward from it. That spray, that bit more critical connection, and driving through this one, you can see how high on the top of the wave he gets. And this flow, as I mentioned, it's that one beautiful traditional line. There's no bumps in between, and bringing that arm around, really looking back at the power source, allows the board to come back and rebound off the whitewash. Driving through another carve here, there's no mistakes on this wave. It's a great way to open up.
You'd expect this to be a really solid number. Thinking about that criteria, it is a classic shortboard criteria, so whatever our surfers ride, we're going off the scale. All about that aggression, that speed, power and flow. Meanwhile, here goes Le Français, Gracier, and he's off the top. He's in blue, allez les bleus, and he'll jam around again. So staying sprightly and light on his feet again, a real contrast in terms of the physiology and in terms of his approach to wave riding, light on his feet onto an inside section. A little adjustment of those feet, and he'll get some good purposeful wiggles done through a small inside, but tell you what, over 60 years old and looking very sprightly and light on his feet indeed. Here goes Elvis Carter out of Barbados, getting involved in the action. This wave is a little slow, Pete, and he won't be able to hang on, find an inside connection through there, but important just really to get rolling, get something on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we've seen about 14 minutes in this heat go by, so without a wave yet, to start off there, he's probably just getting his feet in the wax, getting rid of the jelly legs, and trying to get a little bit more in rhythm with the waves out there. Elvis is actually a retired level 3 ISA head judge, and he was also a judging course presenter for the ISA as well. So he's well aware of the judging criteria, as is every other surfer that is in this event. So to have him here, it's pretty special to see him. And Alan opened it up with a 7. He's going to back it up here.
Yeah, here he goes again. Got another good-looking steep section. Hammer time. He hits the lip, recovers that. So just the one turn from him, but a meaty number. 7-point ride for his opening wave. And he's got plenty more in the tank where that came from. We saw him in free surfing, just absolutely leathering some of these sections out here on one of the bigger days. So his surfing looking as good as ever. And again, they're just identifying the steeper wave. Didn't get the inside section, but just one quick hit. Bit of authority and power behind it as well. A quick little look again from Coutinho. He's been really, really busy. Gracier on the inside. Here goes the Frenchman out of Biarritz. Jamming back again off that rail, and then a little lip line. He'll go up there. He'll come back down. He'll gather again. A little off the soup. Meanwhile, here goes the Bayesian Carter. And he's a little caught behind the section here. Let's see if he can unload and get on the face. He does. Here we go. Nice little runner for him. Here's Elvis. And through on the inside here, he'll come around Eric Gracier. And won't give that the full treatment. But much, much better wave from him. And now we're starting to see some sets of some energy pulse at Sunzal. A long way back. It's Coutinho here. He's got some ground to cover. Really nice turn into the lip, and he likes it as he goes all floppy and just kind of stands up tall. So feeling that little drift out of the tail as well. Good exchange.
Yeah, really nice exchange. I love how Eduardo at the start of that wave, you could see him do a quick high line and then really open up for that turn. And as we saw, he went tall, really claiming that turn. So it was good to see that exchange and some good numbers to lock in.
All right, well, there are some fun waves out there. Someone who found quality in that last heat, our surfer out of Brazil, is standing by for a chat with Ben Way.
Thank you, guys. Here with the winner of that Kahuna Men's Division, round 1, heat number 1, Carlos Knoll. His nickname is Gama. Congratulations, parabéns.
Thank you very much.
So I really liked watching your surfing. Very nice rhythm, a lot of acceleration, a lot of speed. I know you do a lot of training on skateboarding still.
Yeah.
And how important is riding the skateboard to kind of keep your image and keep your movement?
It's very, very important because it's a similar performance, skating, surf. It make you surf better and skate better. It's two sports like very good to do.
And so coming from your history of skateboarding, I know you're very excited to be here with one of your idols, and Alan Sarlo's here. I know you really looked up to the Dogtown, and how exciting is it to be here with one of your favorite surfers?
Oh, very amazing. It's, my generation looks like some little big rollers, and I'm looking magazines when in the time don't have magazines in Brazil. My friends, father friends have a pilot, international fly to United States, California, bringing the magazines, surfing magazines, skateboard magazine, surfer magazines, and we saw the pictures and a lot of things about these guys, and he's coming into Brazil and compete in Rio de Janeiro, and 7 and 8, I think 2, 7. He has very great performance, and Tom Curren stay here. Tom Curren changed the way of the surfing in the wave the work, the abordagem, the attack, the wave, the performance, and still the arms, and think the technique is changing the 7s to 18 into 19.
Yeah, well, it's exciting to see you guys. We're going to go watch your idol now. I think he's in the water, Alan Sarlo. So thank you so much, and we'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you very much. Amazing contest. I'm so only thank you so much for all, everybody.
Thank you, Gama. Back to you guys.
Great insights there, of course. Easy to forget when these surfers were in their formative years. They didn't have every surf clip ever created available at the touch of a button. It was all about the magazines, the print media. In some places, it's quite hard to get hold of them. When you did get one, you'd read it, reread it. The thing would be falling apart, and that's where you got your stoke from. Really cool insights there.
Yeah, some amazing insights. I really loved how he touched on the skating as well. I think that's super important, but this is his last wave of Alan. Drives through that first turn. I can see a little bit of spice added to that one. Loads up for a second connection, and really nice kind of cherry on top there for Alan, and he kicks out. Doesn't need to do much more on that wave.
Yeah, I feel like he's making it kind of easy for the judges as well. There's a real point of difference from a lot of amplitude to his turns, isn't there? He's really using the whole wave. He's using that board to great effect as well. And just showing the judges a bit of extra, quite a bit of it. The 327 was his backup prior to that. Let's see if that improves. I reckon it will. I think that was that one quick turn. It was a good turn, but he got multiple maneuvers in then, and he might just sit and snaffle something wide on the inside here. This happens a lot. One of the reasons why it's great to stay in motion at Sunzal, because if you're wide, things like this can happen. Sarlo with speed, he'll float one up. Can he come around a section? He's trying to. He knows exactly where he wants to be. He's patient, and now he'll find the face. Nice little steep runner section for him, and then he jams that one. Figure 8 wrap all the way back into the pocket again. So a couple of decent maneuvers on the inside. Life feels pretty good for Alan Sarlo right now.
Yeah, he's put himself in a really good position. That last wave of 4.53, just extending his lead even more. You know, I feel like for Alan, he's in a pretty solid spot. I feel like for right now, he's locked it away. You never know what could happen, but second needs a 7.7. So I think he's actually being quite smart at the moment, just trying to catch a few waves, get used to the lineup with only 3 other people out, because the free surfs have been quite busy. There's been a fair few people out, and yes, Alan has had quite a few waves we've been seeing. Everyone's been talking about him. Yellow board, black rails. He's surfing really well. And let's have a look at this replay. Here's a slow-mo. Love this first turn. Gets low off the bottom, loads up, and just really stamping his authority to complete that one. And I love the patience here. I was like, oh, I don't know if he's going to make it, but he knew. He was trusting in his own ability and in his equipment as well to get around this section. And you can see him just really line up for this nice, beautiful carve. Once again, I love how he's able to get a little bit of tweak in the tail. It's really cool to see that, and loading up on the heels there as well to get another connection. He's not over surfing his wave. He knows where it's ending. Yeah, his arms look super cool. He's got this amazing style. This is a sped up version, which is actually normal, but to me, after watching slow-mo, it looks really fast, but that's just him. He's a fast surfer and really opening up for another turn there. It's just great to see how he's just surfing the wave to what it wants, really, listening to the wave and what it's showing him.
Yeah, cool to see him set up with that floater as well as a functional maneuver to ride over the section and down. Of course, when he was a young surfer, that maneuver didn't really exist yet as well. So these surfers showing maneuvers that were invented while they're already established as wave riders, using it to great effect, setting himself up for that inside. And he's built a really good platform here. 4.9 drops for him. His numbers are healthy. I tell you what, he'll want more as well as he makes his way back to the peak. Alan Sarlo leading this one with some authority in second place, and with first priority is the Frenchman Gracier at the moment. Couple of threes good enough for seconds right now. He'll know he's under a little bit of pressure there though, and he'll definitely want to try and get involved, use that priority. 2.5 on the clock. He'll look to try and find something with a little more speed. And surfers chasing down, they're not a long way back. Coutinho doesn't need much of 4.3. Carter, a little bit more for him, 5.87, but very gettable requirements.
Yeah, definitely, and especially with the waves that are coming through this morning, there's definitely the opportunity to have that. It's just slow, so, with a little bit on 2 minutes to go, hopefully another set will come through to allow Eduardo and Elvis to really open up. And show what they can do. We saw Elvis, he had a bit of a slower start. He didn't get his first wave until about 11 minutes to go.
You mentioned he's a retired ISA judge. What do judges do when they retire? I imagine they sort of maybe build a cabin in the woods and just go up there and just kind of meditate, and maybe people can make a pilgrimage, or they have to sort of hike in and bring their own food and water. And if you get there, you might get some insights and be able to do a bit of
that might be what
meditation. No, is that not what happens?
You know what? Maybe we'll have to ask Elvis.
Yeah.
Ask him, but he's here. Maybe this is what he's doing. He can't get away from the competitive lifestyle. He loves it. He loves surfing. He loves competing, and really showcasing his ability as well. He's here for that, and as a competitor, it's an addictive lifestyle. It's hard to get away from it.
I wonder what happens to commentators when they retire.
I think we'll still be talking about surfing.
They get made into glue. Reuse, recycle.
Reuse, recycle.
All right, we're running out of time here. It is Alan Sarlo. Dominant performance from him. He's got that 7 on the board. The 4.9 backs it up. Final minute. Our surfer out of Biarritz, France, Gracier, chasing him down in second place position. He's quite a long way back. He won't be too worried about that, though. It's all about getting through in that second place position, staying out of rapid charge. He's got priority. He's got a wave. Here he goes. Nice entry to this for him. And he'll go into a really nice carve with good speed. That board looking really light and lively. It looks pretty thin as well. Another nice snap. So using that low volume to produce lively, responsive looking maneuvers. Thought about giving a quick crack to the lip. Thought better of it because he's flowing down the line. Final 20 seconds. Another really nice snap. His best wave you feel by far. Just in terms of the maneuvers he's been able to do and the way he's connected them. And when you're in second place position, you got prio. You want to play a little defense. That's going to feel great to catch that wave.
Yeah, he did well there, and I agree with you. I think he's bettering that 3.83. That was his best wave yet. So to play that tactical defense from Eric was really cool for the last few seconds of that heat.
All right, well, our second heat of the men's kahunas, the over 60s, is all wrapped up here. We're going to get a number in for Gracier. It's unlikely to be the exit number he needs to go to first, but it will just consolidate the position of those two surfers advancing. And Alan Sarlo, one of those big iconic names in the draw that we looked at, that kind of leaps out at you. And you expect a performance. It's exactly what we saw. There's the French squad. They're pretty happy with the work of Eric Gracier. We can get a quick commercial break here. When we come back, more live action from Surf City, El Salvador for the Masters. We'll bring in Christopher Cote and Samuel Bleakley for the call. Stay tuned.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA Masters Surfing World Championships. Chris Cote here, Sam Bleakley. Let's go straight to the lineup. With 24:40 to go, we've got a solid heat here for round one, heat three. Shuji Kasuya, Takashi Kuno, and Luis Salvador. Hawaii, Japan, Ecuador represented in this lineup. Saw some big scores in the previous heat. And while the tide is dropping, the performances seem to be rising, Sam.
Yep. Low tide just after 10, of course, the Kahuna's 60-plus age division, but 63-year-old Tsuji representing Hawaii moved to Honolulu in 1986. The regular footer originally from Chiba, and this is our Japanese surfer kicking things off.
Yeah, Takashi won a big event in his region. He is a multi-time nationals champion, Masters champion in Japan, riding that 303 surfboard. And representing Breeze Surf House. And his Instagram is full of podium pictures. This guy is a competitive master.
Absolutely. 303 surfboard shaped by Kaifu Shikoku, created in 1983. Takashi himself been surfing for 45 years. 65-year-old, kicking things off the bottom. Tight, big sweep. Nice wraparound, rebounds off the foam, but that wave just a peaky one, but radical rail work straight into a roundhouse cutback. Rebounding just now needs the waves to shape up for him, but demonstrating that he's slicing through those turns, looking lively. Very light board, looking sharp.
And I respect and support full traction. Not great for trunking it, but you know, you wear a t-shirt, you're going to be fine. But you can tell he's going to get out there and start sliding that tail around.
Yeah, a little Matt Archibald full traction set up there. And yeah, of course, that looks good. Holds those feet, but if you're bare-chested, can slice the kind of chest hair away. But it looks like our Ecuadorian is up.
Luis Salvador there. Three-time national Masters champion from Ecuador, and it's because he surfs like that. You saw him just pick the eyeballs out of that wave. Kind of a rare closeout through that mid portion, but he made full use of it. Out the back, Takashi Kuno duck dive there. So a couple waves ridden. Takashi, 2.5 to start. Not a bad way to get things rolling.
Salvador from Ecuador on the Channel Islands OG Flyer, a classic model from 1999. He's 3 times Masters champion of Ecuador. Started surfing age 11 thanks to his dad, his father, and he's represented Ecuador in 3 ISA contests. The World Surfing Games way back in La Canal, France, and the ISA Masters in Puerto Rico, and in 2011 in Punta Roca, El Salvador.
So cool to see a lot of these surfers straight back into Masters competition. So we say 60 plus, but you can be 70, 80 years old and competing in this event. The Kahuna's men and women starting off our competition here at El Sunzal, and this is our first look at Shuji Kasuya. I mean, if you're a fan of Japanese surfing, if you're a fan of surf videos that showcase 80s backdoor and pipeline, you've no doubt heard of Shuji Kasuya. Absolute ripper, lives in Hawaii. He's been surfing for 48 years.
Yep, good movies.
Started in 1976.
Yeah, and Blazing Boards, 83, he's got a good sequence. Asian Paradise from 84 1989 freeze frame, really cool video. But Blazing Boards, you remember that one, Cote?
Oh, one of my all-time favorites. Blazing Boards beyond Blazing Boards. Two of the greatest. And if you were in one of those movies, you're a hero of mine. Shuji's on that list. He's actually got a son, Neon, who's an absolute ripper as well. So hopefully Neon's watching his dad right now, and proud of him. So here we go with the surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. Let's go down to Ben Way with the winner of that last heat.
Thanks, guys. We're here with the Kahuna Men's Round 1, Heat number 2 winner, Alan Sarlo for Team USA. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. It's such an honor to represent USA, and the waves out there are just like small Malibu, so I was just having fun. Speed, power, and flow. I want to do a shout out to my beautiful wife, my son Colton, my daughter Sophie, all the boys in Malibu, and all the boys in Venice, Dogtown.
Insane, man. So on the Dogtown note, and this definitely is the Malibu of Central America, so looking right at home. But speaking of Dogtown, coming from the skateboarding and surfing in the Dogtown era, you were one of the pioneers of showing that those are really lifestyle sports. How's your thoughts on all of that becoming Olympic sports in the mainstream? It's just amazing.
You know, the Jeff Ho and Skip Emblem, they saw the future, and Craig Stesick, they saw the future of skateboarding, and we were just kids having fun, man. We were just having so much fun back then, and it was so such a pleasure to be a part of all that.
Well, you look like a kid having fun out here, man. You're still a kid, and we're so stoked to have you here. Thank you so much.
You got it. Thank you.
Back to the booth, guys.
Yeah, surfers at Malibu are wondering, like, I seem to be catching a lot more waves today. What's the difference? Well, that's because Alan Sarlo is here. I love what Ben said, the Malibu of Central America. And I mean, you can see the similarities. Pretty easy call right there. Love to hear it. Shuji Kasuya, now his first wave's a 3.0. Could have a good little insider to work with here. Board's looking nice and lively beneath his feet. He is the Hurley Japan team manager as well. So if you want to get that H up on your board in Japan, you got to make sure Shuji notices you. And I'm sure it's a humbling experience when your team manager is over 60 and could probably beat you in heat.
Yeah, he's been ripping in the free surf. So that was a really nice wave. The third turn, looking lively, good flow. 3.8 to kick things off with. Pretty good score for his opening wave, considering it was a pretty short ride. So you get the feeling that that's going to go pretty high, maybe above 5. Get the replay off the bottom. Snaps it back just below the lip. Right behind the section here, just eyeing things up. Little speed drive, double pump, and then again, just below the lip, snaps it back, but throws some spray. And then just starts to speed and flow through here. More vertical projection on that third turn. Cuts it back, and again, keeping the poise, keeping the tempo. Good kind of point break pace to this wave. I think it's going to go way higher than that 3.80. Backing it up with Salvador from Ecuador. Off the bottom, off the top. Top turn there, a little bit stuck behind the lip. That second turn, lower down the face, lacking the speed of Suji's wave that we just got to see on the replay, but keeping it lively. That was the more dynamic vertical projection on a turn there. Cuts it back off the foam. Things getting smaller, but staying lively, and throws a big sweep of spray through the inside twice on those last turns. So although the start of that wave wasn't so dynamic, he really nailed some good scores through the inside, as we see Takashi from Japan, off the bottom, off the top. Lively again. Got the Matt Archibald look on that double deck pad. As he kicks out in that wave, you can just see, Cote, that was one of those ones that peaks up and just fades on you.
Yeah, it's been a great matchup so far, and more to come here from Takashi Kuno. Good section to work with there. Bashes the ender. And here's where you make the decision. Do you keep fighting to get around it? Do you pull out? Well, Takashi looks like he's making some progress, and you know, I don't know if the judges are going to give you a lot for that, but I am, because that is not easy to make it around a section from that deep. Get back onto the open face, a little racetrack here on the inside. Clean, smooth surfing there for Takashi Kuno, and that was some mindfulness there, knowing that he could get around. I say he was about 20 feet behind the whitewater. That was pretty impressive.
And full trust in the positioning of that front foot over that deck pad. That front foot did not move an inch. He just trusted that he'd have the drive, the flow to connect. Yes, a little bit of lack of scoring potential when you get behind that section, but he wanted to get back out in the channel. And you can really see how with the paddle out, the big channel at El Sunzal, if you do stay quite wide, the current does take you. If you dart deep, you do start to battle the current. But with these 25-minute heats, there's time for 3 sets. So they want to get nice and wide on the paddle, get back out onto the takeoff spot with priority. And a key thing as well, Chris, is really having a lineup, because you can get too deep very easily. I like to use a telephone antennae as a lineup out there, which you can see on the hills behind El Sunzal. If you're too deep from that, you know you're going to struggle to make the section. But if you're lined up with it or slightly to the side of it, you know anything that comes through you're going to make.
Well, you know, fitness is going to be a huge factor in who's going to come home with the gold at the end of this event. I mean, the paddle back out here is no joke. This is a really long wave, and you almost paddle further than you surf the wave because you got to go out and around. So fitness will be tested as we get here. Local time is just about 9:30 a.m. here in El Tunco, Surf City, El Salvador. 15 minutes left. Shuji Kasua comes through with a 5.83 and a 3.8, nearing that double-digit mark of the 9.63 total. Not bad, as Luis Salvador has a 3.3 and a 3.2. Takashi Kuno, 3.47, has to be feeling good, but he's got to get rid of that 2.50. We'll see what the judges give him on that last wave. So far, good, clean surfing, and all 3 of these competitors right now are right there in the mix. So it's still anyone's game here with just under 15 to go.
Yep, Suji looked really sharp on that second wave there, but this is the replay of Takashi. Comes low here, and then this is a big projection, throws some spray, and then look at the trust of that front foot. He just keeps that front foot on that front traction pad, and the judges are really going to see that, yes, you're out of the 8-ball, you're not in the pocket, but just feels the speed drive now, and then really starts to unleash through the inside here. Again, a second turn, so one dynamic turn early, backed up by these turns through the inside. It's not going to be a huge score, but it's going to be nice tempo with a nice finish. Puts him back on the inside into the channel for that smooth paddle out. But this was that 5.83 from Suji. Off the bottom, nice setup here, and then just driving and releasing, and then just arcing it back again. Just hooking back just below the lip, and then really starting to accelerate here. And there's the big vertical projection. That was the more dynamic of the 3 turns. Into a roundhouse cut back. Just drives back off the foam, and then kicks out cleanly for a 5.83.
Solid surfing there for Shuji. So at the moment, Team Hawaii on top, Shuji Kasuya. There's a beautiful overview of what we're looking at here at El Sunzal. All the way up and down this zone, you've got a bunch of different types of accommodations. Everything from backpacker spots to, you know, high luxury surf style resorts.
And huge kudos to the work of the government and President Bukele in the way that they've transformed this zone and really stabilized the country, as Suji unleashing there, Chris.
Great combo there. High line, fades it off the top, and then nice finisher there. So a totally different look to previous waves. You know, that was kind of just more of like a beach break combination style of surfing. Will it be better than a 3.80? Maybe.
I think it could be, because that 3.80 didn't have as a dynamic a turn, and I feel it'll be an interesting score for the judges to drop, just to kind of say to the surfers that it's not necessarily all about length of ride. You know, you go innovative, progressive, dynamic in those halo maneuvers, you can still get a decent score. He really drives this one up. Got that Shane Dorian-esque open hand there, once described as the current of Japanese surfing before he relocated to Hawaii. And there's the float, the drive, the spray, lands it cleanly. The question is it going to replace that 3.80? I feel like it could do.
Yeah, I mean, that's not easy right there. That wave was pretty much a straight up closeout, and he was able to fit in that kind of opening setup turn, solid snap off the white water with 11:36 to go. It's in the hands of the judges, although Shuji already pretty well into the lead. Luis Salvador would need a 6.30 to get into that top spot. Takashi Kuno needs a 3.06 to save himself from the repechage round, but he's got plenty of time to do it.
Suji riding the Chris Gallagher boards, of course, Chris on the North Shore there. So that board looked lively. You can really see the speed, the projection, and it looks like we've got El Salvador coming up. The mighty Stanley Hernandez lives just up here behind El Sunzal, local legend, big smile on his face. This is a proud moment for Team El Salvador, Chris.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this guy is just such a rad ambassador for surfing here in El Salvador. Pure stoke, well into his 60s. One of our oldest competitors, but definitely one of our most stoked. You see Shuji right there. Just such good, clean style. Everything is in its proper place. And the score came through for that last wave for Shuji Kasuya, and it was, as we expected, a little better than that 3.8. It's a 4.60, so the judges have spoken. They don't mind if you surf into a closeout as long as you get some work done that Shuji did.
And this was nice as well. I don't think that's going to replace the 4.6, but that roundhouse cutback right in the pocket. Here we go. Just hooks it back, rebounds off the foam, projects off the foam, uses that vertical projection in the roundhouse to just accelerate out. But some of those peaky ones, if they do that for you, there's not much you can do about it. But then that comes down to that wave selection. And in these early rounds, the surfer's starting to get the feel of which waves allow that steeper wall through the middle of the reef and which are going to go peaky. But we've just seen that big scores can be dropped on one maneuver alone. And I think that's an important opportunity for the surfers to know that if they go big on that halo maneuver, they can go massive on the scores.
No doubt. So we're inside of 10 minutes now. And can't reiterate enough, this is the ISA Masters World Championships. So surfers at the end of this week, at the end of our competition, will be world champions from 40 and up, 50 and up, and 60 plus, as we're watching right now. The Kahuna division, 6 world champions will be crowned. An overall team champion as well.
And what a year. I mean, Chris, the highlight of the year, Paris 2024 Olympic Games. You were one of the broadcasters. How special was it to share the stoke of that iconic, game-changing event?
I mean, it was an incredible experience. We were broadcasting from OBS in Paris, so we were right in the thick of it. You know, we really got a really solid dose of what the Olympics, feel like at ground level. It's pretty amazing that the venue, the furthest venue in Olympic history from the host nation, literal 12-hour difference in time. But, once you sit down in that chair and put your headset on and you see what you're about to be commentating on, I mean, that's an easy job. You're just telling the world like how difficult this is, how incredible these athletes are. And it was a really special thing to be a part of. And, it already feels like right around the corner, LA coming up, 2028. And so, it's one of those things where, even though 4 years seems like a long time, it already feels like it's just right around the corner. As we see now, Takashi Kuno. Nice little swivel in his surfing.
Yeah, you can see he's got that similar influence from Suji on the front side, lively, light-footed, attacking. And this was the night surfing event last night, Chris.
Well, we've been telling you that El Sunzal, of course, so many great surf spots and place to eat and all that stuff. But, if you like nightlife, this place knows how to party. And last night was a surf party at night. It was lit up here at El Sunzal. And you see all those little specks and dots in the water. We had about 50 surfers out there. And I think consensus says that our fellow commentator, multi-time ISA gold medalist Lele Usuna, may have taken the top spot there. That is really cool looking. And surfing at night is tough.
Yeah, Lele was on fire, Chris. I was watching all of that, and it was fun to watch. I had a nice discussion with Adi Klang from Israel, who was out there surfing, and he said yes, it was tricky because you're a little bit dazzled by the lights and you had to kind of work your way through the other surfers, but this was a great opportunity to embrace the local surf community. This was open to all surfers, traveling pros, internationals, and locals. And at the same time, we had live music, and we also had a lot of food and a great gathering. And I felt like this was a breakthrough for the Masters, really inviting more of the local El Salvadorian surf community and coastal lovers to come down and watch the action and be part of the vibe.
That's right. I think the Masters stayed up later than I did last night. out there. We did have another one of our fellow commentary crew members, Ben Way, kicking off the festivities there with his DJ skills. We expect a lot more of that from Ben throughout the week. If we were on a cruise ship, he would be our entertainment director. And he's also our sideline reporter, so always good to have him around.
Chinese Candy is our new DJ name, and he's delivering the beats, and he'll continue to. But Suji with a 5.83 and a 4.6, just looking sharp and lively, and you feel like he's just warming up. Put Suji on a steep section, and he is going to absolutely destroy these lips here at El Sunzal.
Yeah, I've seen photos and videos of him at Backdoor and Pipeline. They were just incredible. Like you said, at the Japanese Tom Curran. For Suji, this has been a long time coming. 48 years in the sport. He's 63 years old.
Good time in Huntington as well. He worked for Dropout Surfboards, Japan's biggest board makers, and many years as well for the great Japanese magazine, Surfing Life, and like you say, for Hurley as well.
Getting down to that 5-minute mark here. Takashi Kuno would need a 3.06 to get up into that second spot and stay in the main round. Whereas Luis Salvador, representing Team Ecuador, is a 7.10 to get into the lead. Right now, Luis is sitting in that second priority position, so he's just got to keep his eye on Takashi Kuno. You know, 4 minutes, 40 seconds, that's a long time to hold someone off a wave. So maybe it's time to apply the pressure offensively, catch a wave, maybe get something better than a 3.20, and then get right back out there and compete. As we see Luis Salvador now, a couple of nice turns through that inside section. So here's where he'll make that decision, make a beeline over to Takashi. And although you're now beneath him in the priority standings, you can make your presence known and just make it a little bit more difficult for him.
Yeah, I like that. I like the control in those opening sections and the way he set himself up for two really good backhand attacking re-entries through the last section. Not such a long ride, sitting pretty decently in second and could replace that backup score. Does. So he's got a 3.90 and a 3.33. So Takashi now chasing a 3.77. So that was good, tactical, solid surfing from Salvador from Ecuador, and a great read to really get two big backhand turns through the inside. Little set on the horizon, Chris. Looks lively, looks interesting. You get to see a bit of jockeying of positioning as well.
Oh, there's going to be paddle battles here. I mean, these surfers have been competing for a long time. They know the ins and outs of it. Couple rule changes probably since they've started. Well, now we do have priority.
But check Cool Suji in #1 priority. He didn't even budge there. Didn't panic, sitting still, recognizing that there's no point in chasing that. When he's carrying a couple of good scores, 5.83, 4.60, he's going to be happy with that. He knows he can build on this.
Yeah, 5.83, one of the high marks of the day so far for a single wave score. Back that up quickly with a 4.60. Feel like if you're in the double digits today, doing something right, you most likely will stay in that main round. So at the moment, it's a battle for second. Third place surfer will go to the repechage rounds, like in all ISA competitions. Surfers have multiple chances to stay in competition.
And multiple chances to win world titles for all of the different divisions, as we saw the look of the Parasurf World Championships coming up in Huntington at the beginning of next month. That'll be our last ISA World Championship event of the season. It's been an incredible year, and to think back, the ISA started in 1964, recognized by the International Olympic Committee as the world governing authority of surfing. And this looks nice for Takashi, chasing an attainable score.
Super important wave, and you see Takashi Kuno kind of behind the whitewater. Don't worry, he's going to get around that section. He's proved that he can get around anything. And right now, nice series of wraps, sticking to that white water, checks the clock, minute 30 to go, so he is looking to get a 3.77.
I like that, Chris. That was strong. rail work. 3 solid wraparound turns tied in the pocket. Nothing too vertical, but chasing a 377. Let's analyze it. Off the bottom, off the top. Almost gets a little bit stuck, but then just pumps and drives from behind the section. And as things start to open out now, this is where the more dynamic turns happen. There's that first dynamic turn. Backs it up again with a second dynamic turn here. It's a small section. I do now think on the replay, it's going to be really borderline on the 377 that he needs. It looked a bit more exciting on the drone clip because you could see the roll and the wraparound. But once we started to see the size of the wave, I think it's going to be super close whether he gets the score.
Yeah, I mean, doing full rail cutbacks on a wave that small and that slow, so difficult. So you definitely give him credit there, but the judges, they're looking for something a little different. They're looking for spice like that. High-speed turn there for Shuji Kasuya. Impeccable style for both Shuji and Takashi.
Wow.
They're shining at this point break right there. So Shuji, nice combination of turns right there on the outside. He knows he's only got about 20 seconds left. He's going to make his way in. You can just tell, I mean, even how he's standing and his poise right there as he's just coming in, using this wave to get him towards the beach. You can tell this guy's an absolute master surfing. And his craft well honed over 48 years. And I think that is a pretty convincing victory for Shuji. But now we're seeing one of our first lefts ridden. Luis Salvador, I mean, that's a goofy foot through and through right there. Find a left at a right-hand point break.
Yeah, I mean, we're still waiting for that score for Takashi. I mean, I'm just not sure it's going to be enough. I think it's going to be right on the money. But Tsuji could even replace his 4.6 on that last wave. I mean, he really looked electric on the first 2 turns. And, you know, for me, he's looking like somebody who could win gold here in the Kahunas.
Yeah, starting to compile that list of favorites, and Shuji is definitely on it. So more to come for our Kahunas men. In that last heat, Luis Salvador, Takashi Kuno, solid effort there. We'll see how those 2 competitors wind up as the judges lock in their final scores. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back to Surf City El Salvador ISA World Masters Surfing Championships. Stay tuned.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Well, welcome back to Surf City El Salvador. Our masters have been living up to that name. Big heats all morning long and much more to come. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley. We are in our Kahuna men's round 1. Heat 4, which will be coming up shortly. It is 60 plus. A lot of these surfers, 63 years old seems to be a very popular age for this division.
Takashi didn't quite get the score. He needed a 3.6 on that last wave. So
3.47.
Didn't quite get it.
Well, just under. Congrats to Luis Salvador for fending off Takashi Kuno, who had an incredible 2024 already, winning a couple of events in Japan to qualify for his team.
And Chris, Tsuji, a 7 for that last wave.
All right, so now the highest single wave score.
Yeah, I mean, he looks sprightly, sharp, loose, electric, and I think he's going to be a real front runner.
100%. Well, round one, heat 4. Entering the lineup now, Rodney Baldwin, Team Australia, Marcelo Fernandez from Argentina, Stanley Hernandez from right here in El Salvador, and Jeff Hutchinson representing Team New Zealand. And we're going to kick things off. Of course, the local gets the first wave. Here we go, Marcelo Fernandez. Nice glide through this midsection. This guy widely considered one of the greatest, definitely the most stoked surfers from right here in El Salvador. Lives literally across the street, so he has seen it all.
Yeah, he really has, Chris. I mean, he's seen the first wave of surf tourism here in the 70s, the filming of the Big Wednesday sequences at Punta Roca in 1977 for the 78 film. He's seen the current government stabilize this country through surf tourism and offer a sustainable future for locals and investors, and he's welcomed the visiting surfers with open arms.
Yeah, he's definitely, like you said, seeing the changes, and I love how positive and accepting he's been to all the new, great things that have been happening here in Surf City. He's probably enjoying some of the new restaurants that have come to town as well. I mean, that's a great byproduct of tourism growing, is oftentimes new flavors come to town. As you see this way from Stanley, nice speed line.
Yeah, riding the longboard, of course, it is shortboard criteria. It's pocket surfing, degree of difficulty, critical maneuvers, variety, innovative, progressive surfing. Stanley opting to ride the longboard, which is his go-to tool, but demonstrating a great amount of poise, flow, riding with that helmet on as well. That's a go-to. You'll recognize this local if you visit here. He's always out there. He's always sharing the stoke and cheering on his comrades, his fellow surfers, and it's great to see him representing that iconic flag of El Salvador, that upper blue stripe symbolizing the sky, that lower blue stripe symbolizing the ocean, and that central white stripe representing peace.
No doubt. 66 years old. And his smile, so recognizable.
1.23 to kick things off, but Rod Baldwin, he is pretty much a front runner for this, Chris. Rod is a 2010 Kahunas World Champion at the ISA Masters Surfing Championship, and he's having a look at this.
We're going to have to check his birth certificate. This guy looks about 25 years old. He's surfing like it as well. Nice and loose. Quick series of turns right there for Rodney Baldwin.
Starting to shape a little bit later in his life. This is his 4th ISA World Masters. He's made the final each time, a copper medal in Peru in 2008, a gold with his team and his individual gold at Panama in 2010, and a bronze in Nicaragua in 2012. He did have to pull out of the 2011 edition in El Salvador due to the illness of his mum. So he's worked as an electrician for 45 years, but he started shaping in the last 5 years. That's pretty exciting to see someone getting into shaping later in their life.
Well, but you can assume that he knows what a good surfboard feels like after all of his experience. And, Team Australia always comes correct. They field a solid team this year as well. Shane Conwell, Serena Brooke, Scotty Schneider, Sandra English, Rodney Baldwin, Kim Woolridge. That is a power-packed all-star team. They have come for gold.
Absolutely, and the maximum surfers you could field is 6, female and male, for the Masters, the Grand Masters, and the Kahunas. Just a reminder, Chris, it's 40 plus for Masters, 50 plus for Grand Masters, and 60 plus for Kahunas. And like we have both noticed in the free surfs, in the build-up to the event, there's some fit surfers here, and it is inspiring as we reach our senior years to see how sharp these surfers are surfing.
Here's one of them, Marcelo Fernandez. Nice carve back into the whitewater. We'll see if he can do what our surfer from Japan did in his last heat and get around this section. And he does. Nice and patient there. So surfer in blue representing Team Argentina. Quick float there. Comes around through to the inside. Nice closeout snap. Fought for it. Couldn't quite get back up. Did some damage out the back, though. Marcelo Fernandez will be on the board.
Great flow. Good read. Nice line. Rod Baldwin drops a 2.67 for his opening ride.
So we've got a heat on our hands. Round 1, heat 4 for the Kahunas in the lineup. And on the boardwalk, we've got Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here was Shuji Kasuya representing Team Hawaii in our Kahuna Men's Heat number 3 winner. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I've seen you out in the lineup a bunch with Leon. You've been down here with the family for a little bit, doing some practicing. Seen you out there, getting out there every day, even when the waves were small. Do you think that practice kind of helped you with your positioning, knowing where to pick off the good ones?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I came kind of early, like 10 days before this contest start. So, you know, kids had a vacation, so it's kind of good time to practice before the contest. So that will help.
During the heat, Chris Cote was mentioning how hard it is, how difficult it is to do full rail turns on such a small wave. I know you've been on that KT kind of carbon epoxy construction board most of the sessions I've seen you. You think all these leaps in board technology are helping guys like you still be out there surfing like young kids?
Yeah, that will help a lot, you know, for small mushy wave. So my equipment help, you know, it has a good flow. So it's kind of, I don't have to fight for it, you know, it's just keep going, like, you know, it's just, I'm just doing whatever, like, the waves come, so, yeah.
If Sunzal comes alive and comes back to its normal pumping self, you're going to switch equipment?
Definitely, yeah.
Right on. Well, great surfing. We love seeing you here, and thanks so much. We look forward to the next one.
Yeah, thank you. Aloha.
Thank you, Shuji-san.
Yeah, Shuji, awesome human, great surfer. You can feel almost that kind of guru vibe coming off of him.
All of the post heats I've heard today, there's been just an incredible level of humbleness from legends, you know, and happy to be brief, you know, and I get the sense that they're just really stoked to get the show going, and they're focused on their surfing, and they know that the confident ones who are winning, they know they're going to have a lot of post heats, and some of the kind of more detailed elements are going to come out later through the rounds. But what has blown me away is just that ease behind the camera, on front of camera, and also that humbleness.
Yeah, and it's going to be fun for us to just get to know a little bit more about these competitors. You know, we can read the name, we can watch them surf, but I really feel like nearly every surfer in this event is worthy of a, you know, documentary feature. You think if, you know, you've been surfing for 48 years around the world like Shuji has, on the North Shore, Japan, all over the place, and he's got some stories to tell. I would literally read a book about any surfer in this draw. I mean, think of the stories that Stanley Hernandez has from way back in El Tunco, you know, the beginnings of this awesome surf city. And there you go, more surfers worthy of the biography, documentary treatment. We've got Rochelle Ballard coming up. There's Maria Huosa from Argentina and Patricia Rossi from Tahiti.
Patricia, absolute legend, you know, being a stalwart of European surfing as well, also kind of allied with France with her Tahitian ancestry, and a winner of the European Tour. And she really is a big name in not only Tahitian female surfing, but her role in European female surfing as well.
Late drop there for Stanley Hernandez. Like that head down. He was going by any means necessary. Wave kind of closed out around him.
Torpedo takeoff, that was.
And it looks like Rodney Baldwin. Big backhand snap right there, beyond vertical.
Nice.
One turn, but it was impactful.
And again, we've seen some of those one-turn waves can deliver a decent score. So expect something exciting for that, definitely.
You know, I was blown away the very first time I surfed on the Goldie Snapper Rocks in Australia. I couldn't believe it, right? You know, you see the pros, you see the grommets out there, but I'm looking down the line, and there must have been, you know, 60, 70-year-old man, backside barrel, comes out, does 4 huge backside whips. And I'm thinking, is that what Australia's like? And now this is proving that theory right. Rodney Baldwin, I mean, you said you had great history here in ISA competition. You know, this guy's an amazing surfer. It's pretty obvious right there, even though that wave was kind of lackluster. He made it pay. 2 big backside turns there. And you see now, this is one of our first looks at Jeff Hutchinson representing New Zealand. Beautiful carve right there. And he is flying down the line. Looks like perfect board selection here. The thing looks like it's just bending to his will. He stays with it through to this inside. Nicely done there for Jeff Hutchinson. That's going to crack this heat wide open. Rodney Baldwin at that 4.90 may have just backed it up with some something above a 2.67. We'll let the judges decide there. Meanwhile, Marcelo Fernandez, Team Argentina, late drop there, no worries. Nice pocket carve there, back to the source. Lingering in the white water here, waiting for this wave to potentially reform the inside. It's not going to do much, but it's going to be a solid score there for Marcelo Fernandez.
Chris, that was a great exchange. A lot of good action. We really got to see the pedigree of Rod, Marcelo, Jeff on those exchanges. Great read of the wave from Jeff. You know, surfed that middle section with perfect timing. Stanley Hernandez kicking off with that wipeout on his second wave. Just needs to get himself out back, keep it cool. He knows this lineup better than any of these surfers.
A little one right there sneaks underneath these competitors.
Jeff, a big name back in New Zealand, Chris, owner of Backdoor Surf Stores that have 25 shops around New Zealand, going back to 1988. He's won 12 different age group titles in New Zealand. And you talk
12?
about, yeah, 12 different ones, yeah. And you talk about the pedigree of Australian surfing. You find that as well in New Zealand and South Africa at any lineup. You know, if there's a bit of a pack out, you know, the level and the age range, but there it is. Of course, the Kiwis represented. It's going to be a good score for Jeff to come through as well pretty soon.
Yeah, I'd love to see the teams at the water's edge flying their flags. You know, another tenet of ISA competition. Not only do you have individual medals on the line, but also team medals on the line as well. And as you said, Jeff Hutchison, 4.87. Great start there for your surfer from New Zealand. Rodney Baldwin in the lead, that 4.90 and a 2.67. Last score comes through for Marcelo Fernandez, 2.33. Pair that with a 1.93. He's got a 4.26 total. Needs a 3.15 to get into those top 2 spots. Stanley Hernandez with the 1.23 to start. He would need a 4.25. He's right back out there in the mix. And it looks like with priority, you've got Rodney Baldwin in that top spot. And, you know, with that gap of Masters competition in that 10 years, a lot of rule changes. You know, scoring is a little bit different. We're not in the 3 to the beach era anymore. We're in the catch 2, make them good. One turn can totally be a difference maker. And I think the biggest difference that these surfers are experiencing now is priority. Something that throughout the majority of their surf career, their competitive history, they never had.
And how's the projection from Baldwin there? So vertical. And this is the 3.67, big snap, climbs it, second turn there. So the 4.9 was that opening replay that we saw, one more dynamic critical turn. This is the 2.33 for Marcelo Fernandez from Argentina. Accelerates to the inside, onto a big rail cutback there, comes off the foam, stays low, keeps his control. Not a huge score, but one particular maneuver alone getting that 2.33 in contrast to a much more explosive maneuver from Rod Baldwin's 4.9. But this is the read from Jeff Hutchinson, really delivering through this middle section. Vertical there into a big sweeping roundhouse cutback, accelerates off the foam and gets a 4.87 for really these money turns on the inside. There's the big sweep, throws some spray, rebounds again once more off the foam. Used to surfing lefts at Raglan, irregular at Manu Bay, getting the opportunity to surf on his front side, and he's going to be feeling really positive with a 4.87, as we can see an absolute blue crushing it icon on your screen.
Yeah, Rochelle Ballard, one of the most recognizable names in all of surfing.
She has been surfing really sharp and lively. Some great content to look at on the ISA Instagram feed and the Surf City feed as well. And what a strong Hawaiian team we have got, and they could be front runners for gold. But watch out for the Irukandjis from Australia, because they're looking pretty decent as well, Chris.
Rochelle makes her way out there. Love to see her sponsored up. She's a yoga master as well as a surf master, and here we go again. You know, I'm watching Rodney surf, and I'm thinking, wow, he kind of has a Luke Egan thing, a Neil Purchase Jr. thing, but then he's older than those guys, so maybe they draw from him.
Yeah.
Either way you slice it, as a goofy footer, I want to surf like Rodney Baldwin.
Yeah.
I love his style.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's only one Rod Baldwin, and I feel like he's going to replace that 3.67 on that last wave.
Here we go, Marcelo Fernandez back into it. This wave is looking nice. Super glassy on the face, plenty of room to work. Speed line makes it around this section. Bam, straight into the lip. Nicely done there for Marcelo Fernandez. Team Argentina continues to strike. Good clean finish there. That's going to be his best number for sure. And that could put him in the conversation to potentially jump above Jeff Hutchinson. He needed a 3.15. I think he did that with the first combo alone, and then he added 3 more turns to it.
He did. And look at Rochelle Ballard there with a new IC sticker on her board. Team Rider for the best sunglasses you can purchase, and she is going to be lighting up the lineup pretty soon. So surf fans tuning in, this is a massive opportunity. These women have shaped professional surfing for many decades, and to see them as sharp as ever is really exciting. And she has been free surfing at the top of her game all week, Chris.
And look at the extracurriculars. I want to surf like Rodney Baldwin. I want to dance like that young lady in green right there. See Rochelle getting fired up. Saw Jason Shibata, her teammate, cheering her on as well. And here we go. Another late drop for Stanley Hernandez. He nails it. Straight into the speed zone. And he's got some dance moves of his own right there.
That was the floss.
Green and green. Is there some connection here? I'm feeling a vibe, but Stanley Hernandez right there. Nice late drop. Solid style. He's looking for a 4.25. I think win, lose, or draw. Stanley Hernandez, definitely the people's champion.
Absolutely. Great technique as well. Close stance on takeoff, widen the stance just to accelerate. Got that kind of shuffle going, as we can see some marine life really putting on a dance as well, Chris.
Yeah, this place is special. It's wild.
Yep, between Guatemala and Honduras, nearly 400 kilometers of south-facing coastline. El Zonte, another surf zone. And, of course, Punta Mango, Las Flores is the other surf zone out in the southeast. But this is El Tunco area, El Sunzal. Smaller swell today. Good forecast coming up, Chris. We're going to have an increase in swell, but right now we've got such a favorable tide, because once we get that turn of the tide, in about an hour and a half, we'll really start to see the shape improving as that tide starts to turn. Low tide 10:44 local time, 10:02 local time right now, but Rod Baldwin did back up that score, Chris, a 4.9 and a 4.83. But I like the position for Jeff Hutchinson, carrying that 4.87. Just needs to really get a good backup score.
Yeah, we saw Marcelo Fernandez just get the score he needed with that 3.63, pairs that with a 2.33 and second for now, inside of 6 minutes to go. And there you see Stanley Hernandez. You know, priority does not affect him. He's the super local. He should just get first priority for the entirety of the 25 minutes, but luckily I don't make up the rules. We're going straight up. Same priority you would see in, you know, World Surfing Games and World Juniors, WSL events. I mean, the priority rule established almost a decade ago, I would say. To me, I think it's been one of the best rules implemented in the history of surf competition. We do still get to see paddle battles and, you know, chippy surfing in heats, but we also get to see more waves ridden and just a little bit cleaner competition. Here we go. Jeff Hutchinson, Team New Zealand.
Big moment for him,
looking
Chris.
for a 1.09 and looking for some good, clean, open-faced work with here. Nice carve. Full-on roundhouse cutback, and here's a speed section for Jeff. Quick snap there. Engages the rails and goes down. But again, only looking for a 1.09. I feel like he definitely sold it to the judges there with those first 2 turns he did. Full wrap cutback. Marcelo now answers back. Fun battle for second place at the moment between Marcelo Fernandez and Jeff Hutchison. Marcelo, a little speed section right here. Cool looking, stylish cutback there for your surfer in blue.
Good control as well.
Yeah, and again, full credit. Not easy to do those big wraps on a flatter face with not a lot of push behind these waves today.
So this is a real battle for second. I feel like Jeff gets the score that he needs, but Marcelo only needs to replace a 2.33. So Argentina and New Zealand trading blows. Stanley Hernandez probably going to stay in 4th position there. Rod Baldwin, front runner. I think that he's pretty safe in first, but let's get the replay here of Marcelo. Cuts it back in the pocket. Jeff Hutchison drops the score, gets a 3.5, moves up into second. Great flow for Argentina. Smooth cut back off the foam. Good control, good tempo, good presence. Did it have the dynamic surfing that we saw from Jeff? He's now chasing a 4.75. I think it's going to come under that, but with just enough time potentially to get out back for a set. Here we go again on another angle of the replay. Great to compare the drone and that low angle off the bottom in the pocket. This wave got a little bit of foam in the face though, Chris, but I really like the way he keeps those palms open on those cutbacks. Very controlled surfing, but Jeff Hutchison just seemed to have the edge on a more radical dynamic attack, and that's why Jeff's moved up into second.
And now we're looking at not a lot of time left. Judges have their work cut out for them. You know, it's interesting in juniors events, do some research. You got to go to TikTok to get the full story of these young surfers. World Surfing Games, you're safe on Instagram. Here at the Masters, we're going to have to lean a little bit more on Facebook.
Yep, Facebook
to do
generation.
research on these surfers.
Maybe even MySpace, maybe pre-MySpace. But that was a
maybe
nice...
like physically talking to them.
Yeah, old school, keeping it analog. Rod Baldwin here, up and riding. Vertical surfing again, Chris. Super nice from Baldwin. You can just really see top to bottom, really radical projection, and at least 6 or 7 turns. Really nice money turn on the inside there. Big sweep, throwing spray, looking to replace a 4.83. Chris, I absolutely love what we're seeing from Rob Baldwin. Definitely a gold contender. Jeff Hutchison is backed up his score with a 3.5, so he's sitting in second. He's up and riding right now.
Yeah, this is an important defensive wave for Jeff Hutchison. I love his style. I mean, you see him right here. He's just kind of working this board to get around that section, gauges the rail. And, you know, it's fun to watch these surfers, you know, in kind of like these waist-high waves, because you really get to see their technique. And when it starts to get overhead, even to that double overhead range, which we think might happen at the beginning of this coming week, it's going to be awesome to see what these athletes are going to be able to do when given these long, open El Sunzal walls.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff has fended off Marcelo Fernandez from Argentina with some solid surfing, but Rod Baldwin, just electric. That last wave alone, I think, is going to go into his top 2. I think it'll be his highest score by far, but his top to bottom attack. I really appreciate, Chris, when we see a good goofy footer at El Sunzal, because the wave does have those more open face sections, and the goofy footer can get behind those sections. And if you get that vertical projection and that good tempo, I think you can really shine as a goofy footer even better than the regular footers at El Sunzal.
Well, I think I'm going to impress my friends when I go home and say, well, guys, I figured it out. I just want to surf like Rod Baldwin. Look him up. His birthday is actually tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah, he's going to be 64 tomorrow.
Wow.
He's surfing like he's 24.
Hernandez as well, answering back. Great to see Stanley. He will go into the repechage, Chris, but what a great ambassador for El Salvadorian surfing.
Yeah, and you know, he's going to be here all week. He's going to be hanging out. He's going to be supporting his a bunch of his newfound friends that have come down here to compete at the Surf City ISA Masters Surfing Championships. One more look at Rodney Baldwin. Great style, plenty of power, speed, finesse. making it look easy.
Yeah, but check this last turn as well. Just sets himself up here. Look at the arc and the spray of that turn. It's a small section, shoulder high, but he just destroys every single ounce of water there. Bang!
Oh. More surfing to come here from El Sunzal. Surf City, El Salvador. Going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more action. It's the ISA Masters World Surfing Championships.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing. The ISA strives to advance the sport of surfing by crowning world champions in multiple event disciplines each year. The World Surfing Games gathers the best national surfing teams to compete for gold. Since Olympic inclusion, the event has become a key part of the qualification pipeline for surfing in the Olympic Games. The World Junior Surfing Championship, which has celebrated surfing's youth since 1980, is a breeding ground for future generations of surfers, spawning the world champions of tomorrow. The World SUP and Paddleboard Championship combines the disciplines of SUP surfing, SUP racing and paddleboard racing into the world's most recognised event in stand-up paddle sports. The World Para-Surfing Championships gives universal access and opportunity to para-athletes to achieve sporting excellence. The World Longboard Championship showcases traditional longboard surfing, highlighting the style, flow and grace of this classic discipline. The quality and credibility of every competition hinges on the education of our officials. The ISA offers globally standardised certification courses for surf coaches and judges. A global standard adaptive surf certification program ensures instructors and therapists will be adequately trained and have the knowledge and tools to improve the skills of adaptive surfers. Global development of the sport across competitive and grassroots levels is a key element of the ISA mission. The ISA offers a scholarship program to young surfers who are outstanding role models in their communities and aids them in their education and surfing ambitions. Water connects the world, uniting us all, and together we can all create a better world through surfing.
Surf City, El Salvador plays host to the Masters from across the globe, convening here at a wave that just delivers swell and energy and opportunity and performances as well throughout the morning. We've seen some really good ones coming through here to talk you through the action as we continue this one. John, myself, Paul Evans, True Starling. How you doing, mate?
I'm good, Paul. I'm good. We've had some really great surfing this morning, and we've got the Grandmasters women out there. As I'm really excited for this one, this first heat. It's looking like it's going to be a good one on paper.
Sun's popping out. We're getting towards that low tide as well, so we're expecting conditions to continue to improve as well
throughout the day, maybe a little extra kick and swell. And just 3 surfers in the water, so maybe a little bit more opportunity, maybe be a little bit more selective.
Yeah, absolutely. There's more opportunity to kind of really hone in that wave selection. And I also feel like those 3 women out there, they're going to be able to find the best ones, and I think we'll see some really good scores and hopefully some good surfing as well.
Yeah, just reflecting on that performance from Rodney Baldwin, absolutely shredded his heat, ripped it up, looked so good. And incredible to see surfers well into their 60s, surfing like they're in their 20s. Really inspirational stuff. Love this energy. As we see down on the beach, those squads getting involved. All right, let's set up. Representing Hawaii, Rochelle Ballard out of Argentina, Marina Borlosa, Patricia Rossi from Tahiti, French Polynesia. So those are our 3 surfers. And when we talk about names, icons, legends, big stars that leap out from the draw, Rochelle Ballard, an incredible career, and she's still looking amazing. This is live action. We'll pick up Borlosa here. A smaller wave for the Argentinian. And she'll get a little finish. Section comes towards her. Doesn't quite get hold of the finishing maneuver, but by the look of where she's positioned on the reef, that's a long ride from her all the way down to the insides. We'll get caught up in scores shortly. We've got some numbers in so far. Still waiting for a wave to come in for Rochelle. We'll see that paddle of Marina making her way back out. But in terms of, you look at surfers winning events and things that they've been able to achieve in terms of silverware, but Rochelle, what she did for tube riding really stands out for me. We're watching her in live action right now as we'll see her just manoeuvring off the top. The performances that she was able to do throughout the 90s at places like Backdoor and Off the Wall, and really just up the ante of what was possible really for women surfing.
Absolutely, she's definitely a pioneer in what women's surfing is now, and I think that commitment and no fear approach from Rochelle has been what's inspired a lot of, especially the younger generation, the likes of Katie Simmers and Molly Picklum, who are here now to do what they do today. This is live action. Yeah, Rossi looking really loose herself. Good redirects on that board, so staying really alive and sprightly in the pocket, and then quickly identifying no real inside section there. Ballard paddles past her. Good set, standing up on the outside. So we're seeing this energy start to pulse. This is exactly what we want to see here. With just over 18.5 minutes to go in this one. So 18.5, just under. Rochelle Ballard with a quick wave. She'll look to go again here, so not hanging around. Nice steep section, driving off the bottom, and then snapping back off a rail again. Into the lip, clicks it, and then straight into that next bottom turn, and just skidding out the fins a touch there, so putting some release. There's that variety. She won't go complete, but you can already see with the speed that she's straight on it and paddling. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat. Rod Baldwin is with Betway.
Thank you very much, guys. Here with Rodney Baldwin for Australia, winner of that heat number 4. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great to get a good start to the comp anyway.
Yeah, I see you're on some great equipment. Worked really well for you. I know you're on your own hand shapes. And my question was, being a shaper and being able to get more hands-on the approach with your fins, with all the elements of the boards, do you think that gives you an advantage in keeping up to your top level?
I'd like to think it helps. I mean, I'm not really a shaper. It's a hobby for me, and I just make my own boards. And if they work well, I get a buzz out of that. So I'm pretty happy with how they're feeling.
So you're a former gold medalist in the ISAs. I know this is your 4th event. How fun is it getting the band back together and putting on the singlet?
Oh yeah, I'm really happy. They didn't have a 60s back in the last one we had, so fortunately for me, I got another go at it. So I'm really happy to be here, having a great experience so far.
Well, we love having you, and man, Chris Cote was singing your praises the whole heat. Man, he loves your surfing. We all really, really like your surfing and your style, and we're happy to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Back to the booth, guys.
Thanks, Ben. And a very cool customer indeed, Rodney Baldwin, picking up beautiful surfing from Rossi here, the Tahitian. Great flow and a ton of speed. She just lit up the middle part of the wave. She ain't done yet. I'll redirect off the white water, and then super busy, so multiple maneuvers from her. She's throwing all sorts of spray in all sorts of directions, and then the finish. I tell you what, the legs would have been feeling it in there.
Oh yeah, my legs were feeling it for her. Wow, that was a long wave.
All right, Ballard out the back. Good looking opening section. Nice use of the rail. Look at this thing stand up. And she'll go again and get that release of the tail. So getting that board, wow, absolutely tagging it into the lip. And a little hang time as well, just to add the drama. And then another nice slice. And again, keeping that board alive. So the best wave for sure of this heat so far. Snapping in the lip again. And still swinging. So multiple maneuvers, some of them really crisp and critical.
Yeah, she's looking really good. That CI spine tech under her feet as well. It's just the spine tech, it gives you that little bit of extra pop, that kind of that movement in the board. It allows you to get up to the lip nice and quickly, so you can see the responsiveness and live action right now.
Yeah, it's all action. Here goes Marina out of Argentina. And a nice looking section from her. Good pace to this surfing. She just cuts her line down, goes to the bottom of the wave, and then onto the face again. So joining up the dots and connecting, real smooth stuff from her. She gets really low, and that's just to make sure she carries that momentum over the section. So all the way for a finish. So all sorts going down here, but that last wave from Ballard and the angle we had of it as well. You can see how steep some of those sections were. I tell you what, she didn't need asking twice, did she? Just going on the attack.
Yeah, as we said, that commitment and no fear approach earlier, she's just straight up and into it. You could see the wave kind of bending back at her as well, so really offering her more and more critical sections, and she just opened up again and again and again. And for Rochelle, you know, that's the kind of surfing we expect to see from her. In this event, she was a gold medalist in 2012 for the World Masters over in Colorado Beach in Nicaragua. So, you know, she's no stranger to big wins and taking wins in this event, and I think, you know, she's eyeing for that gold medal again. So let's have a look at the replay for this one. She's waiting, and I love how patient drives through that first turn. She goes straight up into it. That bottom turn was just so well timed. Straight up into another one. Beautiful flow as she drives through a great carve, staying nice and close to the power source. And yeah, this was a really good looking wave, and as you can see, it's bending back, so just offering more and more sections, and Rochelle just absolutely going to town. That was a leg burner. My legs hurt for her, and we'll have a look at the replay. This is a front on angle of the 633, and really beautiful opening first turn. I love how she looks back, really able to get that redirect of the board and straight up into a second section, just times it well.
Well, if this was a 633, this is the wave prior to that last one. We're going to get a number for that wave we just saw. Where's that going to go?
I have no idea. Into the stars, I think. That was a really good wave for Rochelle, and a 633 with that fall as well on that second turn, or that third turn, sorry. She'd be pushing in excellent range.
Yeah, you'd have to say a great chance of going right up the scale here. 13 on the clock. Ballard is looking very focused and dialed in indeed. You mentioned the results that she had last time out in Masters. She was in the World Surf League Masters as well over in Azores back in 2018. And just the way she's competed, she's not here to make up the numbers. Gold medal is the ultimate prize. Obviously, there's the team element too, and I think she's got her eyes on both of those. The win for Hawaii, defending their title, and also the gold for her.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as competitors, you know, everyone in this event, they want the gold. They're here to win, you know, not here to get second. And for Rochelle, she's just, yeah, she wants to defend that team title of Hawaii. She's here for them. She scored 2 10 points in a single heat during her career. She's a runner-up to the world title in 2004. So she has such a rich history. And as we touched on before, pioneer for female surfing, and look at the score that just locked in for that last one of Rochelle.
Huge number for her, 9-point ride, absolutely massive. We thought it was going to go excellent. It did, and really it had to. And big numbers for Rochelle Ballard, under 12 to go in this. We'll fly over the cobbles here, so that tide draining out at about 10:30 local time, so real close to that low. It's actually a minus tide at the moment, so off-chart data below that even. That's how low the tide is, so a real swing. And at the moment, providing excellent conditions for surfing.
Yeah, let's have a look at this 9. Great opening turn, just straight up into the lip for a second one. The flow, the style in it, she's just looking really in tune with this wave. She's been out there every day. One of the loudest out in the lineup in the sense of supporting everyone, cheering everyone on the waves. And you can see the good karma maybe is just coming back to her, because yeah, the wave gods just really gifted her that beautiful wave, and she went to town on it.
Let's pick up Rossi right now. Good looking wave from her, nice and smooth on the face. I love that extended arc off the rail, and really cool style as well. She's quite languid, and this is really good surfing from her. Gives it a little jive, and she'll get the completion though. So great balance from her, and a really different approach. Doesn't go for kind of full coil on the body. It looks really nice.
Yeah, a bit of a 2-for-1 there on the last little moment, and to regroup and recover and really finish off was nice for Patricia. I think she's already got that 5.33. We'll see where this last wave goes, but she's looking good at the moment.
Rochelle having a look here. She likes what she sees, so using her priority immediately. A little sluggish entry, but this is a section she saw. She liked the look of. That's why she went the wave and aggressive. She'll go over that white water, and it's a functional maneuver because it allows her to do this. She's flying down the line with speed, and she will go in with really vertical climb above the foam, gets all of the board through the lip, controls that really well. So you talk about variety as well. We saw a little bit of everything there from Rochelle, and she looks to be in excellent form.
Yeah, she's a whole package right now. As you said, she's got the variety, she has the power, and to really be able to combine that all together and execute it really well just shows, you know, how experienced she is in competing. We saw she was in Blue Crush, one of my all-time favorite movies growing up, and to see her and Lane Beachley in that was super cool. And that first turn, she connected so well, and to be able to get some speed and be patient through this section to get around to that open face shows the experience of Rochelle. She's waiting here, and we can start to see that variety. I love the slow-mo as she goes, well, she's waiting to go up into this section, loads up and goes straight up and over. A bit of a foam climb, but gets pretty near 12 o'clock and gets a bit of a carve there to complete it. So Rochelle, she's looking good. She's, I don't know if anyone's seen, have you seen it, Paul? Girls Can't Surf? I'm sure you have. It's amazing. She's definitely was, yeah, her and everyone else in that film, they're just, you know, we as a female surfer have so much to thank to kind of really be to where we are with equal pay and have, you know, Pipe and Chopu on tour. It's amazing to see that, and to be able to watch it as a female is super inspiring.
Yeah, incredible achievements throughout the career, but also I feel like surfers like Rochelle got loads to offer in the present as well, and a lot, you mentioned Lane as well, surfers like that, a lot of their career was that really before that broadcast era where we were able to watch a lot of their surfing live. I think part of the inspiration that we're seeing from them in events like this is being able to go and do it live for the world to watch and really enjoy that full spotlight on them. She's got loads more to give. A quick wave there for Belosa, and able to really connect with the energy. You see the contrast from Rochelle, not only the sort of surfing she's doing on the wave, but just identifying the good waves as well. So those practice sessions definitely paying off for Rochelle. She's way out in front in this one at the moment with really good numbers. Putting down a bit of a marker here as well, serving a bit of notice to everyone else in the field, in the Grandmasters for the women. Another nice incisive sortie to the lip, now dealing with white water. She'll go down. So if you think about her scores, 6.33 the backup, if she sees a wave that doesn't offer that, you know, you'd think, well, she doesn't need to take it, but I think she's just enjoying surfing. She's going to keep going here.
Yeah, she's having fun out there. She's, you know, she's being active and energetic, and I think, you know, there's always an opportunity to better a 6.33, whether that's just with one progressive turn. We know that she can do that. And yeah, as I said, I think she just wants to have fun. There's two other people out there. I mean, if I was out there in the heat, or if we were out there, Paul, I know I just keep catching waves because it's one of the funnest waves that I've surfed. It's mechanical. There's always an opportunity for sections, and you can see Rochelle, I feel like she's starting to open up more and more throughout the back end of this heat, which is exciting for us.
It's also one of those spots that people always tend to find something that they recognize. There's always something, a bit of familiarity with a favorite spot, something you can dial into and go full flow and just enjoy your surfing, put on a show for fans and spectators as well. Trying to do that, surf out of Argentina Marina Belosa right now. Again, a little bit of a softer wave, but a nice connection from her. She'll kind of cruise through here and then get low, and it's, you can see her smiling. She's enjoying herself. She's been doing loads of reps in free surf as well, getting bombs and really just vibing of great energy out in the water and enjoying really every part of this reef right now. There's so much of it exposed, but we're seeing some real quality in terms of the wave, and that's exactly what we wanted to see this morning. We had a couple of lulls, didn't we? Had some heats that went a little bit slow, but right now it's firing.
Yeah, as we expected, the conditions are getting better and better throughout the day, and the Grandmasters women are able to really open up, and you can see it's getting more and more consistent. It's super clean. There's barely any wind on it right now. The conditions are amazing. So for these three women to be out there and to be really utilizing what's on offer, it's exciting for us. And Belosa, you know, she's had some great waves so far, but I think a bigger set is really going to allow her to open up.
Okay, here goes the Tahitian Rossi. Nice, aggressive, but also kind of cruisy at the same time with that foam climb re-entry, and then a softer slopey section here though, and this will just kind of restrict her ability to maneuver as this one goes a little slopey, kind of brings it back onto the reef, not really where she wanted to go. What she wants is one that stretches out in front, a lot like Rochelle Ballard's 9-point ride we saw earlier on this heat. 5 on the clock here. Rossi does have that 6-1-3 in with the 5-3-3, so looking pretty good in second place at the moment, and a really different kind of style. And it's one of the cool things about surfing that we see, and we also identify, particularly with surfers from previous generations, how distinct some of the styles were, because, you know, a lot of surfers these days, there's sort of similarities in what they're doing, but the surfers of a certain vintage love to see the uniqueness to what they do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's as you said, you know, nowadays the younger generation is pretty similar. We're seeing a lot of airs, a lot of progressive terms, but, you know, I'm a traditional surfer. I love watching rail surfing, so to be able to see that at its finest right now, and, you know, potentially even the roots as well, to really have that kind of aggressive approach is really cool to watch. And as you said, the uniqueness, you can tell between each person, the different styles, and it's a sense of their own personality too, you know, who they are as a person, to kind of bring out as they're painting the canvas, which is the waves out there today.
Surfers over 50 years old are Grandmasters, and you're watching one of the very best, one of the outstanding favorites for that gold medal right now in the water, and just really putting down an unbelievable performance with not only massive scores, but just a read on the ocean as well. And it's really cool to see Rochelle Ballard from the very first heat give us really kind of exactly what we're expecting. Here's a nice looking wave for Belusa as she just kind of fades that takeoff a little and runs out of speed. And you mentioned that earlier on the call. It's one of those waves you don't want to drop too much down to the flats. You kind of got to stay in that pocket from takeoff.
Yeah, definitely. And as well, if you drop to the bottom straight away, you're immediately losing all your speed. So that's going to set you behind for the rest of the wave. So if you can stay high, especially out here at the top of the wave, it allows you to generate a little bit of speed at the start, and then you can start to open up throughout the rest of those turns. I mean, Rochelle, she's done it perfectly this heat so far. She's, you know, a standout in that for this heat, especially looking back at that 9.0. But something interesting to note as well, Patricia, she's also competing in the women's 40s as well, in the over 40s, so it's exciting in the Masters. So she's in both the Masters and the Grandmasters, so she's got a lot of heats to surf, and I feel like, you know, to get the ball rolling, she's being out there, she'll probably maybe have a little bit of an edge over her competitors in the Masters.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, she's looking pretty sprightly in this one with good numbers in that 6-1-3. The flow in particular on that ride from her was really nice. She looks like she's got a great read on the ocean as well, a real natural. You contrast that with the aggression and that spark from Rochelle Ballard that under that 9-point ride, we talked about what she was able to do in terms of tube riding in particular, a real game changer, real generational leader in that kind of surfing, but it's been all about the turns so far in this for Rochelle. She's looked really sharp indeed. She's got first priority as well, and she is right up the top of the point there, having a look around. She can see the intensity and how much it means to her, and she's been competitive. And I guess you get to a certain stage of your career when you've kind of done it all, you've achieved so much, you've got legend status. It's really interesting to find where these surfers find their fire, because she looks so dialed in and focused. We talk about she's been kind of cruisy and fun, but at the same time, there's a bit of a glint in her eye as well, where you know she's here, she means business.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as competitors, you never really lose that fire. It's always there. It's always lurking in the back of your mind. You can feel it, you know, whether it's in a heat at the Masters Surfing Championships here, or whether it's playing, you know, with your family. You always want to win, and Rochelle, she has that, and oh, wow. Huge turn there for Rochelle.
That was sick. Rochelle Ballard opening up and going late into the lip, releasing the tail and hammering it down to the flat. So explosive one turn, multiple ways of doing it. There's long sections with multiple turns, or there's one explosive maneuver sections and waves available as well. Meanwhile, Rossi getting a nice spicy redirects of her own. Surfer from French Polynesia, she'll bring that in. She's got good numbers of her own. 11.46 is a decent total for any heat. At the moment, it's got her in second place in this one because Ballard, she's on an absolute tear. 15.33 is the total of the heat leader as we'll count down towards the end of this one. And if you're just kind of wondering whereabouts the performance levels are at for the Grand Masters for the women, I think we've seen it right here, True.
Yeah, Rochelle set the bar pretty high, as well as Patricia and Marina. It's been exciting to see this first heat get underway.
We're all wrapped up here. And the surfer representing Team Hawaii, of course, defending champs at the Masters. So far, so good for Rochelle Ballard, one of the icons of the sport. Looking in very fine fettle indeed. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action from Surf City.
Welcome everybody to the ISA World Master Surfing Championship. We're back again, and we hope and we plan to have the Masters every year, or hopefully for the next few years, in the beautiful country of El Salvador. And we feel that this is a great part of the ISA World Championships, providing a place, a venue for all those surfers that just don't surf anymore. Enjoy it. These World Masters, which we hope to have every year. Some of you guys will go home with medals, of course, and some, of course, will not. But all of you guys are champions, and because you represent the best of the over 40-year-old surfers in your countries and around the world.
Y queda por inaugurado este Master ISAsurfing 2024 en Surf City, El Salvador. ¡Yay!
Welcome back to the ISA World Masters, Surf City, El Salvador. With the sun out on a Sunday morning and plenty of fun waves, performance waves on offer. 3 surfers out in the water and some very well-known names indeed from the surfing world. Having a look at Heather Clark of South Africa, Kim Woolridge from Australia, Nagisa Oe from Japan. So much talent in the lineup right now, True.
So much talent. It's exciting to see. We had a great first heat. I feel like this one's going to back it up, and it's such a rich history, especially in this Grand Masters women. You know, Kim, she's from Thurul, which is a little bit further south of Sydney. It's quite cold there. So for Kim to come here and be out of a wetsuit, she's probably feeling a little bit freer in a bikini, so it's exciting for her. And Heather Clark, as you said, from South Africa. Same, it's a bit cooler, no wetsuits here, so a bit more flexibility maybe in this heat.
And this was Oe, our surfer out of Japan, who have been looking very impressive indeed in the free surfs as well. Really strong Japanese team. Not wanting to hang around to get a start here.
No, she's straight up and into it nice and early. There's 2 minutes down in this heat already, and she's taking this one through to the inside. She's on a Buell surfboard, and it's looking really good under her feet as she drives through a nice carve. And Nagisa, she's got a good start and she's applying the pressure nice and early.
Oh, some bombs out the back here. Look how glassy it is on the face as well. It looks like the Aussie Woolridge, she's deep. And Heather Clark was in a bit of a better position to take that maybe. That wave did shoulder off though. Clark, of course, former winner of the Triple Crown. So some very prestigious silverware indeed in her trophy cabinet. She's here to try and add a gold medal for the Grandmasters for the women. The ISA. Let's see how she goes about that right now. She's just thinking about this heat. There's that cool squad energy back in the Shorey with the Argentinian team congratulating their rider back on the sand. And that's just something that we expect throughout the ISAs. And this is something that's pretty unique as well about this competition.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, you know, the team supporting everyone that's in the heat. They come in, give hugs, debrief, and then as well, you know, what my favorite thing is watching them before they go out. Every team has their own little thing, whether it's for Australia, I know it's bring the sting, as that's what they say, and yeah, the Irukandji, so it's, you know, sting and be feisty and get out there with passion. So, you know, it's exciting to see what each different nation brings to kind of get their surfers psyched up to get out there and get ready for a win and to, you know, be on the best waves and do the best surfing that they can.
Really cool to see that. All that noise and energy and vibes on the beach, and then you're out in the lineup, you're basically on your own, and it's all about drawing on your own skills, your heat craft, your competitive savvy, and trying to curry the favour of the judging panel. 2 best rides out of 10 is how you do it. Meanwhile, 21 on the clock. We've got a small number in for Nagisa, South out of Japan. She's just got a 3. Heather Clark, the South African. The Goofy, here she goes, good looking wave, swings off the bottom, then a quick snap. Look at the speed from her again. Quick check turn in the pocket, and then opens up that time. Bang, big spray, good back foot pressure. Another one, just absolutely smashing this. She'll belt it again. So multiple hits from her with aggression. Crucially, the speed throughout, no downtime between the maneuvers, ripping.
Absolutely. I was hearing Sam earlier saying that he thinks that the goofy footers can really rival the natural footers out there, and I agree. You know, as a goofy footer, on waves like this, you can really load up off the bottom and get it a little bit tighter in the pocket as maybe opposed to what the natural footers can do. But Heather Clark, wow, I feel like this is, in my opinion, going excellent. She just opened up really nicely, but these next few turns is where she's really able to light it up. She drives hard off the bottom from this one. You can see her just go straight up into the lip, driving hard through it, really adding that aggression, being hyped up from a team on the beach in this turn. Wow, a great combination of surfing and just straight up into another one. She's looking really solid on her feet, and to get this one here as a completion, a little bit of a cherry on top to really wrap that wave up. She's looking solid, and what a way to start off this heat for Heather.
Yeah, interesting, wasn't it? We saw a couple of waves come through that she wasn't interested in. She knew exactly what she was looking for. It was a wave like this. Not much backswing as well to some of these turns. She can make kind of late decisions on the maneuver to really give it the full treatment, and just showing her class here.
Yeah, she's looking really solid, and there's moments on this where you go, wow, that was a solid turn. And you know, surfing is all about moments and feelings, you know, and those specific turns on that wave, they gave me feelings of, wow, she's here and she's ready to win. And as you said, they all have this competitive fire hanging back there, and she's just letting the flames go free.
South African team, for me, were best dressed at the opening ceremony. They look really cool in the blazers. Meanwhile, we're having a look, representing Australia, the Irukandjis. It's Kim Woolridge on a softer wave, so she waited a while, similar to Heather, and it didn't really pay off in terms of that particular wave. We know all about the quality that Kim can bring, but not quite finding that one there. It was a little soft.
Yeah, it was a little soft, maybe a bit of a smaller wave. I feel like when it's starting, the tide's starting to get a little bit lower, I think, yeah, she probably needs to be on the sets to be able to really find that open face like we saw of that last ones of Heather's. I think the smaller ones, they're good for a backup or just to kind of get the ball rolling at the start, but they're not going to cut it throughout the rest of the heat. But Kim, she was the 1993 ASP Rookie of the Year, so she does have a lot of history behind her. She knows how to surf heats. She knows what she's looking for. She just needs to lean back into that knowledge.
Oh, we know all about the proud surfing heritage of Australia, but in terms of the Irukundjis, and particularly more recently with that Olympic movement as well, there must be really big news over there. How is the support for the Australian surfing team over there?
Yeah, it's amazing, you know, to have a silver medal behind Australia, the Surfing Australia, and also the Olympic team that went over there to support the athletes. They've come back really happy and excited, and, you know, it's changed a lot. I feel like in Australia, especially, the culture is, you know, we want surfers to qualify for the WSL Championship Tour, but now we're leaning more to focusing on Olympic medals. And I think, you know, we got a taste of bronze, we got a silver, and I feel like now the teams are looking for gold. And I think we're already preparing for the next Olympics. I know that there's definitely a lot of talk and a lot of preparation into who's going to be in that next team. And it's going to be exciting to see. I feel like we're just leveling up a little bit more and more each year.
All right, just over 16 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat. Rochelle Ballard is with Ben Way.
Thank you guys very much. Here with the winner of the Women's Grandmaster, heat number 1, representing Hawaii, Rochelle Ballard. Congratulations.
Thank you. Mahalo. Stoked.
So you guys got some great momentum with Becky winning her heat, Shuji. How's kind of going into your heat with those positive vibes and that momentum?
It's been great. You know, we're all about team and aloha and supporting each other. We've been cooking together and eating together, surfing together, watching footage together, and you know, like that's just the team spirit. So we're all there to pump each other up and support each other and coach each other. So it's been great. Becky did great. It's great to see Shuji ripping and just keeping the momentum going, but really being in the present moment, being grateful and imua.
Well, you got that momentum. You're also pushing the envelope with, I think, our first excellent ride of the day, 9.0. Amazing performance. You're super active all year long. You've got your Rochelle Ballard surf experience, surf into yoga, and now you're doing online training to kind of help people get better at surfing. Does all that training and the advice that you give people kind of run through your head and kind of help your own performance?
Absolutely. It's an interesting thing. When you teach the ABCs and the basics of surfing, it's just a gentle reminder of how we can go back to the basics, and that's where your best performance comes, because it's being in the moment and keeping it really simple. I just remember that Tom Curran would always ride the wave through without like trying to destroy the wave and rip. And it's kind of that, like the simpler you keep it and keeping present and being in harmony with the wave, just like Jerry Lopez, then everything comes together and then the power and the flow comes.
So you've been competing for many, many years at a top level. How do you think all these developments and then new equipment, I see you're riding kind of like a Spine Tech epoxy here. How's the new equipment help you guys still perform at your young level?
It's great. You know, I've been riding for Channel Islands since like 2003, so it's just I know the boards so well, and I know exactly what boards and models work in the different conditions. And it's nice to have the Spine Tech. It's nice to have that like light, little bit of lift and speed and flow with it. I'm stoked on it. So, you know, and then they got the new ETS boards, and it's like they're black and they have a little bit more strength to them, and that's really nice when you can still have a lighter board, and then it's, you know, more powerful, so you're not as concerned about the board breaking or buckling as easily. So it's awesome.
A little harder to keep the wax on here in El Salvador, though. So thanks so much. We love your performance. We love having you here, and we wish you the best of luck in your next one.
Thank you. Excited. Keep watching. Stay tuned. Thank you, El Salvador.
Back to the booth, guys.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Great words from Rochelle Ballard. Put on an absolute masterclass, a 9 and a 7.17 in her heat. No surprise to see Team Hawaii, the defending champs here, blazing and dominating. Meanwhile, pick up live action here, representing Japan, Nagisa Oi, staying lively and just being really light on her feet. It's a softer section. She'll need to do that, but she's good enough to go into the lip a couple of times with some redirects and a little clip down to finish as well. Important to finish the wave, and she did that in there. So joining up the dots pretty well. I'll tell you what, she's in a tough heat, though. There's that really big number for the surfer in red, Heather Clark, 8.5. We thought she might go excellent. She does exactly that, and putting her stamp of authority, her claim on this heat with that wave, but still looking for a backup. She's just on a decimal at the moment with just over 13 on the clock. Here she goes, though. Great looking section for her. Doesn't quite get into the lip on the first turn, and then things get a little awkward and fluffy, so she'll go down. Meanwhile, doing good work on the inside is Nagisa Oi, who's still staying really busy in here. So different approaches between the patient approach from the two goofies out the back Meanwhile, Nagisa is just on it all the time, trying to find anything she can get going. All right, we'll stick with live right now. We'll pick up the Aussie Warridge. What she got for us here. Still looking to put something significant on the board. Adjusts her feet, and then gives it a swing. And then a nice steep section here. It's not the biggest wave we've seen in this heat, but a good bit of verticality on the face. And she's good enough just to swing the board around. So not pushing too hard on that, just kind of reflecting the fact the energy of the wave is a reasonable wave, but didn't really get up into the lip there.
Yeah, it was a smaller wave there, maybe a mid-sized one for Kim, and I think she was hoping for a section to really allow her to open up. I'm sure that a wave like that will come through, and hopefully she's in that better priority rotation. But her backhand surfing is looking really solid, and I think for Heather, she's probably heard that 9 from Rochelle in the last heat, and she's gone into this one being like, yeah, I'm going to rival that. You know, yeah, you got a 9, but I want to rival that. I want to get a 9.5, you know, and she's got an 8.5, and I feel like regardless of who is in your heat, you're also assessing and kind of just being mildly aware of everyone else in the same division in every other heat. And I think it's important to note that because, you know, you're going to come up against everyone at some point. So Heather getting that 8.5, she's put herself in a good position, and Kim, she's just hoping to really finding a bigger wave to open up, and Nagisa, she's just been able to really take her rides all the way through to the shore, and get some really nice flow and connection on her waves.
11 on the clock here. Top of the point is your heat leader, the South African, Heather Clark, with a paddle, ultimately an unsuccessful one that way. There's a little soft slips underneath. Bright sunshine here mid-morning at Surf City, El Salvador. The break's called El Sunzal, and it's a wide open playing field, a long boulder point break, an absolute swell magnet as well. Any kind of motion energy in the South Pacific hits this reef and provides great surfing opportunity. A brilliant venue for events, a really fun place to come and free surf. As we see that spread of surfers trying to get back in the lineup, Kim and Nagisa. But right now, Heather with that big 8.5. And we saw her wait for that wave at the beginning of the heat. She knew exactly the kind of wave she had in mind, which is all very well and good, but you've actually got to find it as well, and she did exactly that.
Yeah, she's dialed in with the ocean out there right now, and I feel like she has been in every free surf as well. You know, we're able to just see it while we're having a coffee or eating lunch or whatever, and where we're staying, and just watch the surfing. And for me, you know, she's always on the best wave. She's always doing some really good surfing, but she's not overdoing it. And Rochelle touched on that as well. You know, they're not overdoing their turns, or they're not trying to oversurf the waves, and that's where they're getting these big scores from, because as a surfer and you're looking down the line at what you're seeing, as soon as you take off on the wave, you can see what the wave wants you to do. And they're surfing to the wave's potential, and it's exciting to see that approach from the women in the lineup right now. I mean, Nagisa, she has a 10-year-old daughter, and I'm sure that she'd be surfing for her. She's also an NSA Grand Champion. So she's got, you know, she has wins behind her. She knows how to surf these heats. She's sitting in second right now. So she's in a pretty good position. But Heather with that 8.5, she's riding the Safari model by the Slash surfboards, which is shaped by Spider Murphy. It's looking really good under her feet.
Under that 9-minute mark here, the clock still with priority. So she would have lost it and regained it by being the only surfer in the lineup, and she'll use it right now. Live action from your heat leader. First crack of the whip is nice and sparky. And then again, some good purposeful redirection of that surfboard from Heather. So not a runner with loads on offer, but the first turn was pretty good. It's just that 2-3 that's in the, just a little bit kind of irritating in terms of her total here in that red out. She wants rid of it.
Yeah, she does. She wants to get rid of that 2.3, and it's a good backup for right now, but you know, you're always looking for better. You're always looking to improve. You can see Siri Cota making her way out for that next heat for the USA.
Yeah, the American will be taking on Andrea Lopes of Brazil, also Xenia Gouffot of France. So that'll be our 3 surfers in this women's Grandmasters division right now, watching the Japanese surfer Ue up into the lip. Very nicely done. Good ball control from her, good variety as well. So showing us something a little different, and then just running out of legs, really. Just didn't quite have it on that last maneuver, but I tell you what, she is not rolling over here, coming up against some surfers with a bit of profile and a bit of prestige. She has been just on the attack throughout. It's been really cool to see.
Yeah, she has. She's had so many waves, and I feel like each wave she's been getting better and better, opening up more and more. And that last one, that first turn, I was like, oh, but she, you know, recovered really well, and she was able to get a little bit more balance, and then driving hard through that second turn. That was so well done. So for Nagisa to hopefully better a 3 and make it a little bit harder for Kim to move up into second, that's her goal right now, because second is definitely there for the taking.
There we go, priority with Kim Woolridge, late entry into this wave and unable to get around that section. It will do that here at Sunzal as well. Positioning is key. You'll see surfers quite often paddle from deep towards the shoulder to put themselves in the right place. You can get those sections that will just run away in front of you with the energies just in front of you. She couldn't quite connect.
Yeah, she was just a little at that. You could see the lip breaking on top of her, and it kind of pushed her down the wave, so she wasn't able to get up and make the most of that open face at the start. So that's all good. She's got second priority now. She's in that rotation. So, you know, she just needs to kind of get herself back into that better position to find that 407, and this is Heather's 8.5, and she's looking really strong. Sorry, that was her last wave there. She's looking to better at 2.3. Straight up into that first turn. She's looking really solid. I love how she's not wasting any time to get to the sections, and able to just complete those really well, not over surfing it, driving through that one. This is the 8.5 here that we saw earlier. This turn, bang, straight up into it. You can see the spray, and then this one opens up even more, just able to get really tight in the pocket for Heather, and an 8.5 was well rewarded for this one. That was excellent surfing.
Brilliant stuff from Heather Clark. Built a solid platform in this heat. Here's live action surfer in second. I tell you what, it's pretty tight at the moment. And the surfer occupying that in this women's Grandmasters second heat is Nagisa Oi, the Japanese. And some more redirects from her. She has been all action, catching loads of waves, putting herself in position all the time throughout this. So all of her energy really, she just wants to keep surfing and keep turning. She's doing multiple maneuvers on her wave. She'll be feeling it a little bit now. You mentioned it's hot. It's pretty tiring.
Yeah, it is. It's hot out there. It's tiring in the heat, especially with those long paddle outs. And it's, you know, it's interesting for me to note as well, like the difference in how people approach heats. Nagisa, she's catching heaps of waves. She's making the most of the opportunities that she's seeing. She's maybe not on the best waves, but she's definitely making the best of what she has. Whereas Kim and Heather, they're patient. They're waiting for the good ones to come through. It's really paid off for Heather, but maybe for Kim, her wave selection's been a little bit out of tune. So hopefully she can dial it back in for the next 4.5 minutes, go back to basics, reset, and then get that 407, because it's not a big requirement, Paul.
Yeah, well, as if to illustrate the point you were making there, Nagisa was trying to get herself on that wave as well. She's just been absolutely relentless. So interesting to see those different tactics play out. We do, of course, have that kind of team and that hive mind going, where you may be getting other surfers in your team acting as coaches and offering kind of strategic insights. Her tactics definitely been to be super busy. She'll even show a little bit of interest here. I think this one's going to slip underneath 4 on the clock. The South African Heather Clark at the moment is just furthering her advantage. That number comes through for her previous 5.33. So a real quality in terms of a numerical advantage, 13.83. Those are hefty numbers. She won't be happy with that 5 either. She'll look to try and work on that. But at the moment, a real bit of daylight, and it's a tussle for second place. It's really tight between Nagisa and Kim.
It is. It's really close. There's not big scores to come through. It's hard being in second, you know, because you're always thinking, oh, well, I want to try and get to first. But a 9.83 is quite a big score, and they're going to need the best wave of the day to come through. So for Nagisa, she's probably looking to better 3.77. Make it harder for Kim. I feel like each wave, she's been doing it prior to that. She had a 3. She got the 3.77. She's catching heaps of waves, building the momentum, applying the pressure. And I'm wondering what Kim's thinking right now. You know, is she thinking, oh maybe I should be on more waves. And here she is, she's having a paddle. Just didn't scratch on, and she'll go into the last priority rotation. I feel like that could be a real turning point for Kim to progress through this heat and skip the repechage rounds.
Yeah, it's just sort of almost that just little paddle there kind of summed up. She's just not quite connected with the energy here. And at this wave, at this size, it does feel like anytime you're paddling and you're heading back towards the inside, so back towards the peak with your paddling, it's generally not a good sign. You kind of want to come from deeper. Yep. Put yourself on those waves that push down the line and unable to connect there. It's just a small number she needs there to avoid the repechage, 4.07. So she just stands up, a couple of turns. She'd be well on her way to that, but she's going to need to find a wave, and it has just gone a little sleepy, this one, hasn't it? We've had extended lulls. That 8.5 from Heather, that was a little while ago now.
It was a little while ago, but it's imprinted in my brain right now. That back-footed surfing was just insane to see from Heather, and I think it's exciting to see her open up. And you know, it's a first heat. Everyone's probably feeling a little bit nervous. It's their first time in the water with the Rashi here for this event. Kim's had 13 years on tour, but that doesn't mean that she's not going to feel nervous before events. I feel like if you're nervous, you care. And for Heather, she's using those nerves to her advantage to really allow her to just dominate this heat and do some solid rail surfing.
South African flag flying proudly at the moment here at Sunzal, the Rainbow Nation. Heather Clark, their surfer, going great guns in this with a big lead. Final minute in this second heat of the first round of the Grandmasters for the women. We're past that low tide. It's 11 a.m. local time here, so water will push back up the reef. It will help the swelling too, and expect to see continued fun conditions throughout the rest of competition at the moment. Is our leader Heather Clark with the priority as well. She won't mind that, and she's pretty good for an advancing position here. It really is about that battle for second. Heather might go though, just use the prio here. Here she goes, swinging, and then a quick clip, and again opening up, and then giving it the full pressure on that toe side rail with a ton of spray. Then the aggression comes as standard. There's good flow as well. I'm not sure she'll threaten her total there, but she's looking really good with her lead. An important wave here for Nagisa Oi from Japan. Long rail line held all the way back. And because she did that, now she's on a steep section. A little bit of lip here. Doesn't quite get there, but nevertheless keeps the flow and the speed and still connecting with the inside, trying to build up some speed. Important finishing section. And she'll get a very quick, short radius redirect for a finish. So here's Kim Warridge, and we're not sure whether she got up or not before the horn, whether that'll count. Doesn't look like she was overly enthused with what was available on that wave anyway. So at the moment, it looks like we'll see Kim heading towards the repechage rounds. But another really fun heat from the Grandmasters for the women, and Heather Clark really showing her vintage, showing her pedigree. It's cool to see these excellent scores go down.
Yeah, it's amazing to see that, especially in this first round. I feel like it's really setting the standard for the rest of the event for the Grandmasters for the women.
We're all wrapped up here. We'll keep rolling with the Grandmasters. The third heat from them will come on the other side of the break. Heather Clark has gone excellent, so brilliant surfing so far from the women. More of it to come from Surf City real soon.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know. peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the sands of the world. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to Surf City, watching the Women's Grand Masters. And another 3 surfers out in the water looking to avoid having to head to the repechage round and ultimately keeping their eyes on the prize of potentially a gold medal, also a team victory as well for the nation. Some of the big iconic countries from across the surf world proudly flying their flags here. The South Africans at the moment, they're in good cheer. They're extremely well dressed at the opening ceremony, even sporting the ties. And their surfer, Heather Clark, she's just gone excellent in that second heat of the Women's Grand Masters. Let's have a look at the American Siri Cotta, Andrea Lopes of Brazil, Xenia Gouffot of France. I'm Paul Evans, joined by True Starling, and this is going to be another fun matchup.
It will, Paul. It's going to be a good one. We've already seen some excellent scores being thrown down in the first 2 heats. And I feel like we'll see that as well. These women in the water have a rich history of competing, of surfing. And, you know, it's exciting to watch. I'm fangirling a little bit, that's for sure.
Let's see who gets the opening exchange. It will be Siri Cotta, the American, on the backhand here. With a bit of momentum, she'll come around the white water, and then a softer section means she'll whip one back. And as she does that, she kind of buries both rails. That wave will go a little soft. Meanwhile, behind her, the Brazilian Andrea Lopes having a little look, quickly identifying that wave as a little slopey as well. So surfers with some numbers on the board already and really looking to try and find something a bit more legit, a bit more quality now, just feeling their way into the heat. Here goes the Brazilian, and she'll go a long way, just kind of traveling on that rail and going back towards the pocket. Opens up the stance and a good crack there over the section. So some good speed from Lopes. Another goofy foot, slightly unusually. Leash on the front foot, something you don't see loads of.
Yeah, don't see a lot of that. But, you know, I'm sure she's got her superstitions for that one. So Andrea, she's straight up and into it. I mean, it's working for her right now. She's solid first turn and gets that second one to complete for a ride out. So Andrea, she's still looking pretty solid even with the leggy on that front foot. And Siri, this was her first wave. She got that first turn in, that 5-6 chemistry surfboard. Unfortunately, just catching the rail there, that wave went a little fat. And she gets sprayed by fellow competitor Andrea, who loads up for another connection there, gets nice and vertical, and she'll kick out. So a good first couple of exchanges for this heat.
All right, representing France, here goes Gouffot. And she is going down the line with some speed and some flow, looking to connect with this shiny section here. Just kind of fades down a little bit. And then eyes up, some work down the line, throwing some shapes through onto the inside. And she'll finish by rocking back over the heels. So everyone getting involved there. Certainly felt like Lopes were the best of that, just the speed and the authority with which she's surfing.
Yeah, definitely. She was committing to each section, getting low off the bottom. So she was looking really solid. And the next heat's preparing. It's looking like it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, Mike Latronic, he's all stoked. He's buzzing, representing Hawaii. So far, so good from them. They've been ripping, they've been blazing, dominating. And he'll be relishing a chance to go out there and show what he can do. We've been keeping an eye on him throughout free surfing. We're staying right in front of the wave here. And he's been looking really good indeed. Here goes Lopes again. So opening up that stance. And she's got a runner here. What's she going to do with it? Nice vertical crack. And then just chopping that one down. And a little inside bowl from her. And then narrows the stance. Brings that back foot up. And that's to keep the weight in the middle part of the board, the flatter part, keep the speed going. Then she'll move it back to the pad and a little whip to finish. So Andrea Lopes wasted no time at all by finding another wave and just showing how hungry she is and the desire as well, because there's a lot of energy going into those turns.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy, and she's you know, they've come a long way to get here. They've paid their way to be here, and you don't want to let this opportunity to win gold or get a medal go by. And I think she's hungry to really showcase her performance. As surfers and competitors, we're entertainers. She wants to entertain the crowd, get everyone feeling, and just show who she is as a surfer. And we were saying before, everyone has their own unique style, and that lets their personality shine through. And Andrea's definitely doing just that.
Other great front foot leash wearers through time. Guilherme Hurdy, the hurdy-gurdy man, her compatriot out of Brazil. He was into the leash on the front foot. It's not something you see loads of. I think it's a lot. I think a lot of surfers that do that. It's just something they've always done since they were young. That's how they kind of learned to surf from the beginning, and that's just what they feel more comfortable with. Maybe a little bit less drag in the water as well.
Yeah, potentially. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that could be, you could be onto something there, Paul. But yeah, you know, it's a comfort thing as well. And also pretty personal, you know, it's what feels best for you, and that's what feels best for Andrea, and it's definitely working in her favor right now.
All right, someone who looked very comfortable in her heat was Heather Clark, the South African. She ripped it. She's with Ben Way.
Thank you guys very much. Winner of that last heat, Heather Clark, representing South Africa. Fergie, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm stoked to get through that first heat. It's always a nice one just to get through to calm the nerves and, yeah, chill for the rest of the day.
Well, you got some great scores. You spent a lot of time surfing at Jeffries in South Africa. Do you think all this time on those stretching rights has helped you here in El Sunzal's version?
Well, unfortunately, I stay about 12 hours away from J-Bay. Yeah, but my home break is at St. Mark's, and it's a right 10-point break, so I've had good practice there. Apparently, there's meant to be swell coming, so we do hope it does come. But, yeah, I think my home break helps for out here as well.
So you spent 7 years on the championship tour, a previous silver medalist in the ISAs. Are you just sticking to your same strategies as always in this competition?
Yeah, there's not much else you can really do besides go out. It was a little bit slow out there, so had to get your waves nice and early, make them count. I fell on my first one, and already it's like, oh no. Then you start like doubting yourself a little bit, but then you just got to keep your cool, which is hard to do because the water's so hot. It's like, I think 29 degrees. But yeah, I stick to the same strategy. You just got to get your waves, put the turns in, make sure they're good turns.
You had a great advantage of holding first priority with 2 good scores when the waves kind of went to sleep in that one, and that's also definitely a factor.
It is, and you know, we're not here because you're just in a team. You're here because you're representing your country and you're surfing, you're the best surfers. And I traveled on the CT with Kim. She was like, I always stayed at her place. She's like my sister from Australia, my home away from home. So I haven't surfed with her, I think, since a heat since, I think, 2007 or 2008. So I got her in my first heat, and it was amazing just to share a heat with her.
Just turning into a girls' surf trip here in Surf City.
It is. It's a reunion. I've seen so many of my friends from tour days, and it's just been amazing. The locals, they're just so friendly, and it's amazing to be here.
Well, we love having you. Thanks so much, and the best of luck in your next one.
Cool. Thank you so much. Cool.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Great job from Heather Clark. Really cool insights as well from her. And you think of surfers that come from nations with a lot of long right points. South Africa, absolutely wave-blessed nation with a ton of surf talent of all ages as well. Heather Clark representing her country really well and showing us a bit of a statement performance. Meanwhile, let's get caught back up where we are with this third heat for the Grandmasters of the women. It's our Brazilian surfer who's been busy in this. She's shown a little extra energy. Scores reflect it, the 4-4 and the 3-8-3. That's the best of it. Live action there. We saw a quick wave of Zinia Gouffou of France. Siri Cotta unable as yet to really connect.
Yeah, it's unfortunate so far for Siri, but there's still 16 minutes to go. So there's plenty of time left in this heat for her to really be able to lock in and find a good ride. She was an Olympic-level gymnast when she was growing up, so she has experience in a whole different range of sports, and to kind of transfer that into surfing, the way the body moves, and you're able to kind of get that torque, especially in the upper body throughout the turns. I'm sure that would transfer over for Siri, and she's riding a 5.6 chemistry surfboard out there, and if she can open up, it's going to be looking good, because that first turn looked really nice on that wave, but it kind of just fattened out a little bit, which was unfortunate for her, but it definitely looked responsive.
That low tide just flooding in. It will fill over these boulders and come all the way up, basically to the beach that you just saw on that drone shot of our contest site here. A real swell magnet, ultra consistent. That's why there's been so many international competitions held here. We're delighted to be back for the ISA Masters after a bit of a hiatus, 11 years since the last edition of the event. There's our info. So real light winds, that tide filling back in, pretty balmy temperatures as well.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there, as we heard Heather say. It's pretty warm. It's, you know, warm in the surf, and it's 29 degrees Celsius, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So I think, you know, it definitely is, you know, I think it depends how you see it, but sometimes it can be a little bit of a challenge when it is so warm because you're already so hot in the heat. The adrenaline's running, your heart's racing, but it's nice to be out of a wetsuit, and I think you definitely feel freer for that, and we're going to see the surf get better throughout the day, hopefully, and some more excellent rides lock in as well.
Yeah, we've got a real good forecast as well, promising us a serious pulse coming. Heather Clark mentioned that in her interview as well. Of course, everyone here, they're competitors, but they're surfers. And what they really want is waves, and we're expecting plenty as this swell will fill in over the coming days. We kicked off competition this morning. Right now, we're wrapping up that first round for the Grandmasters of the women. So surfers over 50 in the Grandmasters division at the moment. The Brazilian with the best of the action, a 4-4, earned a 3.83. As we'll tick the clock down to around about 13 minutes to go here. And these surfers at the moment are just having to be a little bit patient. This one has gone a little slow. So they're really just waiting for a bit of quality. By now, they've had a couple of numbers, maybe like small, more throwaway type stuff. And what they're really trying to focus in is trying to find a bomb out here.
Yeah, finding that, and, you know, it's one of those things as surfers, it's out of your control. You have to wait for the wave to come through and hope that you're in a good priority rotation for that. So especially as competitors, it's important to just focus on what you can control. And right now, it's not the waves. We know that there's hopefully some swell coming through, and it's going to get better throughout the day. But here we go. There's some lines locking in, and Andrea, oh, bit of a mishap there.
Yeah, Andrea Lopes. The bad news was that she got the takeoff wrong and fell. The good news was actually, as we're watching that wave, there was nothing really available there for her. That wave just completely died and went slopey. So actually didn't really lose a lot in terms of potential. Meanwhile, here goes Cotta, looking to get her campaign going in this heat. She's not had a lot so far. And right now she's patient, she's poised, she's balanced. She's waiting for this thing to stand up. Will it do so? Let's see through the inside. A little snap back to the white water. And that's all that was available there for the American. So not providing much in terms of scoring sections, that particular wave. And Cotta will need to get a little bit busier as well. But sometimes, even if you don't necessarily get a score, just popping up in a slightly different part of the reef here, just moving around in the lineup, that will help. She'll try and stay in motion, looking to do that. Is our surfer out of Contis in Leyland in the southwest of France, Xenia Gouffot, with a nice line and some good speed through here. She'll go swooping down. And look at this little pocket she's got. She'll wind up off the bottom and then just staying super busy, keeping that board going. A nice steep section there for Xenia.
Yeah, a nice steep section, and she made the most of it. Her and her husband own a surf school, Go for Surf, in Contis, where they live. And for Xenia, she's looking really good. And, oh, nice turn for Andrea.
Yeah, good aggression from Lopes. So just washing off that wipeout on the previous effort. Straight up into that backhand float. But look how sleepy the wave goes. She's good enough to stay exactly where she wants to be, which is right next to the pocket. And now eventually it will stand up, and she's still going here. So unloading and just going out of the bottom of the wave all the way up into the lip, doing that a couple of times as well. That'll feel much better.
Yeah, she's getting a bit more flow there. That wave was offering a few more opportunities in Siri. She's looking to open up on this one.
All right, Siri Cotta here with good speed, and she douses Gouffot as well as she paddles back out the back. That'll feel nice. Almost buries it. Does really well to hang on, though. So good adjustment to the wave. Good read on it, too. And she'll stay alive here. So by far her best wave. And she's feeling the flow right now, just trying to build up more speed for a finish. And at the moment, well, things are pretty bunched up in terms of scores. You feel like every section, every turn will count. She realizes that, and a much better wave from her.
Yeah, that was her best wave by far, and she doesn't need much to get to second. A 3.17. I feel like she'll definitely challenge for that. You know, and to be able to open up, especially at the start for those first 2 turns, and this is live action right now.
There goes Xenia Gouffot, representing France, on a little pocket ride here. And this one will just kind of leave her sort of marooned about midway down the point here. That wave just kind of losing its energy, not having that bend. You want to see that wall in front of you, ideally, to find the steeper sections here. This is up the top of the point. Priority. Well, Andrea Lopez is looking to try and snaffle that when she gets back into the lineup. When she does do that, our prio judge will assign her first dibs on whatever comes through. 9 minutes and 20 seconds to go. This one not really caught fire so far. I reckon that last score of Cotta, that'll be a serious improvement then. That's going to help her position, but no one really getting a stranglehold on this one so far.
Yeah, it's definitely well within the rights of everyone, especially first place and second. I think the Ocean, compared to the last few heats, is having a little breather. We saw some pretty good rides come through, and they were getting a little bit more consistent. So needs a minute, and hopefully it'll start to pulse through towards the back end of this heat. And for Siri, you know, that turn that she did, especially those first 2 combos, were looking really strong, and she'll rival for second place.
And when you are competing, you've been watching waves and obviously seen good scores, there's excellent numbers going down, and then you pedal out for your heat and everything goes a bit quiet. How do you sort of stop yourself from getting frustrated? What do you do?
Yeah, it's definitely an expectation that you have when you go out into the lineup, where you see heats that are pulsing and there's excellent scores being locked in and really good backups, and then you go out into your heat and it's, you know, it's quiet, it's slow. Yeah, it is. It's a bit sad, you know. You get super excited to showcase what you can do. You've been preparing for so long for this, and I think when it gets like this, it's just important to remain calm and really make the most of the opportunities you have, like Siri is doing now.
Here goes Cotta, quick slice from her. Good speed as well, another one. So good linkage of those maneuvers, much better action. The Americans will love this. And she's got a little speed runner through the inside. It's a small wave, but she gives it the treatment. And a nice carve and snap off the top on the backhand. So I saw a lot of spray there. I saw some good connection between the turns. She's got a couple of numbers to come in, and this will improve the American end.
Yeah, I think she'll go to second, maybe even first, depending on this last wave that locks in for Andrea as well. You can see she just loads up for this first turn. That board is looking really nice under her feet. Lines up for a second one, finding some really nice flow and just really stomping on that back foot as well. And driving through a third turn series, she's really opening up, and she's adjusted her game plan from when it was, you know, pulsing a bit more in the last heat to now she's kind of just going, okay, I need to catch some waves, build the house, get some scores, and she finished that one really nicely. And I feel like when it gets quiet or when excellent rides don't come through as much, completions are just as important as anything else to ride out and capitalize on those scores.
The pragmatic approach from Siri Cotta a couple of ways. We feel like they'll both count in terms of numbers when the scores come in from the panel. 6.5 on the clock here. The moment prior to numbers to come in for the American, it is our Brazilian Andrea Lopes with the lead in this one. Priorities with our French surfer, Gouffot, who's found some waves, hasn't quite dialed in terms of finding the best section so far. She's going to need to do that soon, though. She'll dip down now to third because the score for previous to last for the American Siri Cotta is in a 3.83. She's got another number to come to. And we've got some energy pulsing through, some lines approaching here. Sunzal, as we mentioned, it does pick up anything that's out there in the ocean. A real swell magnet. Let's see what it's got on offer for us in the final 6 minutes of this heat. Andrea Lopes, who now finds herself in second place position. She won't want that, so she'll go bang into the lip. Nice verticality and spark from her as well. That comes as standard. There's real drive in everything she does on the surfboard. Nice aggression. So let's see how that number goes from the panel. But series wave, the last one, 4-5, those multiple backhand hits, and goes all the way from last place to first. And so we talked about how, you know, what do you do in terms of that head noise when things get a little slow? Well, you do what Siri did.
Yeah, exactly. You adjust the game plan. You maybe lower the expectations a little bit and make the most of the waves that are really coming through. But I liked this last wave of Andrea's, that second turn. She got a bit of a tail drift at the end of it, really stamping her authority to complete it. I feel like that might be her best number. I just really liked the critical surfing and the commitment that she had for that turn.
Let's see where this goes with the panel. We're inside 5 minutes now. So surfers in first and second will advance. Third place position will head to repechage. Let's see how this plays out now as we see Gouffot from way deep on the point, just trying to rally. She needs a 5.6 at the moment. Let's see where she goes here. She's got a little bit of speed and she'll wind into this turn, keeping that board moving. Just S-ing from one rail to the other. And she's covering some ground here. And then she'll be a little neutral and patient in the whitewater, just looking to see if she got a final inside. But she covered some ground, and from that position, she was not well placed in terms of priority. She actually did pretty well to snaffle that wave.
Yeah, she did. That was a good wave as well that came through, and she had really nice flow and drive throughout that whole wave. And this last one for Andrea went into the top 2, 4.17. She's gone back to first.
Andrea Lopes does exactly that, and as you thought, particularly that last maneuver paying off from the panel, so she did not like being pipped down into second. However, temporary it was. The Brazilian is back leading this one now, just over 3.5 on the clock, and Cota got fired up, the American, with 2 quick waves, and let's see how she responds now as well. And she'll look to attack that total and get into first, really get the win, which will feel great to carry through, get the interview as well, and get all of that buzz and energy from your team. They're down on the beach, they're waving the flag, they're cheering you on, but when you're out there in the water, doesn't matter how good that energy is, it's just you in the ocean.
Yeah, it is. It's just you, and you're fighting against yourself, you know, you're with other people and you're out there, but sometimes it's more important to focus on you, and you have your hype team on the beach. There's nothing better than when you get a good wave and you hear the whistles and you hear the cheers and you see the flag is flying and they're running up and down the beach, but that's you that's put on that performance and they're cheering for you, and that's where that kind of, that feeling of like humbleness, I guess, like for me, I feel humble. I'm like, yes, you know, I've done well, I've done good, and I'm hyped up and excited, but you have to contain that excitement, because sometimes if you get too excited, you can over surf and overcook it in a way, which is, you know, whether you fall or you miss a completion. But I think it's exciting to see all the different flags that are on the beach and to have the support from each team. It's amazing. And we heard from Heather before, you know, she's here catching up with a bunch of surfers that was on tour with. And I know that these women, just as much as they want to win, they're also supporting each other in the water.
Andrea Lopes wants to win. She's got a great wave here. Quick speed turn on the backhand, another one. She'll climb over a section and then she'll try and come around. She'll do that. She'll just stay low on the board and then keep swinging here. So really well surfed. And then being a little patient, just kind of fading this one down a little bit to see if she'll get a finishing section. But she's competed really well so far in this. She was the heat leader prior to that last wave. 90 seconds remaining here. Our surfer out of France, Gouffot. She'll have a look at this. She's very well placed with this wave. She's up and into action here. And then carving the first turn, pushing that board. And now trying to bounce for some speed and try and find a bit of energy and a bit of a connection with an inside section. She's eyeing something up that she's seen here. Makes a couple of shapes as she looks to connect into the white water. So unable really to unleash particularly on that wave, which she needed a rider wave. So that part of the job's done.
Yeah, it is. It was just unfortunate that wave probably didn't do what she was hoping to really open up. But, you know, there's still, I mean, there's 45 seconds to go. So the time is definitely the enemy for Xenia right now. But she's had a great heat so far. She does have the repechage round. So I feel like as well, you know, this first heat, it's a tester. You want to, of course, try and skip that and progress and stay in that main round. But it's an opportunity to kind of try a few things out, make a few mistakes, and really just kind of wrap everything back in, tune everything in, and, you know, make a better progression through that next heat.
Under 20 seconds to go in this. The American Siri Cotter out the back. She's got priority. She's all alone. She's got a wave here. So what she got, she surfed herself into form in this heat with a couple of quick scores in close succession. First turn, she'll just bank all the way off and then back into the white water and then trying to get on the front foot there. The wave has other ideas, though. She'll just about run out of steam. So unless she gets a 4.07 or better, I'm not sure we saw that on that particular ride. So it looks like she'll advance in second place position here. And sometimes we mention you do get a bit of a slower heat. You have to say well done, Andrea Lopes, who really rallied and battled and just squeezed every bit of energy out of the lineup.
Yeah, she did. She was able to manage those expectations and really dial in on the waves that she was on. And we saw some solid backside surfing, especially. I loved that 4.17. That was just from that bulk. That bulk of that score was from that one turn, getting the tails free. So a really good win there.
Andrea Lopes representing that strong Brazilian team. And she'll be delighted to come through that one. She just sort of showed us flashes, really. We didn't see the excellent range stuff, but we saw plenty of competitive desire. She's got loads more in the tank. Don't worry about that. We'll keep rolling with the action here from a sunny surf city in El Salvador. It's the ISA World Masters. When we come back, we'll bring in Cote and Bleakley for the call. Stay tuned.
Welcome everybody to the ISA World Master Surfing Championship. We're back again, and we hope and we plan to have the Masters every year, or hopefully for the next few years, in the beautiful country of El Salvador. And we feel that this is a great part of the ISA World Championships, providing a place, a venue for all those surfers that just don't surf anymore. Enjoy these World Masters, which we hope to have every year. Some of you guys will go home with medals, of course, and some, of course, will not. But all of you guys are champions, and because you represent the best of the over 40-year-old surfers in your countries and around the world.
Y queda por inaugurado este Master ISAsurfing 2024 en Surf City, El Salvador. ¡Yay!
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador. This is the ISA Masters World Surfing Championships. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley, and we are into it. The men have taken to the lineup. Pretty stacked first heat in this main round. Mike Electronic, Pablo Diaz, and Jaime Vargas. Hawaii, Peru, Puerto Rico, and Chile represented. The waves are hanging in there. Tide's starting to push. That could be a good sign for us out here in the El Sunzal lineup. Plenty of waves coming through on any given day. I mean, this really is about as small as it gets here, and that's telling you something because there's still waves in that waist to chest high range. Plenty rippable. Surf City always seems to provide. Sam, we're watching now our men's Masters 50-plus division. So these are surfers between 50, 60 years old. We got some past champions, some big names in our sport. Of course, a lot of legends in this division. This first one, we got a returning champ, your 2013 ISA Grandmasters champion, Mike Electronic from 2013.
Yep, won that in Ecuador, of course, based Sunset Beach. Started out in Laguna, then the family moved out to the North Shore and famously stunt surfed for Matt Adler, Rick Kane in the 1987 epic North Shore. Famous North Shore line for you, Chris?
Oh, Scrub It Kook.
Me, you know the guy, Rick Kane, he gonna stomp your ass.
Love to hear it. What a sweet credit there. But watch out, Pablo Diaz. Team Puerto Rico always comes correct with ripping surfers. Pablo carrying on that tradition. Great first wave here. I mean, pretty much got everything you could have out of that wave. And that pull out, subtle, but that tells you something. Pablo is here to win, and we love to see it. Gotta say, I mean, easy. That first exchange went all the way to Puerto Rico with Pablo Diaz ripping his way through to the inside.
Absolutely. From San Juan, riding Channel Islands surfboards, 6 times national champion. Says that surfing has always been a place of freedom and sharing the stoke and happiness the ocean brings to our lives. You get to read about these surfers on the bios, on the ISA Surfing website, and you can explore some of the other events that the ISA do there. And I think the chance to really show that national pride really demonstrated by Pablo Diaz from Puerto Rico then. He hit the ground running.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Jaime Vargas from Chile. Looks like he's got a nice wide board. I think that's a pretty good choice. See, he gets a little 2-turn combo there. So Chile now officially on the boards. First score comes through for Mike Latronic, a 3.83. Not a bad way to start, but we have a good feeling Pablo Diaz is going to amplify that number and some with his first wave. Mike Latronic, also publisher, Free Surf Magazine, one of the last remaining pieces of surf magazine, ephemera, and he puts out a solid issue. I believe every month or every other month at least. Free Surf Mag is a great, great magazine.
Big supporter of a lot of great photographers. But here's the replay of Pablo Diaz. Electric, big off the top, throw some spray. Aggressive off the tail, big roundhouse, projection, rebound, great technique into another little slash, releases a little bit of tail, throws a bit more spray, looks lively. He's going to give Latronic a real run for his money, and look at the way he finishes things off cleanly with some more projection and then into the kick out, and that's going to be a strong score as we get to look at the 3.83 from Latronic, off the bottom, off the top, and then just weaving, snaking, staying in the pocket, but this wave just not giving a massive amount of scoring potential, but then finishing clean with a nice snap on the inside and a 3.83 to kick things off.
Yeah, Mike Latronic has been spending a lot of time down here in El Salvador. Up and down the coast, just checking out his Instagram. He's kind of on Instagram like a teenager. On it all the time. There we go, Adi King. Team Israel.
Cool guy, great surfer. Did the night surf event last night, so he wears...
Did he wear the glasses at night?
Yeah, he does. So he'll wear shaded glasses in the day. At night time, he'll have his in non-shaded specs on. And this guy absolutely rips. He's also been a parasurf champion, recovered well from a kite surfing accident, has recently had a hip replacement, full positive recovery, surfing as sharp as ever, representing Israel coming up next. He's been looking really good in the free surfs as well. I love that opening exchange between red and blue, between Hawaii and Puerto Rico, but look at that, 7.5 for Pablo.
Yeah, we knew that was going to be a big number. Judges agreed. Well into the lead now, but watch out. Here goes Mike Latronic. You know, back in the day, it was Mike Latronic and Mark Fu. They were the bros, traveling the world together. So much so, those best buds, they were known as Futronic. And of course, rest in peace, Mark Fu. Always thinking about him. 19 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. Let's go down the boardwalk with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here with the winner of that round 1 heat number 3, Andre Lopez from Brazil. Congratulations, parabéns.
Parabéns, obrigada. Feliz de estar aqui de novo depois de 11 anos. Eu estive no Equador na última etapa do Master, fiquei vice o terceiro. Estava agora no Pan-Americano, os coaches, né, Paulo Moura, Américo, sempre falando, é jogo de xadrez, você só precisa passar. Na final que você precisa ganhar. Então a minha cabeça é para isso. Passar as baterias bem, surfar bem, estar com o equipamento no pé e trazer título para o Brasil.
So she said she's back for the first one since the Masters in 2013. She knew that USA did move up to the first. Her plan was at least just to make it through the round. That was the main thing. So Andrea, one thing we noticed was that you used the leash on your front foot. So my question is it to go faster? Was it to keep your back foot more free? I also see you have a little thing with your knee. So I don't know if it was to pull on your knee. We want to know.
The only thing I can say is don't do that. Don't do that because, you know, it's wrong. But I don't know how to put on the back foot.
It worked out really well, and I think we might see more competitors doing that. So you come from Baja de Tijuca, which is a very shifty, tricky beach break. How great is it to surf this amazing wave of Surf City?
No, I love El Salvador. I love, you know, the point breaks. So I travel a lot, and, you know, all the surfers must come here and surf that point. It's a Pacific Ocean. But I love my place, my point also.
Thank you very much. Muito obrigado e parabéns para você.
Obrigado. Desculpe o meu inglês.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Parabéns right there. Great interview. It's nice to have a polyglot like Ben Wade down there deciphering, translating what's going on. And I'm sensing some fire from that young Brazilian athlete right there. Team Brazil, of course, you know, wherever they go, they want to win. And so far, so good for Team Brazil. Now it's up to Mike Latronic, racing around a long section, building up some speed. Always showing us great form and style. A lot of power as well. He was one of the original surfers that you could put in that 2 to 20 club. You know, obviously, you saw it right there. He rips in 2-foot waves, put him out at Big Sunset Beach, and he'll put on a show to this day. So Mike Latronic, that was his second wave ridden, so that could be an interesting one. If you're Pablo Diaz, you're sitting on a 7.5. You know you're in a good position, but we know Mike's going to be putting the pedal to the metal for the rest of this heat. Vargas, 2-point ride to start. Plenty of time left, 16:24 to go. So why do you think the judges threw out such a big number for Pablo Diaz's first wave? 7.50, one of the highest single wave scores of the day, Sam.
Better wave size. Silky open face in the pocket, some vertical projection, good variety as well. We get to really analyze it here. So good start, straight into a sweeping turn there, off the top, comes back and then really projects off this roundhouse cutback, gaining speed and then arcing again, a bit of variety, slides a little bit of tail and just throws that one. But I think it was that second turn that really was important. And then he ends strong with some projection, with some spray, with some flow, kicks out underneath, 7.5, great score, but look at the speed drive from Latronic. Behind the section, using the float there, and then as things start to stand up, this is the exciting turn there. Spray, big projection off that second turn after that throw of spray, and he's going to be happy with that. And you could see the speed he was going on that small wave by the amount of launch he got as he kicked over the foam.
Yeah, that was impressive. I mean, it's sometimes it's just the little subtle things you don't think about that much, you know, when you're watching elite level competition like this. But just the fact that that was a tiny wave. He took off kind of in the white water, and you're thinking, what is Mike doing? But he knows more than most, as he jumped right up and full speed burst to get back onto the open face. You have to work with what you have at that time of day, at that tide, with the swell we have right now. And I think that was a great decision. It pushed him into that top spot, 4.93 and a 3.83. So Latronic now in red, in the lead, representing Team Hawaii. So Pablo Diaz now drops a second, but he's in a pretty enviable position, just needing a 1.26 to get back up in that top spot. Vargas with some room to grow, but he's got plenty of skill. And right now, he's sitting in that top priority spot.
Latronic, big films in the 80s that I love. Totally Committed, 1984. Filthy Habits, a great film from 1987. But one of my favorites, 1990 Pump. Great soundtrack, worth resurrecting. So any younger surf fans tuning in, see if you can find them on YouTube. If you can't, can you find your parents' VHS player? And have they still got it on VHS?
Look in the attic. It's somewhere there. Filthy Habits, I believe that was the introduction to TSOL to a lot of surf fans. Classic surf rock and roll band. But what a sick name for a surf movie. Filthy Habits. So good. So 13:47 to go here. These three surfers, you know, again, they came up in the grindiest period of surf competition. You know, the mid-'80s. Probably think that's kind of the heyday of this age demographic. 50 plus out in the water right now for this round. No, not a lot of rules in the in terms of paddling and priority. You know, if this was one of those events without priority, these surfers would be, you know, paddling up towards Guatemala. They'd be going so deep, and that would mean a lot of waves would have been missed. So you know that they're excited. To them, relatively new priority system now in play across all ISA competitions. And the ISA, of course, has so many ways for people to get involved. You don't have to be the biggest ripper in your town if you want to be involved with surfing. We have judging kind of classes and criteria for you to be certified so you can become a judge, travel the world, and watch surfing all day long. I tell you, it's not an easy job, but the certification system through the ISA makes sure that we have the best of the best judges at all levels as well. Longboarding, bodyboarding, supping, whatever discipline you do, the ISA has something for you. If you're not following us yet, click that link at ISAsurfing. Follow us on all your platforms. And isasurf.org is a great place to get involved. You can find out all the information. You can watch the live events, and the ISA social media team does the best wraps in the business. And we just saw a quick flash of the one and only Tom Curran, who's coming up soon, Sam.
Yeah, heat number 6. That's going to be a real big one. We're going to get the joy of sharing the stoke with Curran, but Chile answering back. A 2.0, second score coming up.
Nice second turn there, right up into the pocket. Wave kind of dies out beneath him, but did some work.
Got busy, smooth, nice lines, flow, nothing super critical, but in the pocket, again, a smaller wave, but a little bit of hustle. First priority now with Pablo Diaz. Looks to be deep. Neither of those surfers want that. And Chris, you're celebrating all the great things that the ISA do. Of course, that great phrase, a better world through surfing. And of course, the annual surfing championships, developing national federations, lobbying and directing and managing Olympic surfing, and those programs and certifications for surf instructors, judges. But look at this from our Chilean on the inside.
This is what you would call a little nugget. Had a nice little speed pocket right when he took off. One big turn. Looking better a 2.53 or a 2.50. Oh, icon coming up right here, Jojo de Olivencia. Not only an incredible surfer representing Brazil, does a lot for his community. And we're pumped to watch Jojo surf. Haven't seen him in a minute. I don't think I've seen him since Sarge's surfing scrapbook.
Yeah, and there's Eduardo, of course, the artist based in Hawaii, getting Jojo, the legend, a silver medalist from the 2011 World Masters Surfing Championship from back in El Salvador, signing the iconic Duke image.
Yeah, and these boards have been now a constant here at ISA competition in El Salvador. Always good to see Eduard.
Look at that.
Oh,
thing,
that's the glory board right there, the Duke Hanamoku board.
That's the wall hanger. I mean,
yeah.
You want to get your hands on that. Eduardo's art is absolutely incredible. On those traditional Alaya boards, of course, the Olos, the Pepos, the Alayas, the original finless quiver of boards from Hawaii, live action.
Pablo Diaz. Nice turn to start, but just gets a little hung up there. I mean, that happens to the best of them.
Yeah, only chasing a low score as well, Chris, in his mind. You know, off that first turn, he was looking for a lot of down-the-line acceleration, leaning forward just a little bit too much. May well still get the score he needs, though, on that one turn.
Yeah, just looking for 1.26. It was a good turn. You know, that's one of those waves that you can, you kind of over pushed a little bit. It looked like he got a lot of speed coming out of that turn, but just had that forward momentum kind of stripped away from him. But he's got a lot of time left still, 9 minutes to go. And luckily for him, he's able to get right back out to the takeoff zone, because this is a long paddle if you ride this wave to the end.
Absolutely, and fitness a key thing. And as we see the swell start to fill in, we've got the tide pushing now, so you get to see some of the better shape, probably in the next hour as we move towards the mid-tide. But Pablo's staying busy.
Yeah, just like that. Finds this little corner. Big snap there. Whoa. Another one, leaning hard on his heels, throwing tons of spray. This guy is an absolute powerhouse. I mean, ageless. If you're watching this from the beach, you'd think, oh, is this this World Surfing Games? What are you watching here? Is this a QS event? Who is this guy? Well, he's over 50, and he's ripping. Those first two turns.
Yeah. I mean,
solid.
considering, Chris, he got a 7.5 for his opening wave, I think this is going to go higher. He got that out of priority. Here we see the replay. Straight in a nice steep section. You can see this one really standing up. Double pump, bottom turn, Curran-esque on the double pump, bottom turn. But then look at the projection, the throw, the spray, little release of tail. Again, another double pump, bottom turn, and into a second turn. Gets a bit stuck, but then recorrects that line and really jams it off the tail in the second half of that second turn. And the third turn as well, very distinctive, but already from that opening turn, you feel it could go excellent range. Into that fourth turn, again, triple pump for this bottom turn. And there's that fifth turn, cuts it back, finds that foam, stays in the pocket, and is going to be some big numbers. And I think this could go higher than his opening 7.5, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, just the strength of those first two turns. You saw the perfectly triangular spray. That means your precision was right there. I mean, perfectly placed.
And that halo maneuver, that first turn, and you can really see that already from that one move alone, you're feeling like he's already sitting on a 5 or a 6, but then he backs it up with 4 very significant maneuvers. Good bit of variety, but for me, that kickoff, as soon as he got that feel of that flow and that spray on that first turn, he would have been thinking, if I can just keep attacking this, then I'm going to be whoom, bang. Nice wedge on that, glassy face, bowl section, really in the pocket, top to bottom, good variety as well, really active, and I'm saying excellent range all the way.
I mean, if I'm Team Puerto Rico management right now, I'm watching this going, we do have the World Surfing Games coming back. Pablo Diaz was on the 1990 national Puerto Rican surf team. They competed in Tokyo, Japan. I mean, so many legends on that team back then and to this day. We have Puerto Rican surfing icon Otto Flores on our water patrol unit right now.
And Chris, he got that wave out of priority slightly on the inside, but just demonstrating that sometimes if those insiders are steeper and they've got that wall, you don't want to choose the waves that are too peaky. He drops an 8.27. Great scoring from the judging team, right on the money.
Yeah, big number there. I mean, that's got to be one of the highest heat totals we've seen of the entire day so far, and I'm sure it will stand as one of them throughout this event. 15.77, 8.27, and a 7.5. Pablo Diaz, I'll say it, he's got this one in the bag. So now it's up to Mike Latronic to fend off Vargas. Mike with a 4.93 and a 3.83. Vargas sitting with a 2.53 and a 2.50. We'll see what he got on that last wave. Just nearing that 5-minute mark. You know, I think one of the coolest parts of Masters competition here in the ISA is just the reconnecting of old friends and, of course, family from around the world. Looking at Pablo Diaz's Instagram account. He's talking about meeting up with Didier Piter a few events ago. And then you look at some of his posts, and he's got some insane photos from places like Wilderness in Puerto Rico, all over the world. I mean, just because you're 50 plus doesn't mean you're going to stop. And Pablo's a great example of that, a surfer that has just kept all his skills. And obviously he stayed fit, he stayed loose. I mean, he is surfing so well right now. And the waves are going to get better and better throughout this contest. So if you can shine on day one here in probably what is going to be the most challenging day of surf of this event, that's just setting you up for big things.
Absolutely. And what was pretty cool about that, Chris, was that he got that 3.33 on a wave that died on him, just one turn, but it put him slightly deep. He was paddling back out. He was out of priority. He was active, and he saw the scoring potential, and he delivered with an 8.27. And it's just a reminder, some surfers will play the patient game. Others will stay a little bit lively and active to get those waves with a steeper wall. But I really think as we move into the afternoon now, we're going to get some real top-to-bottom sections.
And here we go again. The Pablo show is on. Kind of fighting his way around the section here. We'll see what that wave does on the inside. Oh, just offering up plenty of opportunity to switch things around. You know, we're just kind of seeing Pablo open up his bag of tricks now. Solid, clean style. Really just epitomizing the whole speed, power, flow element that we want to see, and of course the judges want to see. The proof is in the pudding there. The numbers speak for themselves, an 8.27 and a 7.50. Put them on your list, Sam.
Yeah, 51. I mean, that guy is surfing sharp as a 25-year-old. And I feel as if that 827 that he dropped for the previous wave had a more exciting halo maneuver opening turn, but I like the third turn on that wave. I think it could be close to replacing that backup 7.5. Not 100% convinced that it will go into his top 2, but it'll be close. Latronic driving.
Yeah, demanding attention. 2 big turns out the back, and that's kind of that trademark Mike Latronic swivel to get through that flat section. He's back on the open face. Nice rail carve there for Mike Latronic. You know, the scorers that he heard over the PA fired him up. You could clearly see it on that wave. He was surfing for revenge. Nicely done there for Mike Latronic.
Yeah, that's going to replace that 3.83 for sure. May well go higher than that 4.93. Probably will. Great surfing from Latronic. Great read. He's having a look back at Pablo, and here's the replay. Eyeing it up. Look at that vision down the line. He knows the section he wants. Comes nice off the bottom, straight into that first turn. Already you feel like that first turn alone is got a lot of potential to replace that 4.93. Into that second turn, after throwing that spray, just recognizes that he didn't need to use the white water to accelerate, and then just gets those speed pumps into that vertical turn there, floating it, coming off the bottom again with a lot of spray, little hook back into the pocket, and that's classic, iconic Latronic, just weaving between the turns and then demonstrating a super tight arc on that last turn and then kicking out cleanly. And a lot of surfers love a good smooth kick out. Chris, do you think that's going to go higher than that 4.93?
I'm just excited that you made up my new favorite phrase of the day, iconic Latronic, because you can clearly see the style there, and you mentioned it a couple times already that yes, in fact, he did the stunt work for the one and only Rick Kane in North Shore. That was a documentary, right?
Well, that was a Hollywood-style film.
Oh, okay, that was a film. I thought it was true story.
You've got to watch that. It's one of the kind of coming-of-age learning journeys for every surfer. You've got to watch Big Wednesday. You've got to watch Blue Crush. You've got to watch North Shore. And, you know, for me as a surfer growing up outside of the heartlands of Hawaiian, American, Australian surfing as a European, North Shore was a great educational film about the culture of Hawaiian surfing at the time. And, of course, it was an opportunity for big names to appear. Robbie Page, Mark Occhilupo, Jerry Lopez, and this guy, iconic, Latronic. He's ripping. He's got a 7.9. It does go into his top 2, and that's going to feel good because he would have heard Pablo's scores above the excellent range and below the excellent range, and he'll be thinking, I now need to demonstrate that I'm right on the money with Pablo.
Yeah, Mike Latronic, you know, proving that his previous championship, well-earned, no fluke. He is in it to win it. And again, if the waves get solid, Mike Latronic will shine. I mean, if it's 6 to 8 feet out here, I don't know if it's supposed to be projected to be that big, looking at the forecast, but it's going to be solid in the next few days. And you know, he is an absolute star at Sunset Beach on the North Shore of Oahu. So if it's pumping out here, Latronic is going to do some damage.
Yeah, it's going to be overhead. He looks comfortable already. He's going to be even more impressive. But what a fantastic exchange between Puerto Rico and Hawaii to kick off this over 50s Grandmasters men's.
Yeah, that was a great way to start this round. Pablo Diaz putting on a clinic 8.27 and a 7.5. And he just jumped onto our list of potential gold medal favorites here in the Grandmasters men's round 1, heat 1. Remember, 50-plus age demographic in this round, and a lot more to come. Legends on legends in the next couple of heats, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the ISA World Masters Surfing Championships here from Surf City, El Salvador. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Welcome everybody to the ISA World Master Surfing Championship. We're back again, and we hope and we plan to have the Masters every year, or hopefully for the next few years, in the beautiful country of El Salvador. And we feel that this is a great part of the ISA World Championships, providing a place, a venue for all those surfers that just don't surf anymore, just enjoy it. These World Masters we hope to have every year. Some of you guys will go home with medals, of course, and some, of course, will not. But all of you guys are champions, and because you represent the best of the over 40-year-old surfers in your countries and around the world.
Queda por inaugurado este Master ISAsurfing 2024 en Surf City, El Salvador. ¡Yay!
Welcome back, surf fans. It's the Surf City ISA World Masters Surfing Championship. Chris Cote here with Sam Blakely. And we've got a stellar lineup in the water for you at El Sunzal right now here in Grandmasters Men's Round 1, Heat 2. This is our 50 and up division. We're going to start it off with a legend, Brazilian surf superstar Jojo de Olivencia, Oliver Salvador from France, Jamie Delgado from Team Spain, and Adi Klaying from Team Israel. Look at that. All corners of the world represented here.
Absolutely great low clip there of the cobbles. Of course, as that tide starts to fill, that's the texture under the face of these waves here. We got a really promising tide now, Chris, as it moves in, and it was nice to feast on the Sands of the World ceremony there at the opening ceremony in that break. It's just a reminder of that rainbow spectrum of nations represented. And one of the highlights for me in that opening ceremony was watching the costumes from the traditional Mayans here in El Salvador, mixed with some beatboxing and breakdancing, a real fusion of traditional and modern, as we see Israel's Adi Klaying up and riding.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking about the idea that literally any surfer in this event could have an incredible biography written about them, or a documentary made about them. I put Adi on that list as well. You had said that he came back from surfing in previous adaptive events, and now he's just straight up in the ISA Masters?
Yeah, he had a kite accident back in 2002, and that inspired him to open Adaptive Surf School, and he also became the 2017 World Parasurfing Champion in the Stand 1 classification. So he's got a bit of status, he's had a hip replacement, he's recovered, he no longer competes in parasurfing, but he looks sharp on that opening wave.
Yeah, solid start there for Adi Klaying. And here we go, Jojo de la Olivencia, Team Brazil. Big powerhouse surfer right here. You know, if you're a fan of surfing through the 80s, you no doubt saw Jojo's name. I would say he was one of the surfers that sparked the Brazilian storm. He's had some incredible results on the championship tour, and still looking like he is fired up. Love to see it. So now we're going to wait for the score for Jojo. Brings us back to the water where we see Oliver, surfing in blue, representing Team France. Could have a little something to work with here. Couple big backside turns out the back. He's going to stick with this one. It starts to form up. Could have an inside reward here. He does. Nicely placed turn there. Cool wrap to finish off this wave, and he's out.
Nice, and that demonstrates again the potential for the goofy foot surfers to get vertical on the sections. Olivier from Mimizan Plage in southwest France on the Atlantic coast, and how sharp was Jojo looking. Just the reactivity, the lightness of his board, the kind of quick reactive rebound off the turns, as we can see the replay here. Look at the snap as he just rebounds out of that white water and then off the bottom again, and then just jams it back, sets himself up for going vert here and hooks it under the lip and accelerates. And again, just look how quick and lively he is as he just rebounds off the inside foam again. Pretty good opener for him, a 5.33, and somebody who is going to really become electric as it gets bigger. But how is that vertical projection from our French surfer representing Mimizan Plage. One good turn to kick things off, and then using his backside here, he just kind of gets behind the section for this other vertical turn here. This is super exciting to see the potential that we'll see from this Mimizan Plage surfer as things get bigger. I like those vertical backside turns.
Yeah, the judges have been liking them as well. You know, if you can fit 3 or 4 of those in on your wave, you're going to be looking strong for a big number. So first score coming through for Jojo. It's 5-3-3, solid start. He is now in the lead. Surfers waiting for the next set to roll through. That gives us a chance to go down to the boardwalk. We can catch up with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here with the winner of that heat number 1 for Puerto Rico, Pablo Diaz. Congratulations.
Much appreciated. Stoked to be here in Salvador representing Puerto Rico, and yeah, happened to be the first time I ever surfed this spot, and it's really fun wave. Actually, if you can stay in the pocket of the wave, it actually allows you to do a lot of turns. So I'm really happy with that heat, and hopefully it can keep going.
Yeah, we enjoyed your surfing a lot. Puerto Rico's had an amazing season this year, and it's been nonstop surf, it seems like, over there. And so are you coming in here, do you feel in top condition from really being able to keep in the water?
Yeah, to be honest, we've been lucky. We didn't get hit by storms, but we've been blessed with incredible waves, no winds, and I put some time in the water, and I feel actually that when I got here I needed to rest because of so much surf, and now I'm starting to get back into like the condition, and my lungs are starting to breathe better so for this heat, so I'm very happy and in shape for the event.
Yeah, and this morning your teammate Barbara also won her heat. How's the pride? How does it feel to be flying the flag for La Boricua here?
To be honest, it brings me a lot of joy, and my heart fills with passion. Just to see the crowd cheering my flag, and yeah, it's an honest feeling. Yeah, very happy.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations, and good luck in the next one.
Thank you, sir.
Back to the booth with you guys.
What a guy.
Yeah.
I'm now a huge Pablo Diaz fan, and how do I put this? So you're watching him surf in the lineup, right? And he looks like a spry kid. And he comes down and does his post-heat interview, and you realize, you know, this is a grown-up. He's 50-plus years old. And it is so inspiring on so many different levels. I mean, look at this man. He's fit. He's fired up. You can tell, you know, he was kind of going between the joy of winning a heat and the whole thing, and then he kind of clicked back into his competitive part of his brain. He was like, oh, wait, there's a lot more to come. And man, it must be nice. He's surfed out, and he's coming to El Salvador. That's how you want to come down here.
And he got a bit emotional referencing the national pride there. You could see that emotion welling up.
Yeah.
He had a moment, and I think that's really good to notice because that's the extra gear, the 6th gear that you might need to go for gold in a grand final.
Yeah, his Instagram is Pablo Junker Diaz. Maybe his nickname right in the middle there, but either way you go, check his social media out, and you know, you'll see him in some full force waves, just absolutely ripping. Again, just another one of our ageless wonders here. If we didn't have, you know, clear divisions like this is 50 and up, you would have no idea how old any of these guys are.
Pablo Diaz, the Puerto Rican pocket rocket. That's going to be the new
I like that
nickname.
He might have given some secrets away there as well.
Yeah.
You know, just telling us so kind of what we've seen. You know, Sam, we've been here for a lot of different contests, juniors and longboard and World Surfing Games. So we've seen the recipe for success out here, and it is absolutely staying in that pocket, maximizing your time in the most powerful section of this wave. And while it is a super long right-hand point break, there really is only a kind of a small space that you can really do impactful surfing on this wave. And we'll see if our surfer in blue utilizes that space. Here we go. Olivier, nice snap. So yeah, gets the memo. Good piece of coping to hit there. But not an easy way to surf, but almost that little whitewater chunk at the top of the wave gave him a little something different to look at. He was able to go full force into those backside turns. So great combination right there. 4 good backside whips down the line. That's going to be a solid score.
Yeah, I really want to see the goofy footers bring it on and, you know, put the regular footers to the test here because they can really get behind the sections at El Sunzal and get super vertical on the re-entries. But one of the challenges, I think, for the goofy footers at El Sunzal is to demonstrate some variety. It can get repetitive, and when you do have that slow section, that's where on your front side you can really see everything ahead of you. But if those goofy footers can really go critical on those opening turns, I think that's where they have an advantage over the regular footers. And maybe we'll see a goofy footer take gold in one of the divisions, whether it's the Kahunas, whether it's the Grand Masters, whether it's the Masters. Plus 40 for the Masters, plus 50 for the Grand Masters, and 60-year-olds and older for the Kahunas. We'll see some surfers well into their late 60s here.
Yeah, this is a study in surf longevity. I just want to go down the line and ask each and every competitor, how are you doing this? What can I do to potentially surf to the best of my abilities up into my 60s, 70s? You know, this is, I think we've cracked the code. This is the fountain of youth.
Absolutely.
Surfing is the fountain of youth.
100%.
Oh my gosh, it was so easy all along.
And look at those scores, Chris. A 6.93 for Jojo with that 5.33. Olivier a 6.4 and a 4.70. So Olivier is going to be excited to know that he's matching it up with Jojo.
So 13 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Beautiful conditions out here.
Wind's been great today,
Yes.
hasn't it, Chris?
Yeah.
Hasn't come on hard, can come on hard in the afternoons sometimes here. But you know what I'm really looking forward to, Chris, is when it picks up what we call the papusa section in the shore break. Seeing people eliminate that papusa section with some spice.
Oh, yeah. Now you're speaking my language.
Had any papusas yet this week?
Yes, that's my first stop when I come to El Salvador. I start with a papusa and then surf and do all the other things, but papusa always comes first.
Papusa and an ice-cold Pilsner.
Ooh.
And some coleslaw on the side.
Come on.
Great combination.
It's lunchtime here. It's 12:10.
Am I getting you
midday.
hungry?
Yes, you are.
The food has been great. Big thanks to all of the surfers for tuning in as well. But big thanks to the support on the ground from the Surf City team, because it's a joy to be here, not only for the staff, but the competitors and also the fans coming down. And I've definitely seen the opportunity for more of a fan base connecting with this wider age demographic. But look at the liveliness here from Jojo. 6.93 behind the section, smashes that one through the inside, kicks off with a 5.33 and just attacking, knowing that as the surf starts to pick up, if he can be this lively and light-footed on a shoulder-high day, put him in an overhead wave and he is going to be electricity all the way.
I want JoJo's board. I want to check that board out, whatever it is. Both of these guys, this is Olivier here. I mean, both of them looks like their boards are just perfect selections for the day.
And see what I'm talking about, the need for variety from the backside. Yes, you get that opportunity for the vertical turn, but it's those slower sections where if you really want to mix it up with the best frontside surfers at El Sunzal, that's where we just got to see a little bit of variety. But I think on the backside, those vert 12 o'clock re-entries, that's a big money call.
Yeah, I mean, it's never going to get old, right? And the difference between just a kind of a tapped windshield wiper and the turns we just saw Olivier do is he was going full force, full power in his backhand, going beyond vertical. And I'd say one of the underrated virtues of backside surfing, one of the harder things to do is on a flatter face wave, you know, when you don't have a lot of options, kind of doing a carve, doing a backside cutback on a flat face wave backside is so hard to do. It's hard to make it look good. And so far, all of these surfers that we've seen achieve on their backhand have done what? They've stayed in the pocket. They haven't gone way out in the open face and risked losing all their speed. They've kind of bottled that up and just gone vertical right in the power section of the wave. And it's working. 6.40 for Olivier on his previous wave, and then 4.70. I mean, that's a solid heat total there into the double digits. Waiting for Adi Klang and Delgado to amplify their scores right now. They've got time, 10 minutes to go. And this is going to be surfer again in blue. You know, the French surfers on any level of team, they're always going to be tenacious. They're always going to catch a lot of waves. They're going to make you earn it when you go up against them.
Ali Le Bleu. Of course, Mimizan, 70 kilometers north of Hossegor. Olivier works as a physiotherapist. Keen kite surfer as well, representing Mimizan Surf Club. Rides toy surfboards. He's often on a 510. That to me looks like a slightly longer board than a 510, but Didier Damestoy is the shaper for toy surfboards based just outside of Bordeaux. And my first surf trip to Europe was to Mimizan. Great beach break sections there at Mimizan. Good community. The scent of the paper factory of Mimizan and the forests on the coast there. It reminds me of my youth. Good times, good memories, great community.
That's cool. I already want to go there, just from that description.
Just for the smell of the paper factory.
Yes.
Very distinctive.
9 minutes to go here in round 1, heat 2, our Grandmasters 50+ division. And we're going to see Delgado now, and it looks like Jojo de la Avencia leaning on his competitive knowledge and history. Knew he had priority. Totally legal drop in there. Did get hung up a little bit after a searing frontside carve under duress, but now he's back on the open face. Jojo calms things down. Great turn right there. Solid slashing finish there. I mean, Jojo not only does it in the water, but he's also the founder of an NGO project Ondas, where he works with kids and teens to show them that, you know, through surfing, you can achieve greatness in and around all the other things you do in your life. So Jojo, not just an icon on waves, but also what he does on land. So a hero in Brazil.
Just unleashing behind the section there. Good 2 turns. Look at the way he just opens that right hand palm between his turns. Loose on the wrists, and then watch this, slash back here on the inside, just keeps it calm, and this is where things get busy again after that little slow bit in the middle. 2 strong opening turns. I don't think it's going to rival his 7.3, but very loose in the upper body, lively, keeps that hand open, comes in at a 6.93, so it is a backup score, and he's looking good. 14.23, that's a respectable heat total, Chris.
That's a good chunk of change right there. Judges have been spot on throughout this entire event, and I know they will continue to do that because they are some of the best in the business. Certified ISA judges. You can go to isasurf.org if you want to learn more about the judging criteria or how to become a judge yourself. You know, we're looking for judges from all over the world, male, female, all ages. I believe you probably should have pretty good eyesight. That might take me out of, well, now my glasses work, but basically, if you love surfing and you are a critical thinker, you know, you can learn how to become a top-tier judge via the ISA.
Yeah, and coaching, judging, and all of the administrative elements. And what's really cool about this whole Surf City tourism redevelopment that's been happening on the coast here is the way that is empowered over 200 businesses alone in this region, offering all kinds of services from food, accommodation, surf guiding, and that's very exciting.
And boom, El Sunzal allows Goofy Foots to show us what they've got. So a nice little 3-turn combo there for Olivier, representing Team France in that blue jersey. Just going to go ahead and stick through this one.
Prime tide right now, Chris. We're pretty much getting close to that mid-tide. This is where the tide is perfect. You're going to get steeper sections, longer rides, but longer rides mean longer paddles, and that's going to, for sure, replace that 4.7. Really nice top turn there. Right off the bottom into a second turn. Got a little bit stuck on that bottom turn, but then into a roundhouse cutback. Don't think it's going to replace that 6.40, but I think it will fall somewhere between the 6.4 and the 4.7 off those opening 2 turns alone, Chris.
Yeah, so right now, Jojo in command. He's taking a dip on the inside. Yeah, so 12 o'clock, high noon. This is the hottest it's going to be throughout the entire day.
A dip here is often.
Yeah, you kind of just feel like you're floating in the air.
Yeah, there's no difference between the water temperature and the air temperature. So it's all about hydration. It's about good sleep patterns. It's about, you know, sustaining that kind of pacing yourself, not kind of, you know, overdoing it on the paddle. You need to get back out. You need to get your 2 strong scores, maybe your backup score, but you don't need to expel too much energy on the paddle because you're talking, you know, 50-second rides for a good one here.
Yeah, this is one of the longer waves eel surfing competition. You know, when it gets to the head-high range, it gets even longer.
5 point.
Trust us, double overhead. This is a leg burner of a wave, as True Starling put it earlier on this morning. You know, you got to be fit.
Yep.
And these surfers that will be competing, you know, all the way through, we do have the repechage round, so it's not like if you lose, you're on vacation. You got to get back to work and try to fight your way through those repo rounds, which is not easy.
Totally. Not easy at all. Bittersweet to go into the repechage early on, but a 5.53, so it fell between that 6.4 and did replace that previous ride. So improves the situation, puts more pressure on Adi Klang, needing a pretty much perfect score of a 9.33. So as it stands, it looks like El Salvador, Jamie, Israel, Adi may well shift down into the repechage, but they'll keep the momentum. But impressed with Olivier, the goofy footer, kind of keeping up with Jojo, but Jojo looks to be slightly in a kind of, you know, in that fifth gear.
Well, there is some added pressure on Delgado, you know, representing El Salvador, knowing that his friends and family and everybody's on the beach, and he's probably been foreshadowing to this event for a while. But that's one of those names that you would think, okay, well, he's going to be in the repechage round. That just made that round much harder for everyone else because Delgado is an incredible surfer with a ton of local knowledge. So, you know, if he kind of, you know, learns from this heat right here and thinks, okay, well, the field is tough. So he's got his work cut out for him, but do not count out Delgado yet. He's definitely been in his fair share of competitions here in El Salvador, and he knows this place probably better than most surfers in the draw.
Yep. And huge drive of ISA President Fernando Aguirre to bring the Masters back after this hiatus since 2013. Of course, Fernando has been ISA President since 1994 and the primary driver of the Federation's growth and development in the last 20 years. Of course, co-founder of Reef in 1984, president of the Argentinian Surfing Association from back in 1978, and founding member of SIMA, S-I-M-A, the Surfing Industry Manufacturers Association, and also founder of the Pan American Surfing Association back in 1992. And all of the ISA team know that Fernando was extremely passionate about resurrecting the Masters, and you can see by the pride of the surfers we've heard in the post heats that they're very pleased about that.
Well, and I don't know this for sure, but something tells me Fernando is one of the only people in the world that could just straight up call Tom Kern and say, Tom, you're coming to surf in El Salvador. That was not a very good Fernando Aguirre voice. But I'm telling you, he's got power, and he wields it for good. As we see now, Adi, strong finish there. Nice little combo wrap. And I dig the shades.
Yep.
I might have to get a pair of those.
Eye jackets.
Yes. So a minute 29 to go. Adi's looking for a 9.33. Not sure that wave's going to be it, but it'll definitely help his heat total. And I love that. No quit. He's right back out there. You never know. Sometimes wave could come through the middle zone that could perk up all the way down the line and give you some scoring potential. Jojo out the back in third priority. That tells me that he must have paddled for something between that last exchange. Delgado comboed for now, but he's in that top priority spot.
And you can see there, Chris, the wide ones, those wide bowly ones still offer a bit of scoring potential. So staying super active, sometimes getting good scores out of priority is a real kind of important element in working your way through these main rounds.
Quick look for Jojo. Kind of rolling the dice there on a whitewater takeoff. Sometimes those waves, again, they can double up through that mid portion of the wave and give you a nice little speed pocket to work with.
Chris, I mean, we've seen some juice already. I mean, Latronic looked good. Diaz looked good. The Puerto Rican pocket rocket, Pablo Diaz, was on fire, but so was Jojo and so was Olivier. So already we've seen 4 surfers looking like they could well earn a spot in the grand final, but we've still got 4 more heats of this opening round of men's Grandmasters, including the mighty Tom Curran coming up in heat number 6.
That's right. We've got representatives coming up for Canada, Venezuela, Austria, Argentina, Australia, Costa Rica, Switzerland, South Africa, Ecuador, Spain, USA, Japan, and Mexico. So all of our fans tuning in from all over the world, you're going to be represented here, no doubt, within one of these next heats. You're watching the Grand Masters men's division. This is 50 and up here at the ISA Masters World Surfing Championships. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with True and Paul.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo. To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to Surf City. It's the Grand Masters for the men at the ISA World Masters. An overview of the majestic sweep of El Sunzal as we drink it in bright sunshine on a Sunday afternoon. Enjoying the action here, talking you through it. Joining myself, Paul Evans, True Starling. It's been really fun so far.
Yeah, we've had a great first day of action, Paul, and we're into the Grand Masters for the men, and the first two heats have been electrifying so far, and the next two should be pretty fun as well.
Yeah, let's set this one up. Representing Argentina, we'll be having a look at Walter Villalba. From Venezuela, Juan Caraballo. Out of Canada, Jason Regine. And from Austria, Holger Hassenflug, which is just one of those names you really love to say. And I also love to watch a live action from Walter Villalba. Backhand attack from him. He's got a bit of power in those legs and just plug it into some sections right there. So no messing about from our surfer out of Argentina. Straight into it. All right, here goes Holger. He's up here and decides that this wave is right up his Strasser. So he'll just try and fade into a little double up bowl here. And he does it pretty well. Hassenflug still swinging. Nice balance to his surfing and well positioned in the pocket as well. So not trying to do too much, overcook it. A little bit of pet in the kitty. He'll move that front foot up the board a bit. The wave eventually will fizzle out, but a decent entry from him as well. So the Austrian team still representing. We're enjoying watching them.
Yeah, we definitely are. We saw some great surfing this morning with Michael. So it's, it's exciting to see they're a new nation here as well for the ISA World Master Surfing Champion. So it's exciting to have them and to see the support on the beach.
One of 9 new nations representing here. It's a cosmopolitan affair at the World Masters. 11 years since we last ran this event. It's cool to see the progression, the spread, the proliferation of the art of wave riding across the world. Right now we're watching a beautiful South Pacific swell fill in, blue lines on the boulder reef on the point here at Sunzal. And we're watching a surfer in blue, Caraballo, the Venezuelan. A softer wave for him, and he'll just kind of prod that nose, try and keep it alive. Eventually that goes into slightly deeper water, so not exactly the kind of wave he was after.
No, it wasn't. That wave didn't open up as he would like, but it's the first 5 minutes of the heat. You can kind of afford to have a few throwaways, get your feet in the wax, kind of get the momentum rolling in this heat. We can see the conditions are maybe a little bit slower right now, so I do think that wave selection is super important throughout the rest of this day that we have.
4 surfers in the water, you got 25 minutes, you got some shredders out there. Do you get into the priority rotation? Do you wait for quality? What are you doing here? You scrapping around, just trying to find energy? What's your tactics?
It really depends on how you like to be a surfer in a heat. For myself, it's, I like to get the ball rolling for a little bit and then halfway through change the tactics. Get into the priority rotation, find the waves that come through and hopefully build the house and Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it depends. If you're a momentum surfer, then catching waves like we saw Nagisa a little bit earlier for the women, it depends. Otherwise, if you want to sit and wait for those waves to come through, then you have to really bite that bullet and hope those sets do start to keep pushing through.
Let's watch it all unfold here over the next 20.5 minutes for these 4 surfers. 2 of them will advance to the next round. 2 will head to repechage, and at which point, if they find themselves in a losing position again, they'll be out of competition. So 2 chances for everybody. We've travelled, some of them, a very long way to be here, some much more locally based. Watching the surfer out of Austria right now, and he's got a really nice line through here, and he clicks that one all the way back, gets a little rebound, which we would have felt great for Holger. And a small shiny section, some crisp rail work. So keeping that board right in the pocket. And trying to find a steep inside section as well, which eventually kind of does. Still going. So a long wave there for Holger. And it will be a counting score for him as well. Looks like he's gone the Tomo Sci-Fi there. So different looking equipment.
Yeah, different looking equipment, but it was working for him there. It's, you know, boards like that, especially when they're a little bit different in waves like this where it's a bit fatter and maybe a little bit softer, it can kind of keep that flow. The board sort of does the work for you. It's a bit of a cheat code in a way. I mean, he's definitely still putting down some really good surfing, but the board definitely helps to accentuate that.
Picking up a kick out there of Rosine, the Canadian. He's in green. Meanwhile, the Goofy in red, Villalba, way out the back, but unable to connect as well. So neither of those 2 surfers that we just quickly saw there, that's Jason and Walter, unable to find their way down to that midsection of the point here, where there does seem to be points on offer. Busy body from Caraballo, all sorts of energy thrown into this. He's making some shapes. The board's doing loads of work as well, and there's good spray, and he'll keep things lively here. So putting loads of energy into these rides. And then eventually that ride will reach its conclusion down on the inside, but all action there.
Yeah, definitely. He's excited. He's getting ready for the sections, and I think bringing that sort of energy into heats is really important. And he looks fired up, and he looks ready to get a good start to his campaign. You could see, you know, maybe he's one of those momentum surfers. He was having a look on the inside to see if he could back up a score. And, you know, the surf's really fun right now. There's plenty of opportunities. It's just important to make the most of those.
Our Grandmasters, of course, in the over 50 category, which according to my calculations means they were born before 1974. So they would have seen throughout their surfing journeys a really cool evolution of the sport. But they're not thinking about that right now. They're thinking about making heats, winning them specifically. Someone who did exactly that is standing by for a chat with Ben Way.
Thank you guys very much. Winner of the Men's Masters, heat number 2, Joso de Olivença for Brazil. Congratulations, parabéns.
Obrigado. Primeiro, agradecer a Deus por estar cá, a segunda vez aqui. Sunzal, primeira vez, sim. E agora estreando na categoria 50-59 com uma vitória. Muito feliz, muito contento.
So he said first he wants to thank God. It's his second event with us, but first event here, and he's really happy to win the first one. So my first question, I'm going to speak Spanish. My Portuguese isn't as good as I would like it to be, but I'm going to ask him some things in Spanish. First, I'm going to mention he grew up fishing for his family when there was no waves. Someone lent him a single fin once and gave him the chance to discover surfing, and he found out that all he needed to be happy was have a surfboard. So I'm going to ask him if he remembers his first wave ever. Bueno, creciste pescando para la familia y un día alguien te prestó una tabla con una sola quilla y puedes coger tu primer ola. Y quiero preguntar si tú te acuerdas la primera ola que habías agarrado en tu vida.
Sim, claro. Eu he empezado minha carreira no surf com muita dificuldade, pero como eu disse, a primeira ola cambiou minha vida totalmente e aqui muito especial para mim poder estar aqui competindo, representando meu país, revendo buenos amigos também. Aqui é um espetáculo, né? Isto aqui é uma família.
So he said he had a very difficult upbringing, but surfing did definitely change his life. And he's so excited to be here representing his country and also making new friends and being part of this whole community. The second thing, his foundation is helping young kids in Brazil discover surfing and improve their lives. And I'm just going to kind of ask how much that fills his heart. Has dado la misma oportunidad de muchos niños en Brasil para descubrir surf y hacer mejor su vida a través del surf. ¿Y cómo te llena el corazón ese trabajo?
Sí, há 17 anos eu comecei esse trabalho em Brasil com os niños calientes, porque em Brasil há muita pobreza também. Como dia o surf transformou minha vida, agora estou devolvendo para a sociedade tudo que o surf proporcionou para mim, ajudando a los kids a encontrar uma oportunidade para ser campeão na vida através do surf.
So he said it's a very, very hard upbringing, and he wants to do the same thing that happened for him with giving these kids a second chance at a better life, and he wants to create a new champion through surfing. And bueno, I'm going to send him off. Muito obrigado e parabéns para você.
Ok, obrigado. Nos vemos na próxima.
Back to the booth with you guys.
What a total legend. Jojo Dolavenza doing great work in his community, doing some pretty fine work out there in the lineup at Sunzal as well. He's still ripping, a big smile on his face. Great energy, that man.
Yeah, beautiful energy, a really kind heart, and happy to give back and share the stoke of surfing and, you know, really try and help empower people through the ocean and through the sport that we all love so much.
Yeah, really interesting. Some of the backgrounds and origin stories of some of our surfers. You know, some people are pretty lucky, grew up on the coast in a nice place. Maybe it's kind of an affluent type of community. A lot of coastal places are, and everything's provided. You got boards and everything you need. Maybe you got, you know, super supportive parents who surf. On the other side of that, you know, we get people from places with really challenging backgrounds as well. And it's been surfing that's kind of really helped them out of that tough situation in life. And it's a really cool story. And you feel like surfer like Jojo just giving all that good energy back. We need more people like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's important to have in the community, whether we're surfers or not. And this was a really nice ride for Holger, just really laying the rail. So 2 nice rail carves. Walter getting a nice opening connection on his backside. He looks to go up vertical, gets a little bit tighter in the pocket there and jams it for another turn. It gets a little bit wobbly, but recovers well. Gets another quick hit there. A bonus section as he goes around. Wow, he's doing really well to find an inside connection on this one. And he kicks out. So both Holger and Walter getting some nice waves. This is live action right now.
Checking out Garaballo, the Venezuelan. Backhand work from him. There's the busy approach. A little bit more speed and bite and venom through his line. By comparison with that last wave we saw from the Goofy Villalba. Let's see where it goes with the panel. Just slightly over-rotates on the front foot and goes down. But he did some good shredding prior to that. Out the back. Meanwhile, we're picking up Hassenflug, the Austrian. And he's doing some more nice, smooth work. Here he goes. Got a steep section here. And he'll just float that one. Very nicely done indeed. And he'll just clean things up. The little foam climb to finish. Love it.
Yeah, he did really well to execute that one and hopefully better that 3.33. We'll see where it goes. But that board is really working in his favor right now. It's super spicy. It looks like it's got a bit of flow.
I think he's a croissant guy. I'm thinking more like your mueslis, your yogurts, that sort of thing. Yogurt, as you might say.
Yogurt, yes. Yogurt. In Oz, it's yogurt. But yeah, maybe croissant guy every now and then.
Yeah.
A little bit of a treat.
I'd say he's more into his complex carbs. Bit of fiber in there.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, it's nice to have every now and then, though. I love a croissant.
You got to have a bit of fun every now and again, right?
Absolutely. You got to welcome it.
All right, here we go. This one has been having plenty of opportunities. Here's another one here for our Canadian Razine. Good speed and nice sharp rail work from that surfboard. Just kind of lifts the nose out to finish up the turn and liberate the rail and to keep things juiced up and lively down the line. Little steep pocket for Jason. Gives it a little hop and a wiggle. And then again, so that board doing all sorts of business. And a good finish from him as well, staying real lively and active. I guess what you don't want to do with surfers all around you, throwing down numbers and throwing spray. You don't just kind of become a pedestrian, just kind of watch it, spectator. Keeping involved, that's important.
Yeah, definitely throwing your hat in the mix and making sure that you're, making the most of the opportunities. And Jason, he's here, he wants to make a few heats. He's an owner of a surf school with his wife, but he also wants to show his 2 kids that it's all about having fun, and I think it's an amazing outlook that Jason has. And of course he wants to win as well. I think we're all competitors here. You don't want to go away with a loss. And Juan, wow, nice backside connection.
Caraballo giving this one the full treatment. He's absolutely flying on this wave, blistering speed. So just whacking that thing, and the momentum from him, you can see that intensity, kind of really sit through the legs and the upper body as well. And using those levers pretty well to displace some water. What'll it do with the panel? We'll find out when they drop a number. At the moment, our Austrian is leading this one. His numbers are just going up and up as he builds up his total here. Under 10 minutes to go. And then here goes Bilalba, our Argentinian, with a late entry that ultimately will prove unsuccessful for him. But he'll put himself a little wider on the reef. He might be able to snaffle something as he paddles back out. But I tell you what, surfers in this over 50 category, they're just showing how sprightly. And I guess, it's something that we've seen throughout surfing, with careers being extended, people living maybe slightly more healthier lifestyles, making good choices. But these guys look, they're in great form.
Yeah, they're looking really tuned in. And Walter, he's up and riding again. He's got the energy.
Yeah, really nice smooth style on this one. He's well connected. He stays in the deep part of the wave, so he's not having to fight for his speed. It's just coming naturally and smoothly. And then he'll go back into the white water. He'll go incomplete on that last turn. There wasn't a lot more on offer anyway. It's just kind of a signing out maneuver. But some good work done. Much smoother with the connections there. And a lot of that, I guess, is to do with the wave as well, when you connect with one of those good ones.
Yeah, definitely. When you can find that open face and it's got a little bit of steepness to it, to be able to load up and connect through that, you can kind of just let your surfing do the talking. And the wave just allows you to really open up. And I think for Walter, he's on a 6'2" right now. He's a bigger guy, like he's quite tall. So the surfboard is really just complementing what he wants to do out there.
Good overview there. You see that swell propagate in. You see a couple of angles going on. Really interested in the way this wave collects swell. So generally speaking, like point break type waves, we expect them maybe to be a little wrapped in around the corner. Might have an exposed beach break, and then when the swell hits a certain size, it will bend in and hit the point. Really different scene here in El Salvador. This is a point, but it picks up everything. So like it's any kind of wave happening along this coast, there'll be waves out here. And it's sort of a phenomenon just how much swell this place gets. And we're talking about it. It's a smaller day today, right? This is about as small as it gets here.
Yeah, it's insane. It's a bit of a swell magnet here. It kind of brings it all in, and it's great because it's a perfect opportunity to have an event here to be able to capitalize on the waves that come through. And as well, there's you can sit a little bit deeper and try and find some bigger connections, or you can move across just a little bit to that wider section and get some nice open carves and hopefully find that inside connection. There's plenty on offer. There's a left. We've seen a few lefts ridden, but it's predominantly a right point break. Just those goofy footers with the left goggles on, they're definitely searching for those.
Such a great contest venue with all sorts of opportunities up and down throughout this lineup here, and of course waves all over this coast here in El Salvador, Surf City, where we are right now. It boasts some pretty iconic surf spots. This one, Sunzal, La Bacana down the beach, of course, Punta Roca, just a little bit further to the east as well, but all up and down the coast. All sorts of waves. If you're thinking about coming for a surf trip, you want to go to the tropics, you want to check out a bit of greenery, bit of jungle, some amazing wildlife. Well, it's ticking a lot of boxes there. It's also got plenty of surf. Guess what? Here's a left-hander, our Canadian, Racine, deciding to go on the backhand attack on a left. And why not? You see an opportunity pop up. Decides to take it. I don't think that'll be huge in terms of scores for him. And we're getting caught up with numbers right now. It's still our Austrian Hassan Flug leading this one. It's the Argentinian in second position. I think we're all caught up with that last number of Caraballo, are we? Meanwhile, live action, Bilalba, bang, that was really nice. Look at this connection he's got So his read on this wave looks like it's going through the gears and just improving through the heat. Cruises through that last turn, but he's got a really nice pocket here. And this thing will just keep providing opportunities for him. He'll stay active. Plenty left in the legs from a long wave for him. And he'll get a little wiggle to finish. He loves it.
Yeah, he did. He liked it. I thought he surfed that wave really well. He didn't try to force it, didn't try to overdo any of the turns he did. He did exactly what was required. And I liked the little celebration at the end. That was like, oh, maybe it was thank God that wave's done because my legs are sore, or I'm really happy with how I surfed that. Maybe a little bit of both. But it's cool to see the support crew on the beach waving the flags. You know, we were talking about that earlier. This is kind of on screen. This is your hype up team. This is your hype up crew. You know, they get you ready for the heat, for you to hit the water and get yourself sorted. I mean, of course, once you get out there, it's all you. But to know that you have people on the beach supporting you, win, lose or draw, it's really comforting. And it's amazing. We don't see that in any other event except for the ISAs here.
All right, goes our surfer out of Austria. It is Holger Hassenflug, and he's covering all sorts of ground. There's the roundhouse wrap that he loves. Bit of a signature move from him. And that Tomo Sci-Fi looking very dialed into conditions right now. Wow, another great turn. You feel like, I mean, it's always a little different watching live action from the drone, but it feels a lot like his best wave, just in terms of how much space he created on the wave for his turns. Good surfing.
Yeah, really good surfing, really smooth. Yeah, that board, a bit of a cheat code out there. It's just able to get through all of those connections.
It's a bold choice. It's pretty different.
It is. It's super different. And it's one of those boards that just allows you to get through those dead sections and just speed through those points in the wave where it's maybe doesn't have as much power. And that's what that board is allowing him to do. And I think it's a really smart choice for Holger. And you can see he's in first right now. It's paying off.
Under 4 minutes to go in this. Our surfer out of Austria is owed a number by the panel. There's an idea of the size of this point here and the paddle task for surfers that faces them after a ride as they make their way back to the peak. There is some sets standing up, or they pique the interest of surfer with priority, which is Caraballo, the Venezuelan. He's in blue. Doesn't like that one. Good call. That one will just fizzle out. Just on that equipment, generally speaking today, we've seen either people ride their shortboards or maybe go the step downs. We've seen a bit of epoxy go down as well, and that just a reflection of the fact that it's a little bit smaller out there today.
Yeah, definitely. It's important to be able to dial in your equipment with what the waves are doing. Every board that you have has a different sort of purpose. For days like today when it's maybe a little bit smaller, a bit flatter, you want to go for a board that has a flatter rocker, maybe a bit of a wider nose, to allow you to really drive through those sections that are a bit fat, as we saw Holger. He's got that really great board selection right now. It's really different. I don't know too much about that board, so I'm not going to comment on it. But I know, like, for any other boards that are maybe more in that high performance zone, they're looking at a wider point, a little bit closer to the nose, potentially even epoxy with maybe some more volume or liters in it, to kind of just allow you to just glide through those sections nice and easily. And it's cool because everyone has their own equipment and their own things that they like and little different tweaks, and you know, a board that might work for me is not going to work for you, and the board that works for you isn't going to work for Chris.
Yeah, yours have got too much volume for me.
Yeah,
they're just too bulky.
Too bulky.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be sitting on top of the water.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to duck dive them.
No.
An important number in for Bilal, but goes to first, the 5-1 for him. Great work on the backhand. We saw the exuberance of the claim for him as he went underwater. He loved it. Judges enjoyed it too. 5-1, solid. Goes to first. That means Hassenflug in second at the Mo. Let's see when his number comes through. That's your 1-2 currently. Caraballo has been super busy in this one so far. He's been like the most active. I feel like maybe even in terms of board speed, he's had a lot. But what is it for him that he's been unable? He's sort of stuck in the 3s and the 2s. It hasn't been able to get up the scale. Why is that true?
Yeah, I think in my opinion, it's probably the wave size. Potentially the wave size is capping that. And judges will look at that. You know, if you're on the sets, it already puts you at a better position if you do like good surfing on the sets, and you're going to be looking at the 4s and the 5s. So that could be a reason for Juan, but maybe even add in some incompletions there. But that was a really nice cutback there for Holger, sorry.
Holger slicing on the inside. Meanwhile, behind him, Racine, the Canadian, and he's got a good-looking wave there. And he just tried to kind of cruise into that cutback off the tail, off the back foot, but the wave had a little bump. And so he goes down, and he'll go incomplete. Meanwhile, Hassan Flug will bring this one in. He surfed really well throughout this one. The surfer representing Austria. And he looks like he enjoyed himself as well. He's covered a lot of ground on his waves. He's been really smooth with the style as well. Meanwhile, good-looking set out the back. Still got just under 20 seconds to go here. This is crucial for Blue. He's got priority, needs a wave. He didn't look interested in that last one. He's going to have to try and go this. I'm surprised he didn't go that last wave. He'll need to go here, and he's not into it. He'll just let that go. That one will slip underneath. So just identifying, actually, he couldn't quite get there. It looks like Walter Bilalba, he'll get there. I'm not sure if this was before the horn. He'll surf it as if it was, and as if it counts. Gets a good vertical, steep turn on the backhand, and then he'll just bank back to the whitewater and bring this through with some cruisy energy. It was the heat leader prior to this score coming through. We do have a number to come in for Hassan Flug as well, though. But look at the passion from the Argentinian. We saw his squad on the beach. They love their sport, really passionate. Obviously, a massive nation for soccer, for football. I'll tell you what, they're a proud surf nation too. We'll keep going with the Grandmasters for the men here at Surf City, El Salvador. Plenty of waves out in the water. Good performances too. More of it live right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
And this is Surf City, El Salvador. It's the Grandmasters for the men. A beautiful overview of the iconic point break setup at El Sunzal. Straight into it, blistering speed. Scotty Schindler out of Australia. Look at the flow and drive from him as he'll wrap one all the way back into the juice. And he'll keep alive here. So really well-ridden wave to kick things off for the Australian. He's out in the water alongside a Costa Rican, Giancarlo Loria. Surfer out of New Zealand, Lyndon Fairbairn. Also Mark Fessler from Switzerland. I'm Paul Evans, joined by True Starling. And what a wave that was from the Australian.
Yeah, that was a really nice way to kick off the heat for Scott. It looks like he was riding a CI Fever there, maybe even an epoxy. And that board was just looking super drivey through those turns. He's leaning into the rail and really able to get some Really nice responsiveness from that one. So it was good to see him open up his account.
Yeah, in terms of the speed as well, just really nicely linked together, wasn't it? No downtime at all. Beautiful flow from him. This was great.
Yeah, really nice way to start off. He read this wave super well. You can see it start to stand up in front of him. He gains some speed, goes for a quick float, and that just propels him forward to get this really nice connection there. And drives hard, just holding that rail, gets a beautiful rebound. Scotty is just opening up on this one, and he's starting out with a bang. Really nice way to open up his account and apply the pressure on the other competitors.
Here goes his mate from across the Tasman Straits, Lyndon Fairburn out of New Zealand. Bang!
Oh.
Backhand crack of the whip. And again, so very active and busy. A much slopier section, but it does nevertheless have some point scoring opportunity for him as he visits different part of that wave. And he looks to be enjoying it as well. So good to get something on the board for Lyndon and get things going here. We're waiting for that number to come in for Scott Schindler. We reckon that'll set the tone for this heat. Let's see where that is with the panel and how excited they get. He's got plenty more in the tank actually as well. Imagine if he gets one that connects all the way through, gets more lip as well. So let's see where this goes. Already an entertaining heat. This looks like Fessler, our surfer out of Switzerland. Another country that doesn't have a coastline. They do have a pretty good wave pool there at Lyre Bay, not far from Lake Geneva. You can actually surf occasionally on Lake Geneva as well when it's really windy. Here goes Fessler, joining up the dots though here, and he's got some good speed. Look at this section for Mark, and he'll set up a hammer finish. Slams the lid shut, little foam climb as well. So, good stuff from Mark Fessler.
Yeah, really nice stuff. He's fired up. I loved how he was patient towards that end. That inside section just walled up beautifully for him. So that was a really nice way to start off. I love the first 5 minutes of heats because it's kind of the first 5 minutes where you see people surfing and they're like opening up and they're kind of feeling themselves in this heat amongst the other surfers. And it's kind of like a no consequence in that first 5 minutes in a way. You can kind of throw the dice on something, get a score. Like, of course, you want to start off well, especially in 25-minute heats. There's such a long time. You can reset at the 20-minute mark if you haven't had a wave and be like, you know what, it's all good. I feel like in moments like that, it's super important. And I feel like Giancarlo is doing the same. He's going, I haven't got a wave yet. Everyone else has, but it's all good. I still have 20 minutes. So that's ample amount of time to get himself into this heat.
Everyone making a little move wide. That's because they've seen some energy coming through as this swell will build slightly, aided, we hope, with an incoming tide, and that will help performances and scores. Someone that was able to throw down an impressive performance, big scores as well. Winner of the last heat is standing by with Ben Wade.
Let him refresh himself, but we're going to say congratulations to Walter Villalba representing Argentina in that heat number 3. Muchas felicidades.
¿Cómo te va? Yo te hablo en castellano. Muy feliz, la verdad que muy feliz. Como todo en mi vida, me costó. La empecé perdiendo y la pude ir dando vuelta. Doy gracias a Dios y vamos a Argentina, carajo.
So he was saying that, like the rest of his life, it was a fight, but he was able to change it around, and yeah, he's very happy and thanks God. So my first question is going to be: we saw a change in tide during his heat, and he was able to get some of his best rides in the dying moments of the heat and move up to first to be here right now. So I'm going to ask him if he could feel that change in energy as he was out there. Había unos cambios en la marea en los heats anteriores. En tu heat puedes agarrar las mejores olas en los últimos minutos y así que te subiste a primero. ¿Puedes sentir que había un cambio de oleaje cuando estabas?
Sí, claro, claro. Por momentos está flat y por momentos te marca una serie que si tenés la suerte de leerlo, agarrás la mejor. La mejor que agarré encima entró en la regresiva, no sumó, que esa fue mi mejor ola, pero bueno, con las otras últimas dos pude revertir el resultado. Estoy muy contento de que Argentina avance y que sigamos para arriba en el primer round.
So he said, yeah, he could definitely feel the changes. There were sets, then there was flat spots, but with the sets you could kind of read that it was happening. He said his best wave was actually after the buzzer and he didn't get the score, but very happy to move through with Argentina. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Y si quieres saludar a alguien ahí en Mar del Plata.
Sí, voy a saludar a todas las madres en especial. a la mía que está en el cielo, feliz día. Solamente eso. Gracias.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Suerte en el próximo.
Gracias, gracias. Saludos y gracias al Salvador.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Great stuff there from Walter Bilal, but delighted with his performance. He's an emotional character, and I tell you what, he's got some really impressive surf maneuvers on full display here at Sunzal. Meanwhile, tearing in Fessler, representing Switzerland. Bang, into the lip. Look at the spark he's got driving off the bottom. Wow, that was a great turn, throwing buckets of spray. Sky went dark for a moment there as he increases the relative humidity here on the coast of El Salvador. Fessler, a great looking wave.
Yeah, really nice looking wave, super spicy. It looks like he was on a spine tech as well. I don't know what model. I'd love to know though, because that board was looking really good under his feet, and he's just able to capitalize on those sections or those moments in the wave where it starts to steepen up. And for Mark, you know, that's a really good score, and it's definitely going to go into the top 2, maybe better than 3.93. I don't know. I really liked the connection. I liked the flow, and he just had a little bit extra to each turn. So I thought it was really good.
We'll see where it goes score-wise. Meanwhile, good news for the Irukandji. Scotty Schindler, 7.83 for his early effort in this heat. We picked it up right from the beginning and going very close to the excellent range and just serving a bit of notice as well, because I reckon he was surfing about 50-60% there. He's got loads more where that came from, and already just almost cruising into the excellent range. So let's see if we can get that man another set wave sooner rather than later. But he's in a strong position here with that lead at the moment, and a bit of real quality from him. We were talking about the Irukandjis earlier in the Aussie surf team. I guess, like, Australia's one of the kind of early sort of front runners getting into that National Performance Centre and really kind of centralising, being a bit more professional about it rather than the Amateur Association. Put a lot of resources into it. It's pretty successful, but I feel like a lot of nations are doing that now, right? And so, you know, with the Olympic movement and a lot of that public money coming in, it's been interesting to see everyone else is kind of catching up with Australia.
Yeah, I think your point about with the Olympics, surfing being in the Olympics now, it's really changed the atmosphere of what professional surfing is. You know, prior to it being an Olympic sport, everyone's, you know, what do you do for work? Oh, I'm a professional surfer. It's, oh, you know, what can you do with that? Whereas now it's like, I'm a professional surfer, I'm going to the Olympic qualifiers, I could be on the team, and that's like, wow, okay, so he's going to be an Olympian or she's going to be an Olympian. And so people are now starting to take the sport more seriously. And I can only speak from an Australian point of view because I live there. I'm in and around the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre.
It's in the town where you live, right?
Yes, it's 5 minutes. Yeah, so it's in Casuarina, which is about 5 minutes from where I live. It's an Olympic training facility as well. So, you know, we see so many people in there, and I think the beauty of it now being a sport in the Olympics is it's taken more seriously. It's more, especially from the outside looking in, it's like, okay, this is a legit sport, and it's a sport where people can really showcase what they want to do. And as surfers here, we all know that it's real, and this is a job, and this is what we want to do. But it's kind of just given it more of an edge, I think.
Really cool to see that story unfold. This one, we'll just chill out a minute here. We just put the lid on, turn down the heat onto simmer. So far, the best of the action in terms of the highest score is with the Australian Scott Schindler, the 7.83. Mark Fessler out of Switzerland. He's in the lead right now, though. We've got 5-1 for that prior effort. So at the moment, first place position for him. I think as soon as Scott Schindler stands up, that'll change. Doesn't need a number at all, just needs a 1 to change things up. We're looking at the South African, Van Veergen, right there. Got a tough heat taking on Andrea Fernandez from Ecuador, Danny Garcia, out of the north coast of Spain as well. Pretty nimble there, Gary.
Yeah, activating the calves. You could see him lifting his heels up and off the grass there, getting himself ready. Warming up the muscles, which is good. You see a lot of people, you know, I wonder what their warm-ups is like, and it's good to see them all kind of...
Yeah, this is unique. They're vibing off each other before
yes.
the heat. It's not something we usually see. It's normally very much blinkers on, maybe the music, kind of block everything else out. These guys wishing each other good luck. Really cool camaraderie to see. And I think everyone's just better when they're relaxed, right? Rather than kind of put too much pressure on themselves. Meanwhile, let's check out Lyndon Fairbairn here. Bang, whoa. He's absolutely tearing into this thing. Straight out the bottom turn. Almost looking a little bit like BL there. Shades of Barton Lynch from Linden.
Seriously.
As he just goes to work on that thing. Fessler leaning in a little too much on a softer section. He'll go down, but a great way from the Kiwi. Let's see where that puts him. It's his second ride, so it will count for him. Under 12 minutes on the clock. We're still waiting for an effort from Loria. But this heat, I tell you what's intriguing.
It is. It's really different. Everyone has a different approach. It's been a little bit slow. There's actually been some really good surfing. But it's right now, it's the battle of the backups. No one's really got a good backup. The best score is at 7.83 from Scotty Schindler, but he's in second right now. And Mark, he's had some really good waves, and that 5.1 is just giving him a little bit more of an advantage right now. But as we were talking before, you know, with the camaraderie and people wishing each other luck prior to going out in the ocean, as soon as the toes hit the water, that's out the window. They're here to compete and win, and like we were saying, they're all super competitive. We see it in the free surfs, and there's no reason why it's going to be different out in the lineup. I was looking over my shoulder before, and I could see Scotty was paddling as fast as he could to the start of the heat to get the inside. You know, he's a mongrel. He wants to get the inside. He wants to get the better of the first wave exchange and put himself in the best position. And I feel like that's a little win. It's those little 10%ers that really give you that edge or that advantage for the rest of the heat, and the 7.83 is a good example of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So built that platform up at the start of the heat. He's had to wait a little while now. He's still waiting for his second wave. There's Scott. And we saw him in motion there. A little redirect towards the inside. Let's see if we'll find something there as he'll go and just have a quick look, quickly identifying that wave. Nothing like the power or the momentum to work properly and move down the boulders here at Sunzal. Meanwhile, on the outside, priority will be used eventually by Giancarlo Loria, surfer out of Costa Rica. Nice looking entry into this, drops down and then jams back off the rail and off the tail. Nice and neat, and again, so good whip to him. And very precise surfing because he wants to stay real close to the pocket here. He don't want to get marooned out on the shoulder, and he does pretty well just to stay with the energy of this wave, and he'll open up once again. A similar sort of carve, gives it a little bit of shoulders and upper body, which increases the board speed, and then eventually it'll be a kick out from him. So waited a while for that wave, and he needed to get going.
Yeah, he did. He needed to make the most of that one. So we'll see where it comes in, but live action right now.
Here goes Fessler. Another nice turn from him, swinging all the way back and then collects and it gathers and it'll stand up again. And he'll give it another nice crack. Similar kind of rhythm through these sections. He has a little look around. You see the head on a swivel there. Just looking to see if he did get a double up bowl on the inside. The wave had other thoughts. And he's back in that second place position. 393. Is the backup number for Mark. He'll try and improve that. Meanwhile, here goes the Australian Schindler right now. Trying to come from around some white. Well, he's got a load of speed. He's got a section. He'll float over that. He uses it as a functional maneuver. Then there's a really nice aggressive snap. And then he uses that snap to put him back on a steeper section of the wave. Some more really nice setup work from him. This wave just keeps providing for him. A little release there as well, just to show some variety. And he'll just keep alive with the rail work through here, joining it up pretty nicely. Still going on the inside. A quick click off the white water, so not getting a super critical section, but it's nice joined up surfing with loads of flow and precision, and it'll be a good number, you reckon?
Yeah, it's definitely going to back up that 7.83 that he has, and some really smart surfing on that wave. You know, that first section, as you mentioned, was a functional maneuver to just really allow him to drive through that next turn. He's out there all the time. He's surfing. It's interesting because he was surfing on the inside. He was trying to surf like kind of just underneath everyone, and then he was out the back. So he knows how to surf the sets. He knows how to surf the mid-sized ones. He knows how to surf the inside waves if need be. So he's really in tune with everything, and he took off in the whitewash here, and he's able to gain some speed. And I thought it was really smart because it's able for him to find a steep section. That was a nice opening carve right in front of everyone else in this heat, and that would kind of apply a little bit of pressure. And Scotty just driving through another turn. Right now, he's just making up the numbers. He doesn't need to do a lot to get himself into an advancing position with that 7.83 in the back pocket. and he's doing well to get a finish through this one. We saw him just really open up at the start. That's where a bulk of the scores are going to come through, but taking this wave all the way through to the inside. He's got a fair paddle back out the back with 7 minutes to go, but hopefully he'll have another opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's just identifying as well that he sat for an eternity with that 7.83 and just a 0.6, and he just wanted rid. So being pragmatic, getting a wave, and investing plenty of energy, a long ride, multiple maneuvers, it will be a score that pays off for him, and he doesn't need a big number at all. I think there's an excellent chance of that putting him straight back into first place. By the time he hears that score read out, it'll be maybe halfway back to the lineup with round about 6 on the clock. You see him approaching there, and it's always a bit easier to paddle when you hear a good number come through. If you're feeling tired and you suddenly hear you've gone back to first, that gives you a little extra squirt of energy.
Oh, it definitely does. I think even just knowing that that's going to be a good score, knowing that you kicked off a wave and you go, yeah, that felt good. You know, and he's thinking that these guys know, they know what the waves are, they know how they feel, they're really in tune with it. So I feel like Scotty's going, yeah, that was a good one, you know, and I wonder if he's kind of paddling back out with a little bit of cockiness maybe, and kind of going, yeah, I'm in the lead. A
little bit of swag.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
What I'd quite like to see him do now is sit unnecessarily close to someone. I really enjoy that when surfers get like right up in each other's grill.
Yes.
Sit about 20 centimeters away from the rail, ask for a situation. Love it.
Yeah, I just got a good score. I'm back in the lead now. What about it?
Okay, just over 5.5 to go here. Priority at the moment with the Kiwi Fairburn. Will he use it? Not on this wave. Let's see who goes. It's Fessler representing Swiss. Here he goes with a soft, slow P section, so doesn't get loads of speed. Now we'll find some, and again using that rail, just kind of prodding and nursing that board through a section, and then he'll eventually just come slightly unstuck. Having a look here in bright sunshine at Giancarlo Loria out of Costa Rica. So coiled with his energy and some nice whippy turns from him. We haven't seen a lot of surfing from this guy. I don't know why, because he's ripping. He's been really selective. Bang, gives it a good spank. Very nicely done. He's fired up. Look at him. You can tell he enjoyed that. We liked it too.
Yeah, I really liked that. He was looking fired up. He's going, okay, I really need to give it some on this wave. There's 4.5 minutes to go. I need to level up here, and that's exactly what he did. I love that surfing, and I'm glad that he's finally opening up on waves and finding one that's going to match that energy. So I'm excited to see where that goes, and I'm happy that he's been able to find a wave to allow him to surf to his ability.
Yeah, he needs a pretty sizey number at the moment, 6.970. We'll have time, though, when he gets back to see where he is in terms of getting another wave, but he's got his work cut out here. He's just not found enough waves. That was only his second ride, but his surfing looks really sparky and strong. His wave count suffered a bit in this one. He's found himself not in the right position when waves have come through, but the surfing that he's able to do, he's got loads of spark. Let's hope we get him more action inside that 4-minute mark. Schindler goes straight back to first, as we suspected he might. 6.83 at a decent total, 14.66. More good news for the Irukandjis.
Yeah, some really good news. Bring the sting. They're probably saying that on the beach. So yeah, it's cool to see, and where, you know, I feel like Scotty for me has been super impressive in the free surfs. I've been enjoying, you know, watching him on the waves. Maybe I'm biased. I don't know. I'm Aussie, so that could be it too. But I really liked watching him open up in this heat. And here we go. Here's a paddle.
He goes Fessler, a slow pier wave, though not what he wants at all, and he needs to find a bit of quality now. Looking for a 5.11, so that mid-range number. And he'll need to find himself a wave that offers steep sections. I think you can kind of grub around and maybe swing and do a few snaps and get in the 3s and 4s, but 5s and above, he's going to need to find himself a proper wave.
Yeah, especially with the likes of this heat, especially there's already 5s and 6s on the board, and that last score for Giancarlo, a 6.23. So he's put himself in a really good position. 3.97 is the score he needs to get to second right now.
Yeah, important wave for him. I tell you what, this is setting up for a great finish.
Wow.
To this heat. 2:40 on the clock. We'll fly over the point here. You can see that tide filling in. We're pretty much optimal in terms of the stage of the tide. It's mid-tide right now, and it's looking like the shape on these waves is offering multiple good scoring sections for our surfers. Here's the Kiwi. Gives it the full treatment. Fairbairn on that first section again. plugs away. That's a third turn from him, and redirecting very effectively indeed. That board looks really light and responsive, doesn't it? And then just as we say that, he'll disconnect slightly. There wasn't much wave left there anyway, so just to kind of kick out in completion for him. But an important wave in second, and feeling Giancarlo Loria breathing down his neck right now.
Yeah, he well and truly is too. I think he needs to better a 4.33 for Linden. You know, it might be close. Maybe it will challenge it. I'm not too sure. We saw him get some really good surfing at the start of this heat. He was a little quiet, and he gets at 5.17. I think it'll about to be locked in. Yeah, 5.17. So it makes it harder for Giancarlo, 4.81. But I liked his surfing on the 6.23. If he can find a wave that's similar to that and do what he did on the pretty much copy paste, he's looking in the sixes again. So it's going to be a really tight finish for this last minute and a little bit.
Yeah, it is. Let's hope we get some more waves here. Really enjoyable heat. Loving watching this one play out at the moment. Australia, New Zealand 1-2. Costa Rica in third. Switzerland in fourth place. And just like you mentioned, true third and fourth, those are not massive requirements for them. Mid-range numbers will do it for them. Third priority is with Loria. So he's going to have to try and find something, make something happen. Second priority for Fessa. That's better news. First priority is with our heat leader, Scott Schindler, at the moment, inside 40. As we'll just pan out and look from above and just take in the beautiful sweep of Surf City, the Boulder Point, the volcanoes behind. It's green, it's steamy, it's tropical, it's lush, it's absolutely beautiful here in El Salvador. It won't feel that way at the moment, though, for surfers chasing scores. They're not enjoying the scenery. They're thinking about finding the number they need. Of course, there's no one being eliminated from competition at this stage, though. Just over 10 on the clock. Looks like Scott will use priority here. Your heat leader, a little victory lap way from him. He's ripped this heat, and he'll continue to do so here and just bring this in. And he has got loads more surfing to bring. It's important to go out and perform in the early rounds, but I feel like we're going to see a lot more from him. He's such a good polished surfer, and really just kind of cruised through that one, took the heat in his stride. It was enjoyable to watch it go down. Looks like no other way he's ridden. So our surfer out of New Zealand, the Goofy, Lyndon Fairbairn. Really good surfing from him as well. To just see off a charge, a late charge from Loria, and maintain in second place position. We'll keep going with the action here from Surf City, El Salvador. We'll bring in Commandant Cote and Professor Bleakley for the call.
The Hoop O is one of the best waves you could ever surf.
It's probably where I got the most amazing waves I ever had.
It's probably like the gnarliest drop you ever seen in your life.
It humbles you, but empowers you.
The shape of the wave and how the reef is, that makes the big barrel. Huh? This wave put you back in your place, you know.
It's pretty incredible of what you can accomplish. I think dream big and have fun with it.
It wasn't just going to come that easy getting into the Olympics.
It takes a lot to compete against the best countries and surfers in the world.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to rock.
I want to do one better. I want to get gold medals.
Few people in history get to go to the Olympics more than once.
I love the competition.
You put so much work into this moment.
Surf fans, welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Masters World Championships. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley, and so far, so good. We got waves in that waist to chest high range El Sunzal is providing, And the surfers have all risen to the occasion. We already saw kahunas out there, men and women, grandmasters men and women, and soon we're going to see the masters surf as well. We're talking 40 and up, 50 and up, and 60 plus. Chris, Sam, give us your thoughts so far on what we've seen already this morning.
Well, first prize goes to El Salvador. What a canvas, huge opportunities for surf vacations, investment, cultural experiences, and with the winter coming up in the Northern Hemisphere, where better to book your surf trip than El Salvador?
Yeah, it's
Alone,
always warm.
with the family, it's special.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, if we had a trophy to give out daily, it would go to El Salvador because they're winning in so many ways. Just had another wonderful lunch down here. So food, epic. Obviously, surf spots are amazing. And I love that there are surf spots for every level of surfer. You know, we've seen tons of lessons happening here on these smaller days at El Sunzal, and we've also learned some lessons from some of the best masters on the planet. Some absolute hammers have taken to this lineup. We've seen scores in the 7.5, near the 8 range, and I'm sure more of that to come. Great heat in the water right now. Gary Van Oeringen from South Africa, Daniel Garcia, Team Spain, and Andres Fernandez from Team Ecuador. So international superheat in the lineup as we speak. First score comes through. That's Daniel Garcia, a 4.07.
Danny, a stalwart of European surfing. As a competitor from Europe myself, a standard fixture in elite level finals for any European event. The goofy footer, still electric, silver-haired, but smooth as ever. Really, really great goofy footer representing North Spain. I've loved watching his career over the decades.
These are surfers in that 50 and up range. Surf City El Salvador ISA World Masters Surfing Championship held primarily right here at El Sunzal. There are a ton of waves around, but I feel like this was the perfect call. You know, not only does this point break just soak up any type of swell direction, any swell size it can handle from 2 feet all the way up to 20 feet plus. Right now, it just has that beautiful, groomed, fun look to it. The winds have been on our side all day long. Nice and smooth out there. Plenty of pockets for these surfers to work with. Tide is pushing up now. Things will change into the afternoon. But luckily for these surfers, at that peak high tide towards dark, you know, competition will be over for the day. So I love that we've maximized the most of these great tidal conditions. And the swell forecast is looking great in the next few days of competition. Here is our first look at Andres Fernandez. Had a paddle, couldn't quite get into it. That means Garcia now trying hard to get into that one. Just gets caught behind a little bit.
Thought he might be tempted to just go left on that for the fun of it.
Yeah, I mean, as a goofy footer, why wouldn't you?
Gary, a great shaper, 30 years of shaping, has his label GVM Shapes, based in Warner Beach, south of Little Manzimoti. And he's been a silver medalist in 2011 at the ISA World Masters Surfing Championships, which was held at Punta Roca. And of course, Chris, I mean, talk about the difference between Sunzal and Punta Roca as two great world-class point breaks.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you see this wave right here, so it's, you know, a little bit slopey, but then these sections kind of perk up at you down the line. You got to know exactly where to put yourself on the face of that wave. That wave right there is a telling sign of the high tide to come. Kind of hugged a little bit too far inside, just dissipated beneath Andres Fernandez. One turn out the back, not going to be a score of note. There's plenty of time left with 20 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there is a wave for any level of surfer, for any board you want to ride, from bodyboard to sup to longboard to anything. You know, I had the chance to ride a fish at a small beach break yesterday, and it was just so fun. I mean, you can find these nooks and crannies with no one around. It's still possible in this day to find yourself surfing alone with just a handful of friends, and if you're in El Salvador, I think it can happen to you more often than you might think.
Yeah, Andres riding the Firewire FRK, that great design from Dan Mann, the squash tail, does a lot of work to promote ocean literacy as well, Chris.
You know, he can try, but he can't hide. We know that's Tom Curran. You can just tell. There's something different about him. You know, he's You just know that his presence is felt all up and down the beach. I mean, and the coolest part about Tom Curran is he's just a surf rat to the core. You know, love to see him put a jersey back on. And there's a lot of people around that have been texting me saying, when does Tom Curran surf?
Yeah, well, it's coming up soon.
Now, that'll be our next heat, but it's not going to be an easy path for Tom Curran. Talented surfers from Mexico and Japan going up against Tom, so that'll be a fun one to watch.
Only surfer to win ISA Gold in Juniors, Open, and Masters. That's prolific.
Yeah, that's a pretty epic stat. So 18:28 to go. Surfers waiting for the next set to roll through. Gives us a chance to catch up with Ben Way.
Thanks, guys. Here's the winner of heat number 4, representing Australia, Scott Schindler. Congratulations.
Thanks, mate. It's good to get out there and finally get a wave.
Yeah, so it was a little bit of a sleepy start. You were sitting back with first priority for a little while. Knowing that the tide was coming in, there were some gems out there. Were you able to kind of relax knowing that you'd have a chance to get a score?
Mate, you can never relax in these heats. There's so many good surfers that just come out of nowhere, and if they get a good one, they're going to win. So you can't relax for a minute.
So I see your equipment. This is the 3rd Channel Islands with the Spine Tech. These things seem to be working really well on this small stuff. Is this your normal go-to for small waves?
Actually, this is my step up. So this is normally my ride, what I ride in Indonesia. But I brought it for here because the waves are a little bit fuller, a little bit more volume, and still a performance board. It's the Fever model, and I love the Spine Tech. I've got 3 identical Spine Techs with me, the Fever, and I absolutely love it.
And stick with the equipment. So you're a gold medalist in 2013. How's it feel to be back, and how's your confidence coming into this edition?
Yeah, look, my confidence is strong, but, you know, I needed a 2.6 or something in the last competition I did 11 years ago to get through, and I didn't get through. So that's why you can never relax. So confidence-wise, I feel prepared. It's a redemption year for me. I really want to do much better than I did last time. So it's good to get a start. And thanks everyone at home if you're watching. Thanks very much.
Great to get the first interview for the Irukandjis, huh?
Yeah, first win for me for hopefully this run. But we've already had 2 get through, and we've got 1 more to surf today. So hopefully we have a really good run for Team Australia.
Right on. Thanks so much, Scott.
Thanks, Ben.
Back to the booth, guys.
I love it. 11 years on, and he's still thinking about that 2-point ride he needed. Well, during that great interview, sparks were flying out in the lineup. We saw Gary get a great wave. Now Andres is up and riding. He's had some solid turns out the back on this runner. So this last exchange is going to break this thing wide open. 16:26 to go. When you heard the beach going wild behind Scott Schindler's interview with Ben, and I'd love to hear that. That's a unique outlook, right? He kind of flipped the script there. He's looking at it, and it looks small, but he knew plenty of punch down here in El Salvador. I've always thought of this place in my many times coming here as having almost a Hawaiian-style power. So, yes, bring out the lumber. But here you see Gary Van Weringen from South Africa absolutely ripping this wave to bits.
Yeah, that flow through that float, then straight into the roundhouse cut back. And then again, just maintaining that flow, everything effortless, smooth, no downtime, just top to bottom critical surfing. The last half of that wave, brilliantly surfed. This re-entry from Danny Garcia on this 2nd section here, he just puts it vertical here on the 3rd section is the real money turn. Here it's coming up, bang, straight up, 12 o'clock. A little slow start to that one, but that 3rd turn, a real important maneuver from Danny Garcia, but the wave just didn't open up as much as our Ecuadorians. Andres off the bottom, off the top, big spray thrown out of that thruster into a cutback wide on the shoulder. Things get a little bit slopey here, but again, rebounding off the foam, kicking things off nicely, and then really starting to get the tempo through the inside. A little kind of weave back and forth, off the bottom, off the top. Not so vertical on the turns, but able to demonstrate a lot of variety. Good speed through the inside here. It's going to be very interesting how the judges compare this to Danny Garcia's wave that didn't have as long a ride, but that last vertical top turn from Danny Garcia, I really appreciated that, Chris.
Yeah, this is setting up to be a classic heat with a surfer in red from South Africa. Gary comes through with a big number there, an 8.83. Now that may very well be the highest single wave score of this event, and he earned every point of it. And I love when you look at Gary's social media, his kind of mantra Never underestimate the power of love and gratitude. We're feeling it. Here goes Danny Garcia now on his backhand. Bam! 2 big snaps there. Kind of resets his feet, gets a third. Just when you thought, well, you know, mid-50s, maybe think about retiring, think again. These surfers are out there absolutely ripping.
Yeah, I like that from Danny. Looking forward to seeing what that previous score was. Gary, I mean, the flow. One of the key things on Gary's 8.83, he's already been inspired by the performance of his Springbok teammate, Heather Clark. She went excellent range. We've seen a 9 dropped for Rochelle Ballard. So not the highest score of the event so far, but just no downtime, just continual connection, no double pump turns, all flow into critical maneuvers. Gary looking really spicy, and that's going to feel great for his confidence.
Yeah, and I love that El Sunzal has, even at this size, let's call it 2 to 3 feet, provides this canvas that allows these surfers to potentially break into that excellent range. Rochelle Ballard set the beach on fire, as you just mentioned, with that 9-point ride. But we've now starting to see scores. You know, we're really packing that upper echelon of scoring potential out here with some 8s. You know, a lot of high 7s have been coming through. So I love it. Even that on a, you know, this is literally one of the smaller days I've ever seen in competition here, but it's been exciting because not only are these waves providing, you know, ample opportunities, but the surfers are just, they're veteran knowledge, right? It's coming into play now. They know every bit about what you got to do in a heat and what you have to do on each wave you surf, just utilizing that power pocket. I mean, I'm taking notes. I want to surf better, and just by watching these surfers, I'm thinking it's going to work. Just wait till you see me tomorrow.
5.5 for Danny's second wave there. So we've still got a score to come in for that 3rd wave. So good vertical surfing from Danny Garcia. Backup score needed for Gary from South Africa. But we were talking about the potential for investment, Chris, and the great thing about the caliber of these surfers is they've all had careers outside of surfing, sometimes within surfing, and they may well be the people who come back next week to put their money on the table and invest in this coastline.
Yeah, bring me with you. I'll come stay in your guest house. I would love to. Any chance to come to El Salvador, I take. I mean, there's a reason it's called Surf City, and no one disputes that moniker. It truly is Surf City. And here we go. I mean, Danny Garcia's on a mission. You can feel it with every turn he does. 2 quick snaps there. And the wave right there just kind of dissipating beneath him.
But looking so hungry as well. You could see how keen he was to get as vertical as possible on those turns. And again, demonstrating some of the benefits of the goofy footers here. Danny Garcia just top to bottom action. Didn't link it through, but drops a 5.23 for the previous wave. So solid situation for Danny Garcia, and he hasn't even had the length of ride we've seen from Andres and Gary. I felt like when the score comes through for our Ecuadorians, long ride, it lacked some of those vertical maneuvers that we've seen from Danny Garcia. So I don't think it's going to come above that 5 range.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I feel like Gary has definitely had the best wave, you know, and obviously utilized it to its full potential. And here we go again. Crisp, clean style, plenty of power. I mean, and all the technique in the world. See, there's been no mistakes on that wave, and not an easy wave to surf. You know, it kind of goes steep, it goes flat, it goes steep, it goes flat. And, you know, he, again, it sounds like a clinical term, but maximizing the scoring potential of the wave. But it really factors in when a lot of these waves, like we saw that one, that was about half the length of kind of the standard that we saw earlier this morning. So, you know, you never know how long these waves are going to carry you through to the inside. So you got to make sure that you pack a punch out the back. As we see now, Andres Fernandez, kind of 2-stager there, snap float. Gets vertical in the whitewater. He's going to try to fight his way around this section. A little rib came up the face and kind of flattened that wave out. So again, as the tide comes up, I feel like we're going to see a condensed takeoff zone, and you're really going to have to get to work quick because the outside, at the moment, has kind of been the only spot where you can get those big snaps or big carves because it's really starting to flatten off through the inside.
But look how hungry these competitors are, how fast they're paddling back out. Here's the replay of Gary's second wave. Comes in at a 4.40. Only needed a 1.9 to go up into first. Maximized every ounce of juice. Lacked the shape and the length and the size of his opening 8.83. But again, great flow, tempo, connection, super controlled surfing. This is the nice airdrop float. Pulls it, drops it, comes back off the bottom, projects vertically through the foam, but you can see that this one's starting to fluff out a little bit, and then it dies away. He kicks out. He'll get a good second score as we see Garcia top to bottom, the goofy footer, just gets a little bit hung up on the top of that turn there, trying to get as vertical as possible, but I felt like the scoring potential wasn't massive on that, and I didn't feel as if it was really ever going to rival those solid fives that Garcia has kicked off with.
So with 8:15 to go, second score comes through for Gary Van Wieringen, and it's a 4.40, and there it is, the Black Beauty, the beautiful surfboard, made iconic by its rider, Mr. Tom Curran. And you got to get that official ISA sticker on your board. There are a few rules you've got to abide by as a competitor. You've got to have your national team flag, and you've also got to have that ISA official competitor sticker. Even Tom Curran's got to do it. And if he does it, we should all be doing it.
Special moment to see the icon, 3 times ASP world champion, 85, 86, 1990, of course, a fish pioneer in the early 90s, designing boards with George Greeno as well, and that double pump bottom turn, that iconic style. Of course, his dad, Pat Curran, an absolute legend, and looking back to that 1980 win as a junior at the ISA World Surfing Championship. That was the beginning of a stellar career for Curran.
And now we're thankful to see plenty of footage, surf movies, pretty active on Instagram as well. Kerfuffle, his IG name.
Great musician as well. Some of those classic films, I've been listing those, thinking of them. Tales of the Seven Seas, a good one from 81. Off the Wall 2, classic from 83. Of course, my favorite of that early period, Surfers the Movie. Do you remember that, Chris?
Oh yeah, one of the best movies ever.
And then The Search, 1992, and Searching for Tom Curran, 96. Litmus, 97, a great one for those fish aficionados. And then, of course, 2004, A Broke Down Melody. That's a classic.
Yeah, and some recent flicks that Curran has been in. I mean, he's all over YouTube. That's one of the best part about our digital world is you can just type Tom Curran into your computer and boom.
Yeah,
get to see it all.
And how was the one a few years ago down in Mexico? Full scrubber.
Full scrubber.
Absolutely
amazing.
Brilliant.
That's classic Curran. I mean, some of the just coolest, weirdest boards being ridden. Unique, interesting ways to make sections. And nobody does it like Tom Curran, but we've all tried. I mean, as a kid, skateboarding in front of my house, my friends and I used to argue who gets to pretend they're Tom Curran that day.
Great Stoke there. I mean, this is, if you're local, you got to come and down and see the man. I mean, this is a special opportunity. Not only do we get to capture his surfing on camera, but if you're in the neighborhood, come and watch him. Get your signature signed.
Well, and Gary right here, I mean, he looks like he's channeling some Tom Curran. Beautiful, smooth, clean style, powerful, precise. And look at this section he's got. Bam! Big snap there for Gary Van Wieringen. Team South Africa has to be stoked. And, you know, you talk about the want, right? And the desire to compete. Well, Gary, along with some of his fellow team members from South Africa, did a lot of fundraising months and months leading up to this event to get themselves here to South Africa. As we see now, Andres Fernandez. So he's looking for a 5.66. He's within striking distance of climbing into second place. Garcia, right in the middle there with a 5.5 and a 5.23. That is, of course, before we hear of the score to drop for Gary, which He's trying to get rid of a 4.40.
It's going to be big, Chris.
Yeah, it was nicely surfed. I mean, some good sections. And we've been seeing it all day long, right? The good ones out here have that tendency to just kind of build down the line. It's almost like they're breathing, right?
Yeah.
Nice little rampy section. You wait it out, wait for it to build again. Boom. You know, you can't force things. Flow is a huge consideration in the eyes of the judges.
Yeah, it was bowly. Look at it. Straight into action. Big sweeping turn, roundhouse, vertical projection. Already you're starting to think that the wave shape has excellent range potential. Setting himself up for this third big money turn here. Bang, snaps it, throws some spray, and then really nice setup, just touching the face on that bottom turn and in the pocket through the bowl section, sweeping it back, and then again a really nice dynamic turn through the inside, finishing things off cleanly. That 8.83, I don't think it's going to match that, but it could be close to excellent range as we get to see.
Had that same feeling.
Yeah, just great read of the wave. And this is an important opportunity, chasing a 5.66 for our Ecuadorian. I love the line, the flow, the read. Looks extremely familiar with El Sunzal, sweeping back, not as bowly in wave shape as our South Africans wave, but only chasing a 5.67. For me, I think it's going to be close, not quite enough, but I think our South African is really going to solidify his lead.
He's going to be well up into the teens with that last wave ridden. I agree with you. I have a feeling that's going to be in that 8 range. As you see now, Daniel Garcia, bottom turn, top turn combo, and basically the same type of read. And he looked down the line, nothing doing. He's out. So he'll get back to the outside as we see now. Gary Van Waringen. Nice snap there. Good patience, too. You see, he kind of just fills the time with those wrapping cutbacks. They look cool. You know, they slightly add to the scoreline. And he sets things up, waiting for this inside to perk up. And he's chilling.
And as a South Coaster from South Africa, a lot of great right-handers. A 9.43, massive. The rhythm, the tempo, the in-the-pocket surfing.
I was going to say 9. Did I say 8? I think I said 9. I thought 9, but said 8.
You felt 9.
Yeah.
You said 8. A 9.43, the highest score of the event so far. And he has been in fantastic form. And
that's why he was chilling on that last wave.
That was beautiful.
Come on in, Gary. You've done it. So you think of the 3 words, right? Speed, power, flow. I mean, that last wave from Gary, that was all of those things served up to the judges on a platter. Thank you very much. They did not do him any favors. He earned every bit of that 9.43. And that right there could be the standout wave of the day.
Yeah, no downtime as well. Like his 8.83, everything linked up and really using the bottom of the wave, staying in the pocket, but also great wave selection, choosing those ones that have that glassier, bowly wall, but still that shoulder, that line, Chris.
Here we go again with Andres Fernandez. Some urgency as he heard those big numbers come across the PA. You see him just trying to identify the most potent section of this wave. He found it. Quick snap there. A little frisky on the fin release. So just good, clean, solid surfing here from Andres Fernandez. But out the back, Danny Garcia. You can see that outside section was tempting him to push as hard as possible. He did. His back foot may have just slipped off there.
Yeah, I think it did. And he's been inspired to push harder from the scores that the South African has been dropping. He knows that he's got it in him to go excellent range, but you can see that he's been really milking a hard bottom turn, a big vertical projection. Just looked like his foot slipped off the back. But what an incredible performance from Gary. Highest heat total of the day by far, 18.26, Chris. He's going to be feeling on top of the world right now.
I mean, that's a near perfect heat. It's incredible. And he's now got 2 waves in the highlight reel for sure. He has got to be fired up coming in. This is just great surfing right here.
Yeah, that first turn alone, super in the pocket stuff. Deep, radical, and tempo and wave selection and surfing the boards that he makes.
A new line in the sand has been drawn by Gary Van Waringen. And we'll be right back with more action. Tom Curran coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's pretty incredible of what you can accomplish. I think dream big and have fun with it.
It wasn't just going to come that easy getting into the Olympics.
It takes a lot to compete against the best countries and surfers in the world.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
I want to do one better. I want to get gold medals.
Few people in history get to go to the Olympics more than once.
I love the competition.
You put so much work into this moment.
The Hoop is one of the best waves you could ever surf.
It's probably where I got the most amazing waves I ever had.
It's probably like the gnarliest drop you ever seen in your life.
It humbles you, but empowers you.
The shape of the wave and how the reef is, that makes the big barrel. Huh? This wave put you back in your place, you know.
We are back. This is the Surf City ISA World Masters Surfing Championships. That's right. We will be crowning world champions by the end of this week. And so far, it's been so good. We've just seen an 18.26 heat total, a near perfect heat. Our team South African representative. Can't wait to hear what he has to say about his time out in El Sunzal. But right now, the Grand Masters men's division continues on. This is surfers in the 50-plus-year-old range. We've got the legendary Tom Curran going up against Masahisa Sakamoto and Julio Cesar Naranjo. Mexico, Japan, USA represented in this heat. This is the last heat of the first round. So we're setting things up for the future. Some surfers will end up in the repechage round. If you get third or fourth place, that's where you'll be. But you can surf your way back into the main podium. For the top two surfers, they will stay here in the main round. There's your lineup.
A little bit of starstruck impact there when you see that name on the heat sheet and you know you're surfing against the iconic Silky Surfing, multiple ISA world champion, multiple ASP world champion, the mighty Tom Curran. It's a special moment, Chris.
Well, we got 23 minutes, 30 seconds to go here. No waves ridden yet. But what I'm loving to see here, it's 1:45 p.m. here, local time in El Salvador. It's sheet glass. Tide's pushing. Still plenty of consistency out in this lineup. Tom Curran is in the red jersey. We've got Julio Cesar Naranjo in the green jersey right there. Pretty cool. Start things off, a little paddle battle here. And it's going to be Tom Curran from way deep. Let's just take a moment of Tom Curran appreciation here on his first wave ridden. I mean, a style that pretty much every surfer on the planet would kill for. There really only is one Tom Curran. And I feel like it's almost the things he does between the turns that really set him apart. As we see now, Julio Cesar Naranjo, he's not backing down. He may be a fan, we're not sure, but either way, he wants to win this heat. Nice little section to work with here on the inside. Good combo right there for Julio. Mexico represented well by your surfer in green. Couple waves ridden. Judges now have something to chew on. Masahisa right there, quick up and out. I love a good start like that.
Yeah, great start. Curran looks sharp as a razor blade there as well.
All right, as our surfers make their way back into the lineup, let's go down to the man with the highest heat total of the event so far, standing by with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here with the winner of the heat number 5 representing South Africa, Gary Van Wieringen. Congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Man, so highest heat total of the event, 2 great scores. Really enjoyed your surfing. So you've been shaping your own equipment and building your own boards for over 30 years. I see this very cool carbon bottom biaxial deck thing going on. What did you make yourself for this event?
I made this one. I made another one that's a solid carbon. And then I made 2 sort of PUs for different conditions, and then 2 step-up PUs.
So what's the benefit of just having the carbon on the bottom?
I thought I would try something new, because I really enjoyed the full carbon. That's what's nice. It's nice experimenting and getting different feels. Yeah, and it ended up going really good, so I thought I'd bring it with.
Did you create a model name yet?
This is off a really good model. The number 1 model, I think it is.
All right, well, I'm sure you have orders coming in the door. Man, great job out there, great surfing. We saw you here in 2011. We look forward to seeing you go through in this one.
Cheers, thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Back to you in the boat.
Ripping brew. And I love a self-shaped surfer. That's always a cool kind of story coming into this, and obviously the boards work great. And Gary, man, he's on the list.
Absolutely, and he could call that the put the heat on Curran model, because he really did set the field ablaze. As we see Curran, iconic, blasting, throwing spray into a silky roundhouse cutback, precision surfing. And like you say, Cote, it's the things in between, the Miles Davis pause, the moments. That was fantastic. What a joy to witness the mighty Tom Curran here in El Salvador. And then not being phased, not being a rabbit in the headlights. Our Mexican Lively gets a really nice vertical turn through that inside section here. Big roundhouse through the middle. Lively, cutting back, staying active, and finishes cleanly here. Not much spray off these turns, but certainly good projection. And this is where he comes right off the bottom, right off the top. Bang, strikes it hard, and really deals with those glassy sections right in the pocket.
I really like the lines that he drew on that last wave. Pretty unique. Really nice read, and that wave held up for him. Here goes Masahisa Sakamoto.
Jam that second turn there. Nice opening, couple of cutbacks, punctuated by a little bit more vertical action. Again, you can just see how fun the conditions are. We've been really positive with the wind not coming hard. Sometimes that wind can be a little bit challenging. When it's small, you definitely want that wind to hold back, because staying nice and glassy still allows you to pick up that drive, to feel those hard edges in the tail, to get those fins to bite and release.
Well, it's a pleasure to say that Tom Curran is out the back with first priority. His score comes through, a 6.33. Masahisa, he dropped a 4.43. And Julio Cesar Naranjo still right in the mix with a 3.87. Plenty of time left, 18:30 to go. Here goes Tom Curran paddling in. Nice start there. I mean, unquestionable flow. Beautiful cutback, almost a little cover up on the rebound. Just looking at this wave to see what it has for him. He's going to stick with it. Do I even have to talk when he stands up, or do we just play music? Like, what do we do? It's Tom Curran.
I think we need his own music, his soundtrack. But there was a couple of really quintessential Curran moments there. The caress of the face, the use of the hand, Chris, and just touching the wave face, linking into those bottom turns, smooth, precise, and just a real inspiration to see that he's still surfing so brilliantly. There's the iconic double pump bottom turn, use of the hand on the face, big throw of spray on his Black Beauty rounded pin, and there, just a little bit of a look back on the cut back. You can almost see that Tom Cervais classic pipeline image from 1990 that Ben Way recently did as a piece of art on a t-shirt and got Tom to sign it for Fernando Aguirre. I know Fernando will be tuning in, appreciating this masterclass of the master Tom Curran.
I mean, even that, right? That was just kind of a second thought, roundhouse cut back, but when Tom Curran does it, it's something very special. Yeah, keep them coming. Keep the replays coming. Can't get enough.
It's this one. Have a look at the little look back, mid cutback there just kind of holds it and maximizes it. And everything about this demonstrates all of that pedigree of learning to surf on those silky right-hand point breaks, Rincon, all the way through. And I feel as if it's just such an inspiration for surfers tuning in around the world when you do get to see an icon and they're still surfing at this level.
Jeez.
We're in heaven right now, Chris. We're two surfers who really appreciate
Can we add
stuff.
time to this heat?
I could watch this in slow-mo all day long. But the fact that there have been a number of other surfers who have gone into the 7s, the 8s, even the 9s, and then Tom comes out unfazed, does his thing, and does his thing with that trademark finesse.
Yeah, and it's almost, you know, you're watching these waves in slow-mo right now, beautifully captured by the Action Sports Productions team. And, you know, you almost forget that this is not just a demonstration, this is a competition. So, of course, you know, Tom Curran, known for just the soulful approach, you know, searching for Tom Curran, one of the first real free surfers to go out there and do it. But his competitive drive, I mean, second to none.
Yeah.
He's got multiple world titles. He's been doing it. You know he wants to win. And I think as we get through the latter rounds, you know, we're going to see Tom Curran have to click into a different mode, competitively speaking.
Absolutely. And if you look back on the ISA social media, you see a fantastic interview with Tom talking about the fact that he loves competition. There are all the handles to follow. And that sense of, yes, he represents to so many generations the iconic free surfer, but pre, during, and post, a huge amount of competitions, record-breaking stuff. There it is on your screen, Chris, and he's still at the top of his game. And will he make it to the finals? We hope so, because we just want to keep calling the action.
I only wish it was a goofy foot. Sorry. Or maybe I was a regular foot, so I could be more like Tom Curran. I don't know. Just had half of the surfing world hate me for saying that. But you know what? Hey, a guy can dream.
Oh, you got some good goofy footers.
You know, we've got Aki. We've got Aki. Yeah. All right. And
talking of goofy footers, the Mexican answering back, Chris.
Yeah, Julio has been kind of unfazed by the adoration. He is here to do business.
He has been unfazed, and he's looking sharp.
Yeah, so some good snaps out there on his back end. So the wave on the inside, dying there. But here goes Tom Curran now. Some energy flying down the line. Expect something big here. Quick snap float there. When he goes up into that, you know, speed float position, you see both his hands kind of go down towards the deck of his board. Beautiful S-turns all the way through. You know, and it's not just carves, right? It's not just cutties. It's also those two-stager snap floats that he does. And it doesn't get any smoother than that.
That was flow embodied. The read of that section as well, you know, so many iconic touches. A 6.33, a 5.5, decent start, but I feel as if that's going to ow some of those numbers. You reckon, Chris?
Yeah, so he's got a 6.33 and a 5.5 for now. That wave just had a little bit more action to it. You know, you had to come around the section. You had to get up and involved in the lip.
And as we move into that early afternoon light, things just getting a little bit more turquoise on the drone clips, just matching that surfing even better. Japan.
Masahisa Sakamoto. This one could have a good little double up section on it. You see, patiently waiting, carving back. And here we go, starting to form up through to the inside. Right in the pocket. Nice little snap there. So a good combo of turns for Masahisa. He needs a 3.27. I mean, he may have done it. Didn't really have the opportunity to get right up into the lip, but I liked where he kind of surfed through that wave right in the pocket.
Yeah, nothing super radical, chasing a fairly attainable score like you just said, but a Mexican may well replace his backup score. And look at the flow, straight off the bottom, off the top, and then just driving through the middle here, eyeing up the steeper section. And look at the control and the read on the float, and then just climbing right up above the white water, back down into the pocket, and then arcing back in a continuous flow with a perfect example of a roundhouse cutback. Body positioning, rotation of the upper body, vision looking in the right spot, matched by the turquoise waters of El Sunzal.
Yeah, I think Tom Curran and El Sunzal is a great match.
Great read here, really accelerating. But how is the timing here, Chris? Just using that float and then coming right, projecting high off the whitewater. But what about the textbook nature of this roundhouse cutback? Bang. I mean, that is just the perfect body form to study when you're learning how to really get that nice level of compression, rotation of the upper body for just those clean roundhouses. Nothing feels better than when you get those clean roundhouses. In contrast here, what we just see is that different amount of flow. You know, you're seeing a genius in Tom Curran. Here you're seeing a fantastic surfer, but the flow that Tom Curran embodies is just on another level.
Yeah, it would be pretty difficult to match Tom Curran's flow, I would say. Considered to have the best style in the history of surfing.
6.60 adds that 6.33, but our surfer from Japan, Chris, he's gone up into second, a 4.43 and a 3.57, so putting the pressure on our Mexican, but the Mexican surfer, Julio, with first priority and looking good on this one.
Well, Julio's been tenacious so far, and he's way deep on this one, but I think it's going to give him a good opportunity to kind of go into attack mode. So he's getting around this section. Nice backside float there, hangs on, adds to it. A little speed foam climb right there. So he could have a good inside section to work with here. He's just looking for a 4.14. So a different look, kind of opting more for the lateral floaters than the vertical snaps, but you know, he made full use of every section on that wave. Strong finish. Julio Cesar Naranjo, 4.14. I think he's going to be right there.
It's going to be close. I feel as if it might quite not be enough because it lacked that, you know, change in angle. It was very down the line, and I think that kind of double floater, I would have rather have seen one real critical lip attack rather than this kind of slower, more projected double floater. You see he climbs up for the float, doesn't quite drop back down, goes for a second float. One more explosive maneuver on that section may well have garnered the 4.14 he needed, and then he continued to really get a lot of down the line speed and projection. But like you say, Chris, I think it's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, smart to stay with it there as well. You saw that this wave was going to have some potential on the inside. I like that finishing turn combo right there.
Looks better on the replay. I'm starting to think it could just be the number that he needs to move up into second. A lot of time left. Big inspiration for all these surfers to be competing with Tom Curran, but they're certainly putting on a good show.
Oh, we've got a little opportunity here for Curran. I mean, it is almost musical when you watch him surf. You can almost hear the tones coming through each turn he does.
I heard he's a big Genesis fan as well.
He is an incredible guitar player. He now comes to the inside. Great finish there.
Nice. I think that's a strong one. Like it.
Yeah.
6.33 to replace, perhaps. Again, flow, embodied style, poise, reading tempo, everything about that, but also radical as well, and disguising the radicalness and, you know, making the difficult look easy. Such a hallmark of so many stylists over the decades, and few have disguised it as well as Curran. Here we are on the replay. There's the double pump setup, touch of the face, and then shwam, and throws the spray. But just keeping things composed, and again, just using that touch of the face out of the bottom turn, big projection of spray out of that second top turn, and then arcing back, hooking back, stalling it, releasing the tail, staying high, dropping back down, and then iconic Curran here into the roundhouse cutback. Hand drag, double use of both hands into the face, Chris. This is a real masterclass and a pleasure to study and share, and I know that it's going to be inspiring surfers tuning in around the world. But I really say, if you're out here on a surf trip right now in El Salvador, come on down to the sand and meet the man in person.
And you know, it is pretty cool to see in these slow-mo shots how much he's moving his feet around on his board. You know, no traction pad here, but you kind of see him shuffling his feet back and forth all the way down the line through, you know, before and after each maneuver that he's doing. And, you know, you can pretty clearly see here when you're watching Tom Curran surf who Kelly Slater looked up to when he was developing his skills. I mean, it's clear as day.
Yeah, that third turn, fantastic. And they're just using both arms low down. And like you say, just watch the subtle readjustment of feet positioning. That back foot will just kind of move as he just eyes things up, keeps things in the pocket right through to the inside section, and then just one more bang, float, attack, and then just kicks out, launches. Could well go into his top 2, that score.
So as we wait for more numbers to come through for Curran, now we get a chance to see Masahisa Sakamoto from Team Japan. Like carve out the back. He's finding these kind of interesting waves that look like they're really going to start thickening up. And he's kind of sitting right back there in the pocket waiting. But while he waits, you know, he's doing some nice turns. So the score did come through for his last wave. He needed a 4. He needed something in that mid-4 range. And he got it, but then Julio Cesar Naranjo, he dropped a 4.23. So that made the requirement for Masahisa a little bit more. Now he's looking for a 3.67, and man, he just likes to keep it right on the line, doesn't he? Yeah. I mean, rode that wave all the way through from the outside. Good, clean, solid surfing. Nothing super flashy, but you know, you think of what the judges are looking for. It's undeniable when you just keep throwing turns at him like that.
Yeah, I'm feeling good about that, Chris. 3.67, real great exchange between Mexico and Japan, dropping scores in those high 3s, those mid-4 ranges. I feel as if that's going to be extremely close. My instinct watching that live felt that he's just going to get that, but it's different. When the judges get to study the replay, they really look at degree of difficulty, surfing in the pocket. It was a smaller wave, and look at this.
Julio from way deep. Is he too deep? He is. So that hands priority over to Curran. Inside of 5 minutes now. Tom Curran in the lead is 6.60 and a 6.33. But Julio has been pressing 4.23 and a 3.87. Well, and he's done it with pretty much like half the length of ride, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, Curran dropping those scores in the 6s, but when it comes to style, 10 out of 10 every ride. And we've really appreciated the kind of iconic Curran moments we have seen. The double pump bottom turn, the roundhouse cutback, the use of touching the face throughout the maneuvers, and also those subtle pauses in between. And something that you really picked up on, which is really interesting, Chris, was just the readjustment of foot positioning.
And a big shout out to the professionalism of our judging panel, because it would be really hard to judge Tom Curran in a heat like this. This is why I have never been considered to be on that judging panel, because I'm watching, I'm going, oh, that's a 9, that's a 10, that's Tom Curran, of course. But there's a reason why I'm in here and there and there. They are true professionals, and so far the scores have been spot on throughout this entire day of competition. We had a 9.43 earlier on. Gary, South Africa, posting up a huge score. We had a 9 earlier from Rochelle Ballard. So thank you to our judging panel. Definitely have their work cut out for them. And this is probably something that a lot of them thought they'd never be able to do, right? Drop in scores for the one and only Tom Curran.
Yeah, but it's that criteria. It's written in the rule book: commitment, degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, combination of major maneuvers, variety of maneuvers. Of course, those 3 words we love: speed, power, and flow. And when we get those scores on 8 or plus, that's when we talk about the excellent range. So, you know, surfers tuning in, if you're kind of new to the format, the 0 to 2 is a poor, the 2 to 4 is a fair, the 4 to 6 is an average score, 6 to 8 are good, but we really get excited when those excellent range scores come through.
Well, speaking of excellent scores, Tom Curran is edging closer and closer. His last wave came through, a 7.67. So everything going right at the moment for Curran in red, representing Team USA.
Home of the right surf, that's the motto for Surf City. But as far as that volcanic landscape and the climate, great for growing coffee. And one of the great gifts to take home when you do travel to El Salvador is coffee. I always come home with some good coffee beans. The family love them. I bring some for my mum and dad. My wife loves El Salvadorian coffee. And, you know, one of the world's biggest producers of coffee is El Salvador.
Spoiler alert, you just ruined Christmas for my whole family. Now they know what they're getting.
Well, I'm sure we can think of some other El Salvadorian gifts, Chris. We'll work on that through the week. A signed Black Beauty from Tom Curran for your son. Could that be something special? Or would you keep that for yourself?
Yeah, that would be for myself.
So, okay, here we go. With regards to Tom Curran's kind of, iconic performances, any memories of you being a Grom on the sand, watching him win anything distinctive, such as a U.S. Open at Huntington Beach?
I mean, I was at the Stubbies Pro and I got his autograph when I was maybe 8 or 9.
I watched him the ISA 1986 Fistral in Newquay, Cornwall as a 8-year-old. Got the signature. It was a cover shot of Surfing magazine that I got him to sign. Still got that.
You still have it?
Yeah.
Yeah, keep that thing on ice. Here we go. Julio Cesar Naranjo. Powerhouse surfer representing Team Mexico. Looking for something big here. Gets the float. Big snap there. This wave is a nice little gift.
Yeah.
You know, it's just about waist high, but providing plenty of potency as it pushes him down the line.
And he needs to score a 4.53, Chris, because Masahisa from Japan dropped the score that he needed on the last wave. So this is going to go right down to the wire. A smaller wave, my instinct says maybe not quite enough, but you never know.
So now we're looking at 25 seconds left. This has been a really fun heat to watch for a lot of different reasons. Of course, you know, anytime you get to watch Tom Curran surf in or out of a jersey is special, but the fact that Masahisa and Julio have both, you know, put up some big numbers, put up a fight. You know, we're way more starstruck than they are, obviously. They're going after him right now. But that's going to be it. So it just feels great to say every time. Tom Curran gets the win here at the ISA Masters World Championships. That's never going to get old.
I'm going to rewind and watch this tonight, this heat. It's been an absolute pleasure, Chris, to witness the maestro in action. And he really did demonstrate all of those subtle, smooth touches that have made him so legendary.
Do you mind if I watch it on mute and just put on my own kind of jazz soundtrack?
Okay.
Would that be okay with you?
Well, let's pick a tune for this move.
I'm going to go a Tortoise song. Chicago instrumental indie rock.
Cool. I'm going to go a bit of Santana on this one.
All right. Well, we'll do that in our separate rooms tonight. Tom Curran gets the win, but more to come. We're going to wrap up the day with our main round Masters women. 40-plus surfers coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
The ISA World Masters is back in Surf City, El Salvador, and we'll keep things rolling right now with the Women's Masters over 40 division. So first time we're going to see them, true, and cannot wait to see how these surfers go at it here in really fun conditions. The sun's out. There's a lot of energy on the beach as well from what just went down. I can't wait for the rest of the action.
Yeah, we saw a pretty big heat from that last heat. Tom Curran was out there, an absolute legend in the sport, and it was exciting to see him out there. But the women, the Masters out there, and it's going to be a great, it's last 4 heats of the day. I can't believe how quickly it's gone, but it's been an amazing day with some great surfing. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out.
In terms of the waves on offer as well, I've not been disappointed. Like we mentioned, it's been a smaller day, but pretty smooth on the face. Loads of opportunity for our athletes to really show what they can do.
Yeah, we've had some good waves throughout the day. It's been super consistent. Maybe a couple of slow patches here and there, but it's nice to have some consistent waves. And there's definitely been moments where there's been plenty of opportunities for some excellent scores to be locked in.
Having a look from the USA, Nicole Gradeschi out of Argentina, Lucila Gil, Sonia Garcia of Panama, Catherine Rosine from Canada. Those 4 are looking to post scores. The top 2 will advance to the next round. 3rd and 4th place will head to repechage. Well, they'll have another shot, but they'll have to keep winning if they do head into that round. So just really kicking things off on a massive week of surfing, a historic moment as well, as the Star-Spangled Banner flying with a bit of pride, because Tom Curran just created plenty of buzz around Surf City, a seamless, smooth performance from him. The sort of stuff we'd expect, and it's been a little while since we've seen Tom compete. It's really cool to see him live here in El Salvador.
Yeah, it sure is. It's exciting to see him surfing and just putting down some beautiful lines. Yeah, it never gets old to watch, that's for sure. And to be able to see him live and have him here is very exciting. You can see there's people gathered around him wanting to get some photos, maybe a few autographs. But he's here, he's leading Team USA, and that's his main goal for this event.
So Curran there with a debrief with his team. He's generally been one of those sort of characters. He's not so much into the squad energy, I would say. Tom, down the years, kind of likes to do his own thing, but right now he's vibing with his squad out in the water. Here goes Gil out of Argentina with a nice looking wave. Look at this thing stretched out from her. And a smooth, stylish approach to wave riding as she just kind of collects sections and keeps tagging away as well. It's a really nice spray coming off the rail. That's because of the speed. Smoothly linked together. So decent wave from her, not overcooking it, not forcing it, just kind of cruising with the wave.
Yeah, she was just really surfing to the pace of the wave as well, which is what I loved. She had some beautiful turns on there and really able to get a bit aggressive in some moments, but also pull it back where it was needed. So it was a great way to start off her heat.
So just a small number in thus far for the Canadian, Rosine. And we'll get that number in there for Gil out of Argentina to open things up with the Masters for the women. So first heat of that division. So this is over 40, which obviously includes everybody in this event is over 40, but specifically surfers between 40 and 50 years old. They are termed as the Masters, and they're out there in the water right now. We're looking at the Canadian Racine. Here she goes on the backhand, gives it a bit of energy through the legs, keeping that board alive, and a softer section now for her. She'll do pretty well to keep things going, and the wave will just go into a hole. So she'll kick out. So a second quick wave from her. Her approach, obviously, to get some numbers on the board earlier on. Looks like Garcia of Panama. She'll swoop back. There's all sorts of goofies going down the water right now. The backhand attack, that's nice. Good turn from her. Displacing water, so with a bit of power and speed, a little bit more on this wave. And that allows her to go at it with a little more determination. So finishing down on the inside, she'll make her way and paddle back out as well. Still looking for an entry from Team USA in the form of Nicole Gradeschi. She's out there at the moment with the pick of the lineup with first priority as well. And in terms of letting waves go so far in this heat so far, do you think pretty good move from Nicole? She's not seen anything of real quality come through.
Yeah, I think she has the ability to be able to let waves go at this point, especially if she doesn't think it's going to offer a good score. I feel like upon looking at it for the first few minutes of this heat, it seems like it's taking a little bit of time for those sets to come through. They're still there. So I think Nicole's doing a good thing in the sense of she's waiting for that set to come through. She's trying not to waste her time on those smaller ones. But we'll see if it pays off. You know, maybe she's waiting for something that might not come.
Well, we've pretty much almost completely covered the boulders here with that incoming tide. And this really smooth things out. Bring the action a lot closer to shore as well. And we should maybe see this peak just sort of triangulate a little bit more to form a legit peak rather than the kind of double takeoff peak that we sometimes get towards that low tide. So these surfers will be in close proximity, maybe priority as well, coming slightly more into play with that incoming tide. There's a good looking bit of energy. You can see as it comes from deep though, doesn't necessarily have that wall. That's why surfers having a little second thought about that. But meanwhile, swooping down, Racine, the Canadian, much better wave from her. Much more power and speed from the entry. That was a good turn. And again, using that body to go all the way up to the top of the wave face. And then just power back down towards the flats and then whipping again. And a nice little runner section through here. And she'll click that one for a finish. Let's go down and hear from Tom Curran. He's with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here with Tom Curran for Team USA. First of all, congratulations.
Thanks, Ben.
So last couple times I saw you in Japan and Portugal, you were on this deep dive of riding these finned skimboards. This time you're back on the iconic Black Beauty. And from looking at the color of it, looks like it has some miles. What I wanted to ask is, what is some of the history of this particular board?
Oh yeah, well you got time? You got some time? I'll tell you about it. Tell you all about it. Well, this board, I've had it for a while, and I just found out that the fins were not in. Only one of the fins was in right. So one fin was this way, the other fin was that way. One fin was in the right way. So when I got all the fins in, you know, I had to take the boxes out and put them back in. Then I was like, wow, this board works really good. So it made a huge difference.
Has that been used in other competitions?
Yeah, well, let's see. I don't know. I had traveled with it, so you know, I was just like, this board doesn't work, you know. But it was the fins, so I got the fins put in. I thanks to the guys who helped repair it over here, the guys at Papaya, and then another shop over at Zonte. So one guy did one fin, and the other guy did the other fin. So I got all three fins working.
So talking to you early on, because of this fin box surgery that you had, you really didn't get any practice surfs out here. And since El Sunzal here in Surf City, El Salvador is basically the Rincon of Central America, were you able to kind of feel right at home?
Yes, I was able to watch the locals event a few days ago. The swell was up a little bit, and so I got to sort of see, you know, a little bit how it works with a little more swell. And yeah, it's sort of a California-style wave, yes.
So you're the only person to have a junior, an open, and a Masters gold medal here with us with the ISA. How nice would it be to take another gold medal for USA this time?
Oh, yes, it would be wonderful. It's just great to be here with the team, and, you know, it's a long way to get to that point, but I was glad to get the first heat. It felt pretty good.
All right, well, we look forward to watching you surfing in the next one. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Ben.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Thomas Roland Curran. Wow, a lot to unpack there, but the big takeaway I'm getting is, kids, make sure your fin boxes are in right in your boards.
Yeah.
Fins are important.
They sure are.
Toms were wrong, but now they're good.
They can make or break a board, as you just said at the start. He said that he thought the board was pretty bad and that it wasn't really working very well, and he realized it was the fins and got them fixed. As Ben put it perfectly, he had a bit of fin surgery. And now the board goes really well, and you can see from the results in that last heat.
Yeah, he's a unique character as Tom Curran. It's an absolute pleasure to have him here and to see him back in winning ways, in fine form, doing it beautifully as well with the full flow, the textbook style. Really, really cool. More of that, please. Meanwhile, his teammate, Gradeski, what's she got here?
Yeah, she's patient here as she drives through this first opening turn. She's got a bit of a fatter board, which is just fitting perfectly in these sections. Nicole taking her way through this one, a couple of nice backside snaps. She's going to lock in another one. Does well to recover. She had a little bit of a fumble, and then this wave starts to fatten out, so she'll kick out. But a good way to start. I think that was a 3.9 for Nicole. So she's kicked off her campaign in this heat, and hopefully looking to back up the win from that last one of Tom Curran.
Team USA, a bit of a buzz about them at the moment. It is the Canadians in the lead in this one. That's by virtue of the fact that their surfer, Catherine Razine's just got 2 scores on the board. Garcia with the best of it, though. A flat 5 for the Panamanian. Pretty decent stuff from her. She's got that long wave. Surfed it all the way down with multiple backhand hits. 5 points, pretty decent in terms of kicking things off. So we're seeing these over 40 women for the first time out here. They've had to wait all day and watching everything go down. It's been a bit of shifting conditions, really. Normally we associate these big tides with places like Europe, but it does have a serious effect on this wave here at Sunzal.
Yeah, it definitely does. We've seen throughout the whole day the conditions change, but we've definitely had some consistent good waves come through. You can always rely on that throughout the heats. We're just really lucky because this place is a swell magnet. It's always catching the swell, anything that's around, and it's going to be bigger than anywhere else that we have through here, which is really cool to have this event here at El Sunzal. And something to note as well with Sonia, she is the first pro female surfer that's come out of Panama, and her coach that she has here with her is one of her sons, Kalani. So he's come over to coach her for this event. And, you know, give her the support that she needs. I don't know. Sometimes my sister will give me advice before I go out into heats, and I'm like, hey, please go sit over there. Don't talk to me right now. I don't want your advice. So it's great that her son is here to support her and give her advice pre, post heat as well. And just hype her up during a few whistles, a few cheers. We'll see how it goes. But a 5 looks like Coach Kalani is doing pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Family vibes with the support network for our surfers, offering insights, making everyone feel at home and comfortable, and letting them do their best surfing. As we'll look out to the lineup and just see a softer wave, maybe cap over outside. Any interest here? Maybe Lucilla will be a little interested. She decides to let that go. Maybe Garcia. She's got the high score. She's in action again here out of Panama in green. First turn from her. On the backhand, goes all the way back to the steep section and goes under the lip rather than going into it. And then again, with a similar sort of turn, the back foot pressure, just releasing that rail, staying super busy. And still working this thing over and looking to keep the flow alive. So looking to back herself up with that 5 that she got done earlier on in the heats. And another decent wave there for her. Maybe just playing it a touch safe, what do we say?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Just getting a good foundation to start. You know, getting that foundation, figuring it all out. She has the best wave of the heat, so everything's working in her favour right now. Catherine up and riding.
Your heat leader, Rosine, she got hold of that one. Big chunk of spray from her. And it is a softer wave, though, so the early work was decent. She would have loved more. That wave not really offering the midsection, no inside. But a good aggressive first turn out the back. Here's the pulse of the sets. You see this swell will continue to offer opportunities and hopefully stay consistent for everybody to give themselves chances of posted numbers. 4 surfers in the water, hungry for involvement in this. The American Gradetsky, here she goes. Nice entry into this wave. Look at the line in front of her. And then kicks up the heels with some good spray. And again, this time swooping all the way back to the pocket, just jamming around. And swinging, banking around the corners with some really cool flow. And that shorter, wider equipment with a curvier outline. Looks like it's fitting pretty well into this slightly softer Sunzal face. Still traveling through here. Little click back off the white water as well. So flow as ever on point there, and some good exuberance for the finish.
Yeah, she liked it. She's feeling that wave. I really love the passion that we've seen throughout the day today. We've seen a little bit of frustration. We've seen some, you know, some real passionate surfers as well, being super proud of their performances. So I'm loving seeing those emotions come through during the heats, and that was a nice wave from Nicole. It was good to see.
Of course, we've been gushing about the quality of the surf here in El Salvador. There's a lot more to this beautiful country than that. El Salvador is a world-class surfing country, safe to visit, live and invest. True, it's also a country that's connected with flights that make it easy to get to. That's cool. Do you know what else? It's full of investment opportunities around the surf spots of Surf City. Winter is coming in the Northern Hemisphere. Boo. The good news, El Salvador is a great option for surf vacations alone, with family, or with friends. Which of those 3 up? You come here alone, you bring family, you bring mates?
Probably all of the above, honestly. I think I'd do all 3 separately. It's just such an amazing place with such good vibes. I want to share it with my family and friends, and also just enjoy it all to myself as well. What about you? What's your preference?
Definitely come on my own and try and make friends over here.
Yeah.
I'd say the friends I got at the moment, I like you. You're okay, but hey, I could maybe do better.
Okay.
I just can't help but wonder, isn't there more out there?
Is this the best I've got
Don't you ever
right
think
now?
that? Just me? Okay, cool.
Yeah, just you. I'm not offended at all, Paul. It's all good.
Under 8 minutes to go in this. It's Garcia out of Panama who backed up the 5 with the 5.77. So the extra aggression as well on a steep wave face. And getting there a good number. There was maybe even a little bit more there. She played it a touch safe, we thought, was when we watched the wave. But what she did do was get the completion crucially. And in a kind of a low scoring heat, maybe if she fell on one of those first turns trying to overcook it, didn't do that. She's got a good lead.
Yeah, she does. She's got a really strong lead right now, and I think she's playing a really smart heat. Now's the time where she can really start to open up. She can get rid of the safety blanket, and we can see her start to load up through those backhand snaps, which I'm really excited because if that was Sonia playing it safe, I'm interested to see who Sonia will be not playing it safe.
Pretty sick body surf flex there from our photographer in the water. I really like that stuff. Good action there. That would have looked really cool. Yeah, wow. Good work that is. Meanwhile, out the back on the peak, looking to try and find an entry into a wave. It can sometimes just sit down a bit on that takeoff section. Sort of flatters to deceive a touch, disappears and then pops up again. So frustrating aspirant surfers there who wanted in on that energy. Time's flying by in this one. Just over 6.5 on the clock at the moment. It's Panama and USA, but numbers, look how close it is between second and fourth.
It is really close. I can't believe it. And it's really still up for grabs. Fourth only needs a 4.17. Third needs a 4.3. There's really not much in it. I feel like right now it's, you know, second is for the taking. Of course, you always want to take the lead. But with second and fourth and where they're at, living in the 3 range, yeah, it's well and truly up for grabs.
Sonia Garcia with that 5.77, and the 5 will certainly feel the more comfortable of these surfers right now, just in terms of choices that she's made and converting them into points. Hasn't wasted any energy, nothing scattered. Has been pretty dialed in and composed thus far, and the advantage of that, of course, if she doesn't see a wave that looks like a 5 or better, she doesn't need to go it. Rosine with a little bit of work to do. She's been busier. Gilles as well, just the one wave ridden for her. Look at these scenes from altitude as we look into the interior. So that's looking north right there. That volcanic scenery, the jungle, absolutely beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, so stunning. There is so much to see here and so much to do. And it's just amazing how much El Sunzal has to offer as well, you know, from the surf to the golf courses to the food. It's amazing.
Here goes Racine from Canada, covering good ground here. She's got another good looking section and redirects there, use the body and then the legs and just tearing chunks out of the Pacific Ocean. Still staying really busy in here, flying that maple leaf flag for Canada, which has been a nation really that's kind of stormed onto the scene of late. It's been kind of big news, not usually someone that you'd associate with surfing traditionally till the last few years, and then now there's all sorts of stories going down with the likes of Aaron Brooks, of course, sensational young surfer representing that part of the world. Will be on the championship tour as well next year, and really cool. You know, we think about these traditional nations and surfing. I think at the very heart of that has been the ISA project and everything they've been doing, and just really involving countries maybe from outside that kind of traditional sort of power scene of like Australia, US, Hawaii, South Africa. And that's what the ISA is all about. And we've got so many countries over here representing. It's been really, really cool to see it.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and as well having the, you know, having it so inclusive of so many other nations and everyone supporting each other. Of course, you want to win. There's a competitive side to it as well, but it's friendly. You know, they're out there to cheer each other on in the free surfs and make new friends, and that's what everyone is here to do, as well as take the gold medals.
We'll just look at a replay right now. This is Rosine again.
Yeah, really nice opening carve. I love how she just redirects it there. She's patient as she loads up for a nice connection. She's waiting for this one. She's got a really beautiful wall ahead of her. And Catherine is just trying to take this one through to the inside. You can she's bouncing around, trying to get some momentum, but unfortunately that wave just kind of fattens out in front of her.
Now, true. I'm not suggesting that this is something that I think should happen, but should you get your Aussie passport revoked, your citizenship, what country would you like to represent here? You can think about.
I have never thought about that before.
You can take your time. We've still got 3 minutes to go.
Okay. Yeah. What do you have an answer to that question?
For you?
No, for you.
I think I'd represent El Salvador.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Mates, the fans here, they just warm my heart, and I think they'd really bring the best out of me. Meanwhile, representing Panama, Garcia, driving your heat leader. That's why she's in the top spot in this one, and she's picked really good waves, making great choices. And still staying alive here, snapping up. Really nice rhythm from her. This wave just keeps providing sections. I love the intensity of the kick out as well.
Yeah, she's ready for it, and I think she's starting to open up a little bit more. It's her first heat. She's getting rid of the jelly leg. She's getting herself kind of in motion in this one, and I liked it. I liked how she was kicking out of it. She's going, yep, that was good. I'm back in rhythm.
I think the Austrian team's got a vibe as well. Wouldn't mind hanging out with them.
Yeah, I mean, especially if that's where the croissant came from. Here we go. This is a replay of that last wave of Sonia. Nice backside connection. She drives through another one. She stays so close to the whitewash there where the pocket is to get her in the perfect position to really load up. And you can see her just getting a bunch of maneuvers. I'd love to see, I mean, that wave didn't offer it, but I'd love to see her find a wave that has a steep connection and really just slow everything down and then open up. I feel like she's got a really good backside snap on her. You can see her driving hard off the bottom. I'm really liking her surfing right now.
90 seconds on the clock. This one's been all action. It's absolutely flown by. We've got lines stacked up here at Sunzal as we're watching Sonia Garcia of Panama leading this heat at the moment from the American Nicole Grudeski. She's in second place, a couple of threes at the moment for her, so it's not a big platform. That second place position, Catherine Razine, the Canadian, only needs a 3.76. She's got second priority. First priority with the American. Let's see how she goes about using that. If you're in second prior, you need a 3. How are you going to find that wave? What do you want? Multiple wave set? What are you after?
Yeah, you're looking at a multiple wave set for sure. You're hoping that first priority takes a first wave and you can get the second one, hoping that there's a second one behind it as well. I think, yeah, needing a 3.76 isn't much. Otherwise, you're doing the selling game and you're trying to sell first priority on one.
Grudeski goes here. The American from second place position pushes a little wide on the face, and then she'll chop that one back close to the foam. And again, not really doing major damage in terms of maneuvers, just kind of flowing with this one and cruising. And she gets a little whippy redirect and then looking to stay alive through on an inside. Similar looking turn, just really setting up here. So let's see where this one goes numbers-wise in terms of what she's got already, which is a couple of threes. She'll look to bring that in. We're counting down final 10 seconds. We're well inside that here. And it doesn't look like Catherine Razine. Well, that was just behind there, was it? We're all out of time here and all wrapped up. Let's see where this goes with the panel right now. I'm not sure Nicole will necessarily get an improvement with the surfing she did there, but what she did do was just made sure if that was the last decent opportunity that came through, she made sure she was on it. Just a few more heats remaining here at the ISA World Masters. It's been a really entertaining day so far. We've still got more great action to bring you from Surf City, El Salvador. Join us right after the break for more.
When we started the campaign, like 27 years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, you know, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador. The action coming thick and fast and relentless. Heat 2 of the first round of the Women Masters over 40 for the women out in the water right now. Having a look out of South Africa, Tash Mentasti. Also from Costa Rica, Lisbeth Vindaz from Chile, Isis Franco, Leonie Avad from Germany. I'm Paul Evans, joined by True Starling even.
Yes.
Got it out in the end.
It.
Another great looking heat.
It is. There's another good looking heat. We had a really nice heat in the last one. You actually asked me what nation that I would represent if I had to get rid of the Australian citizenship.
Well, if they got rid of you.
If they got rid of me,
you, yeah.
Oh my. Well, I hope that would never happen. But
for bad behaviour.
For bad behaviour, yes. I would actually say Costa Rica.
Okay.
Yeah, I went there. I absolutely loved it over there. And bonus, it's just a quick flight over here to El Salvador.
Ah, very nicely done. Pura vida.
Pura vida.
A beautiful part of the world, of course, Central America. Very much a surf-blessed region. Beautiful wildlife scene as well. Really cool beach vibes. And at the heart of it is El Salvador and Surf City. Right now, we're seeing a good set come through for our second heat of the women's over 40 Masters. And just a quick number in for the Costa Rican, Vindas. She's got a 2. Looking forward to seeing what Tash Mentasti does, the South African. Seen good performances coming in from them so far today. Looks like she's in position here. All right, here she goes. Tash is up. Good looking wave for her. And driving down, just jamming on a rail. So applying good pressure. And again, just swooping for a setup, having a little look around. And then bringing this onto the inside. And Tash just kind of checks her line and fades back. She wants it to get nice and steep. That allows her to do nice carving work like that. Still going in here, so a long wave with multiple turns for Tash. And a bit of a legend in the South African scene. Does great work with the World Surf League down there, organising events, and just great energy to have around.
Yeah, she definitely is, and she's a wealth of knowledge as well. She's been a coach in many events, an athlete in many events as well, so she's kind of got that edge to her in the sense of she's able to self-coach too, which I know a lot of these athletes would be doing, but it's something that's super important, as well as to self-judge too in a way, and you kind of pull off a wave if it's, for whatever reason, super windy and rainy, and you can't hear the beach commentator, not like here in El Salvador when it's just absolutely beautiful all the time. But if it's like that, then you can kind of figure out where your waves are going to sit in at, if it's a 4 or if it's a 7, you know, you can give yourself some sort of an idea, and she's got that in her back pocket, which is really cool.
So 25 minutes for our surfers to post 2 scores and try and avoid heading to the repechage round. Of course, once you get there, you stay there, and it's all about staying alive. So you get one opportunity not to come in the top 2, and then from then on, that's it really. So surfers here with a lot at stake in terms of their own personal quest for glory and medals, but also representing their entire country. And I think those storylines particularly build as that camaraderie, that team focus during the week, that support network we talked about, all the flag waving, all the noise and the energy. A really cool thing to see. And you see a lot of emotion from surfers in their interviews. Obviously, when out in the water, they're just thinking about their waves, but I think sometimes it really means a lot. You're wearing the uniform, you see the flag flying, and you really get those patriotic moments. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, it is. It's, as you said, you feel super patriotic and really proud to be here to represent your country. I was lucky enough to do that in the ISA World Junior Titles in Huntington Beach. I think it was 2018 or 19 maybe. And to put on the jersey and to be able to represent Australia was yeah, it was an honour, really. And I feel like that's what all of these athletes are feeling too. And this is a replay for the first wave of Elizabeth from Costa Rica. And this is a 7.0, so she's loading up on her backhand, finding some solid connections, just going to town on the inside as well, getting a little bit aggressive as this wave starts to flatten out. And wow, a 7-point ride. She's even able to get this bonus section in, and a couple more turns for Lisbeth has her in the lead, and that was some really solid surfing and some good connections.
Absolutely hammering that one all the way from way out the back, all the way through to the inside. Lisbeth going to town there and just giving it the full treatment. Loads of power, loads of water displacement. No downtime between the turns as well. A solid number of 7 which lays down a bit of a marker for everyone else. Let's see how they react. Here goes our surfer out of Germany, Leonie Avad. What she got for us here, she'll open up really nice speed turn. And then again, staying busy on the face, keeping that board alive and loose and liberated. And just gives that one another quick flick, and then a really good bowled out section for her. She tries to project down the line. She won't quite get a maneuver done there, but some lively surfing out the back.
Yeah, some really solid surfing out the back. She was able to get some nice connections. That board was looking really speedy under her feet. She was able to just fly through the sections. So it was cool to see that for Leonie. She actually lives in Costa Rica at the moment, and she's able to enjoy the waves at Playa Hermosa with her daughter as well. So it's cool to see her over here representing Germany.
Surfing is one of many fun activities to do during the day, but when the sun dips down here in El Salvador, there's all sorts to get excited about. And last night, we had night surfing down here at Sunzal. Surfers out there illuminated and absolutely ripping. And we had also on the beach, DJs throwing down banging tunes. There was some dancing going down. It was a fun time.
Yeah, it was. It was really cool to witness it. And look how many people there are just enjoying the night surfing. I mean, it's not very often that you get to enjoy the waves when the stars are out. I don't know about you, Paul, but I always get FOMO. And when I go to bed, if the surf's pumping, I'm like, oh no, we're missing waves of the night, you know? So to see this and was really cool, and those floodlights were just showing some really good surfing going down.
The wave here at Sunzal, providing nocturnal surfers with plenty of fun last night. And that illumination provided there from the contest setup. Just one of many very cool activations happening throughout the ISA World Masters. And one of our colleagues on commentary, Lily, out of Argentina, of course a former medalist as well in the ISAs. He absolutely tore it apart. Saw some really cool photos of him just giving it the full treatment. I don't think Chris Cote surfed. I think he was working out last night when that night surf went down, doing push-ups, pumping a bit of iron. He's a fit lad.
Yeah, he is. He's getting the muscles ready.
He's a strong boy. All right, Lisbeth with an entry there and going down, and we got a solid set. Look at this thing just grinding down the reef here. So from way out the back, this thing's an absolute bomb. Looks like Franco's interested. Can't quite get there. Lisbeth might get another crack. So we've seen a lot of wave face going pretty much unperturbed as that thing just went from all the way and just caught everyone out a little bit.
Yeah, I was just about to say it's caught everyone by surprise, that wave. It caught me by surprise. That was the biggest set we've seen come through for a while, and it was nice to see it come through. You can see the conditions starting to get better for the Masters women for the rest of the day. So it was nice to see that, and hopefully they can readjust their position and another one of those sets comes through and they can be on that.
15 minutes and 20 to go in this. Franco out of Chile having a look there. Won't quite get there. Sometimes the wave will do that. It just won't let you in. Just kind of stands up and then sort of stays in more or less that form. And no matter how hard you paddle, you just can't get there. Can be a little bit infuriating. It's all part of getting this wave figured out and dialed in. And that free surfing, we talked about how important that is to figure out the way. I mean, it's not like a mysterious wave to try and figure out, right? But time in the water is invaluable, as like anywhere else.
Yeah, definitely. The more time you're out there, the more you're able to figure out what's going on, where the best takeoff spot is, what the best waves are. I think Shuji from Team Hawaii has been here for he was actually here 10 days before the event started. So he has 10 days worth of knowledge of this break to kind of apply into his heat. So it's really cool to see that, to see the preparation that comes into it, because preparation is key, especially when there's events coming in. And you know, all of these competitors in this event they're dialed in, they're fit, they're eating healthy, they're ready to get some medals.
We will be crowning champions here this week at Surf City. We'll have 6 new world champions, cost 4 medals in each category, so 24 medals. And that's all as yet to come on a building swell. We're confident about the forecast here. We know this is a super consistent venue here at Surf City. And as some bigger waves that we had during the practice sessions last week, they dialed down a little bit of an energy, but plenty enough for us to get going here today. But we're expecting it to come back up as well and get a little bit more energy out there at this point.
Yeah, we are. It's definitely getting better throughout the afternoon, and hopefully for the rest of the event it'll start to build and get a little bit more exciting. I know a lot of the surfers are excited for that too, so I feel like everyone's just waiting for that. They're waiting for the conditions to start to build, for the surf to get a bit bigger. But so far today we've had some great surfing go down. We've seen 9-point rides, we've seen 8.5s, we've seen some really high heat totals. So regardless of whether there's big swell or small swell, the level of talent that we have here in this event is super high, and they're all super experienced in what they do here as well, which is really great to see.
Time to go down and check in with Ben Way, who's with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here with the winner of our heat number one of the Women's Master Division for Panama, Sonia Garcia. Congratulations.
Muchas gracias. Súper feliz de estar de nuevo aquí en El Salvador y pues compitiendo por mi país, Panamá.
So she said, thank you very much. She's super excited to be here competing for Panama here in Surf City. So she's making me stretch my brain cells, doing Spanish. She speaks good English, but she's making me do the interview in Spanish. My first question is going to be, we had some changes in the tide. The conditions have really improved since the morning. Nice glassy conditions with that incoming tide. I'm just going to ask her how she enjoyed the waves out there. Bueno, han cambiado mucho las condiciones desde la mañana. Subió la marea, se bajó el viento, se puso un poquito glassy. ¿Y qué tal disfrutaste el surf aquí en Surf City?
Está mejor desde adentro de lo que se ve de afuera. Está increíble, están mejorando las olas y pues feliz de estar avanzando por el main event.
She said it's actually better than it looks from outside on the beach, and she's super excited to make it through. My second question is, she's here with her son as her coach. Kalani's here coaching, and I'm going to ask her how much his advice has helped her through the heat. Bueno, estás aquí con Kalani como tu coach, y cómo han ayudado los consejos de él.
De verdad estoy súper agradecida y afortunada de tener a mi hijo como coach. No te puedo decir la técnica porque ese es nuestro secreto, pero de verdad hice todo lo que él me dijo y súper funcionó 100%.
So she's super excited to have him as her coach. She's not going to share their secrets of her strategy, but she's really happy to have him here, and everything worked. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Y si quieres un saludo a los de Panamá.
Bueno, un saludo a toda la gente que me está viendo de Panamá, mandando todas esas buenas energías. Los quiero mucho. Vamos, Panamá. ¡Yee!
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Gracias a ti.
Back to the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. If you've got a secret to keep, don't tell Ben Way. Well, just when he's mic'd up anyway and broadcasting to the entire surf world, because other than that, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
I trust him completely.
Absolutely. That's pretty cool. I think it's amazing that her son is here and is her coach for this event, and they're keeping their cards close to their chest. I like it, but you know, can we have a little Bo Peep? Let's just see, just a little 1 or 2 ingredients into the recipe to see what, you know, really made her open up in that last heat for Sonia.
10.5 on the clock here. It's still Vindasa, Costa Rica with the high score. That's a 7. Other than that, not a lot to get overly excited about. 3.97 for Avad of Germany is the next best number. Second place is with Tash Mentasti of South Africa. She's got first priority, so after an extended period of patience from her, she'll look to try and find a real bit of quality come through. Now, with that deeper water, that incoming tide, maybe some of those in-between waves not breaking so much of that deeper water, so maybe time to be a little bit more picky and think about that priority and use it if it's yours.
Yeah, definitely. In times like this, when the smaller waves aren't coming through as often, or maybe even harder to get onto, priority is definitely a big thing to consider. And holding that first and even second priority is just puts you at such a good advantage, especially if you're in a good rotation with the sets. But, you know, sometimes people prefer not to sit with priority and they prefer to just paddle around and hang out. But with the conditions that are right now, I feel like having priority is a major benefit for sure, especially when the sets come through.
Looking pretty blue and dreamy from above as we fly over the peak here at El Sunzal. Surf City, El Salvador, once again plays host to major international surf competition. And we've got some absolute legends from around the world here competing to be the ISA World Masters champion in 3 divisions. On the inside, on the backhand, your heat leader, good wave. A nice spark from that first turn, good aggression. as she gives it another crack at the whip, and again. So a similar kind of story from her, without priority, going on to the inside and just finding something. She wants rid of the 2. I reckon she's washed that 2 off by now. Multiple maneuvers from her, a little bit more tail, and she's squeezing every last drop. And to the point that we were making just now, where did she find this wave?
Wow.
She's gone all the way through to the inside.
Yeah, she's pretty much taken off on the sand. That was such a long wave. So well surfed, so well timed. Say goodbye to the 2 because she's got another good score to lock in, and I feel like that's just going to lock in first place even more than what it already is. And yeah, that was so well surfed. I mean, to be able to take that one all the way through pretty much in front of that big rock that we can see there, that was, yeah, pretty incredible stuff.
And to the point you made, if she was in a better position, she was in 4th pro. If she wasn't, she would have been sitting further out with everyone else. She was about maybe, what, 5 meters underneath them. And because she was sitting there, she was the only one in the spot to get that wave.
Yeah, she was. She put herself in a good position. And that's why sometimes not having priority can really help. And let's see what the benefits of this wave will be. So really nice second turn there. She's looking to open up. Pretty slashy as she stomps on that back foot, and here she's just waiting for this one to stand up. The fact that she was able to see that it's going to wall up was really smart stuff. Opens up there for a couple of nice connections. Driving through this inside turn, wow. She's able to find this one. This is where she pretty much pulls off right in front of that rock. She took that wave all the way through to the inside. How beautiful is that drone angle? Just loading up on the bottom turn. She did so well there. Lisbeth is just really utilizing every opportunity that she has on this wave. And to be able to find it as well, especially as you said, holding 4th priority, sitting 5 meters further in. She snuck this wave underneath everyone else, and that's, you know, a huge win for Lisbeth. A 5.17. The score's already locked in, and it well and truly played off.
All right, here we go, live action. Franco out the back, needs to get going here. She's not got a lot to get excited about thus far. Good entry into this, though, just cruising through. So good use of both rails, and then suddenly one of those rails catches, and she'll go underwater. So the good news is she hasn't gone too far. She'll get back towards the peak. Here goes our surfer out of Germany by way of Costa Rica on an absolute bomb of a wave. Really good work for Leonie Avad as she joins up the dots really nicely on that steep section out the back, driving off the bottom turn and then up into that high pocket and throwing plenty of spray. Good power and control as well. She's asked a question of the panel. Tash with priority. She's still sitting out there.
Yeah, she's sitting and waiting, and she's only got a couple of 3s. I feel like that's not a really safe position in this heat. At the start, we saw her get busy on a few waves, but she just isn't doing quite enough or quite what we would have expected her to do in this heat. You know, she's definitely the favorite in this heat, I would say, and maybe she's playing the patient game too much.
Well, she's going to hear some numbers come in for her opponents here. Maybe that'll fire her up a bit. Also, some energy coming out of the South Pacific right now. A wave will stand up on the outside of the point here. 5 minutes remaining in our second heat of the Women's Masters over 40 division. Right now, the South African Mentasti with Prio pretty deep up the point. That wave will just slip underneath and go soft. Lisbeth Vindas, the Costa Rican, the heat leader with the 7. From the midway point in the heat, and then she just snuck a 5.17 under everybody. Belted it about 7 or 8 times, just kept going. Squeezed every last drop of scoring potential out of that wave. A good number for her. She's good value for first, so it's all about chasing her down, really. And very gettable scores for everyone chasing, but time, just 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, time is an enemy, especially in these last 5 minutes of the heats. It just goes so quickly if you're sitting in 3rd and 4th place, and really slow if you're in 1st and 2nd. You know, for Leonie, she's in a good spot with 2 3.97s. Tash is probably thinking, wow, I'm going to blink and this heat's going to be over. So she needs to get busy, and that's exactly what she's doing.
Here we go. Here goes Tash Mentasti. First turn's really nice, driving that rail, holds on a rail for a long time as well, and then loads up the speed. Beautiful looking section, snap off the top, that's great. And again, just snaps one just slightly underneath in that crumble. Does it really well. The speed control is good. And the board is staying active in the steeper sections of the wave. And that's going to feel so much better for her.
Yeah, that's a good ride there for Tash. She's getting her feet, or she's figuring it all out now. I mean, she's been sitting for a really long time. She's probably overthinking it a little bit, so she got busy right when she needed to.
Here goes Vindaz, your heat leader. She's all power. That was a really nice carving snap right in the pocket, into the lip, tags it, bangs it. And then because she went hard with that combo, which we love to see, she'll get left behind the section. So that's the balancing act that our surfers have got to figure out. Here goes Leonie Avad out of Germany, who will just get pushed out a little wide, and that wave will slip underneath. So we're waiting for the number to come in for Tasha. 4-2-1 is the requirement to move up. Think about the 7 that she did and that number. Where do you think that's going to go with the panel?
I think it'll definitely challenge for that.
It's that one turn in the lip, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Cut back to that one in the lip, just gives them something to kind of
It gives them
go
a
up the
little bit
scale.
extra. Yeah, it gives them a little bit extra to think about, a little bit extra to focus on. Let's have another look. Let's see. Really nice open carve. She kind of holds it well and cuts it a little bit short, but then she lines up for this one well, gets another open section there and drives through another carve. And you can see she just goes here. That's just another turn to kind of add a little bit more, maybe another half a point. I feel like if she doesn't get it, she'd be pretty unlucky. I think it could be close to the score. I don't know. It's really hard.
Even the setup turn had a lot of authority to it, didn't it, out
It
the back?
did.
I thought that one was really nice. Great flow as well, and just showing us something a little different. We've seen a lot of more lateral stuff.
Yeah.
I just thought this was a point of difference.
It was. It definitely was. She does have the variety, and there we go, 5.33. So she's well and truly got the 4.21.
An important number for her. She sat for an eternity with priority, and we're wondering if that tactic was going to prove to be imprudent. Well, guess what? Tash Mentasti nails the number, goes to second. Right now, priority is with the surfer out of Germany in white, who's chasing a number. She needs a 5-1. She's got 90 seconds on the clock here. Of course, not facing elimination at this stage. Third and fourth, head to repechage. That's not really where you want to go, True.
No, it's not. You want to stay in that main round, that's for sure. But there is the opportunity to redeem yourself, to get yourself back in a position where you can put yourself in that grand final. I'm just, testament to nerves of steel there for Tash. And here we go, live action.
Yeah, using that priority, driving off the bottom. And just a little too much, put herself high on the wave. She had to get back on the toe edge. And when she did that, just poke the board underwater in that steep section. That was the wave that had a score on it. But maybe just a bit of positioning costing her there. Here goes your heat leader, showing why she's out in front by quite some way in this one. She's got that power, and she's just driving that surfboard with some really nice spark and just some confidence as well. And that partly comes from belief in her own surfing, but also just from the scoreboard and realizing this thing's going my way. I got a 7. I'm getting 5s on waves that nobody wants or can get. And a really well surfed heat by the Costa Rican.
I tell you what, I need to know what wax she's using, because she has not fallen this whole heat. She stayed on her board as long as she has, and the only time she hasn't, it's been her decision. So she's just looking really solid. Yeah, super refined, and I'm very impressed with that surfing from Lisbeth.
We're all out of time here. That's the second heat all wrapped up for round 1 of the Women's Masters, the over 40. The Costa Rican Lisbeth Vindaz will take the win. Tash Mentasti of South Africa will go to second. A couple more heats yet to go with more great action from Surf City, El Salvador. We're bringing Kiss Cote and Sam Bleakley for the call. We'll be right back.
Ready, set, let's go.
We're working so hard, and then I'm ready.
I really want to qualify for Paris.
Everybody is hungry to compete in the Olympics.
There's nothing you can do to make me ever give up.
We really believe we can do it.
I've been feeling a lot of pressure the last week.
Anything's possible if you have the hard work and talent to do it.
I've never been an Olympian, but once I reach it, I know that it's because I put everything into it.
I've dreamed of being in the Olympics my whole life.
You're gonna be really comfortable here because the hoop is like 3 times gnarlier than here.
Can't believe it. It's like unreal. We're at ISA training camp and we've been scoring waves non-stop.
It's just such an entertaining wave.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Masters Surfing Championship. This is going to be awesome. 2 more heats on the day, and you know, we don't set the commentary schedule, but somehow myself, Chris Cote, and Sam Bleakley have been privy to some of the heats of the day, and guess what? We've got 2 more heats filled with absolute hammers coming up in this next heat. Melanie Bartels, I'm going to call her the godmother of women's progression.
The magician of Makaha. Many say
that's even a better nickname.
The first female surfer to regularly do aerials in competition. Absolute legend. We're really looking forward to seeing her coming up.
Yeah, Melanie Bartels is, I would say, just an underground hero to so many, so it's going to be amazing to see her back in competition. She did spend quite some time on the championship tour. Obviously, we've seen her in videos and magazines, but it's going to be great to get a Melanie Bartels update. Then, of course, coming up the last heat of the day, Jacqueline Silva, Serena Brooke, and, of course, the rest of the list of surfers we have in these last 2 heats. Stellar. You're not going to want to miss these 2.
Yeah, and from France in this next heat, Marie-Pierre Abgrel, absolute legend of surfing. Originally born in the Congo, of course, based in Cap Breton, a multiple European champion, still at the top of her game. Really looking forward to seeing her surf. And it's been a great day, but I'm super excited about these last 2 heats.
Well, I'm proud of us. We've only said legend a handful of times today, and it's be very easy to do that. We have over 90 surfers here at the 2024 ISA Masters World Championship, so you could say legend about each and every one of them, but we've been, you know, holding that word back a little bit because we know we're going to go fully using that word throughout the next 3 days. Here we go, your Masters Women Round 1. This is 40 and up. Melanie Bartels. We got Marie-Pierre Abgrel. And we've got Akiko Kiyonaga and Patricia Rossi. We're going to start it off with Melanie Bartels. And just right there, up and down real quick. I will say, with the tide like this, you're going to be walking out on some wet rocks that were previously dry. That kind of adds to the slipperiness that you will feel on your way out. So this happens to the best of them. But not after some good turns out the back for Melanie Bartels.
Yeah, great setup. Good opening roundhouse, second roundhouse, powers off the foam, charges through this section again into that 3rd turn. Little flavor of Makaha in this wave. It's a feel like a real mix of different types of inspiration, and she looked really good on those opening 3 roundhouse turns. Falls on the last one, but it'll be a good score. Akiko from Japan, wider stance, attacking that off the bottom, off the top. That's a nice turn, great flow, good rail engagement, carving out of all of these turns. A little bit more of a top to bottom wave in comparison to the shape of Melanie's, but Melanie's opening 3 roundhouse cutbacks, for me, were more exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, those were serious slices on the face of that wave, and it's just so rad to see that, you know, trademark Melanie Bartels style back in action here in competition. It's been 10 years since we ran a Masters event here at the ISA. But here you see Marie-Pierre fading back, nicely red there.
Great surfing from Marie-Pierre Abgrel, and how's that off the bottom, off the top, vertical. Good control, just really ends that cleanly. That was a super nice turn through the inside. Nice and lively, good read of this wave, keeps the tempo. Of course, the first European female to qualify for the WCT back in 2002. Managed the Rip Curl girls team for many a year. As we see live action, our Japanese surfer, 2nd score on the board, Chris.
Yeah, cool little fade back takeoff. Now she's back in the open face. I'm liking what the high tide looks like right now. It's kind of condensing the lineup. It's making the waves a little bit shorter, but it's looking a little bit more impactful. Like there's more sections, better sections to work with on the outside. You know, you don't have to waste a lot of time between turns linking from the outside to the inside. It's all about getting up and at it quick and attacking. And so far, we've seen a lot of that. And still 20 minutes to go while our surfers reset themselves in the lineup. Let's go down the boardwalk with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm here with the winner of that last one for Costa Rica, Lisbeth Vindas. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the waves were super fun.
The waves look very, very fun. And I was going to mention Costa Rica is just about an hour down the road. I know you've come here quite a bit. And how do you like surfing the wave here in the land of the right surf?
Oh, I love to come to Salvador. I feel like we're neighbors pretty much, so I really enjoy coming and surfing really good rides, and the people is really cool. I'm really happy how this country is developing so much in such a short time. So yeah, everybody's super nice. Everything is so much fun here.
So you have a great crew with you. I went cruising with you guys a little bit around town in Tunco yesterday. And what are some of your favorite things about your trip this time?
Oh, the waves been amazing. I was competing in the national circuit during the weeks, and the waves were so good. I really enjoyed, and I like pretty much everything in Salvador. It's super cool. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We look forward to your next round. Best of luck.
Thank you. Pura vida.
Pura vida. You know what I've been noticing throughout the day, our first full day of competition here, is the variances in the winners of these heats. We've seen flags from all over getting big wins early on.
Yeah, great variety. Ben nailing it on the geography there, of course. Costa Rica down the coast. A great anacronym to remember the countries of Central America. Most good boys enjoy hot nachos cooked perfectly. So that's Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. So remember that one. Most good boys enjoy hot nachos cooked perfectly. And
I thought you were talking about me right there.
I know you do enjoy your hot nachos. You prefer your spicy pupusas, and you're looking forward to seeing these first few scores come through, because Melanie Bartel's an 8.9, and it was those wraparound roundhouse cutbacks. Despite falling, just full radical aggressive surfing rewarded highly.
Yeah, I mean, everything the judges wanted to see. Here you have it, full rail engagement, full speed, tons of power, and look at this wave. I mean, this is one of the better looking waves we've seen in the entire day.
Yeah, I mean, that first turn alone, you know, right in the pocket, great aggressive surfing, but done with poise, still sustaining that Relsun-esque smooth Hawaiian approach, but giving it that full Makaha radicalness, and into that third roundhouse cutback, readjusts there and just booms. And if you think that had she not fallen on this final turn, that could have been an excellent perfect 10.
I mean, that is timeless surfing, full power. Love to see it. Great style. I mean, Melanie Bartels, she is a Hall of Famer all around.
Yeah, you nailed it with the word power there, Chris. That was what the judges really appreciated then. And I think seeing that on the replay doesn't do it justice, because the live speed that she really demonstrated, that was where it came from. Speed, power, flow. Yes, the same maneuver, but done with so much zap, as we see live action for France.
Here goes Marie-Pierre. Nice wrap there. Good read of that wave. I mean, it is a lot about, you know, your turn selection. We saw it earlier with Tom Curran. You know, it was just using the wave, how it should be ridden, not forcing anything. Marie's doing that greatly right now. Another quick snap there, and you know, maximizing the full length of that ride. That's going to be a solid number. Already sitting on a 5.67. Marie-Pierre Abgral is going to be looking at a solid backup for that opening ride.
Absolutely. I think that's a great start from Marie-Pierre. She'll appreciate that. Smooth, controlled. Here we go. Off the bottom. Good projection. Vertical. Wide on the shoulder, but just cutting back, two-stage cut back, but then just rebounds off the foam. And then a smaller wave here relative to her opening 5.67, but active, cutting back into the pocket. And now as we move into that high tide, 4:44 local time high tide, she's just finishing things off cleanly through that last tight pocket section into that little channel on the corner there. But what about the replay here for Melanie?
Oh.
Speed, power, and flow. This second turn, she just readjusts and bangs that, and you can see the spray coming out of the cutback. I love the line she takes here. Just one little tweak and then shoom. And had she pulled off this last turn, just a little slip here, boom, that could have been a perfect 10.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I could watch that wave all day long. You know, Melanie Bartels, the reason why she's an absolute icon of surfing. You know, think back to her early days She was definitely an intimidating force on the championship tour. And, you know, you can tell right now that she's been at the top of her game since then.
Yeah, big win in 2002, winning an ASP event at lower trestles. And I think when you win at trestles, I mean, what does that say about the type of surfing that you can do, Chris, winning at trestles?
Well, I mean, it sets you up for a wave like this, for sure, because there are similarities to trestles with this wave right here. You know, the way it runs down the line, sometimes bends away from you, sometimes comes right at you, as you see it displayed right here on this inside section for Melanie Bartels. So she definitely got the memo, right? We did see a good backup score for Marie-Pierre, a 4.27, and the Melanie Bartels competitive mindset kicks right back in. She knows she needs a good backup, so she's not just going to rest on the laurels of the 8.9. She's going to keep pushing. This is another great wave for Melanie Bartels, and she surfed it so well that first turn.
Yeah.
Solid.
Full slice. Big fan of spray, rooster tail all the way, and then just rebounds through that third turn, stays lively and active. I think that first turn was the most exciting, but she just comes through to this last section, really maximizing that high tide wall as things get a little bit slower in there, but just milking that last ounce of water as we see the legendary Jacqueline Silva from Brazil coming up next. Again, yet another pioneer, yet another trailblazer, yet another icon of competitive surfing who has inspired so many generations.
I feel like in this 40-plus Masters women's division, we're seeing the most, you know, rivalries from the past, the championship tour rivalries, old ISA rivalries coming right back to a head. You know Jacqueline Silva has been up against Melanie Bartels. You know Serena Brooke has been up against, you know, Melanie and the like. So this is going to be really cool because there are some old rivalries coming right back to life here in El Salvador, and I'm here for it.
Yep, and there, of course, we're going to see El Salvador represented from Eva Gavadea. She's going to be surfing in that final heat of the day, and it's really been exciting as well to see El Salvador well represented. And of course, these are not the only surf zones. You can head up to El Zonte, you can go down to La Bocana, and if you really want an adventure, you can go to Las Flores, and that is one of the more exciting emerging surf areas on the coastline, Chris.
Yeah, there's plenty of waves to go around here in El Salvador. 12:25 to go. Wait for this next score to come through for Melanie Bartels. Sitting in fourth priority for now.
It's going to be a big one.
Yeah, fully agree with you there.
I mean, my instinct says it's not going to be the 8.9, but there was a lot of variety. I think it's going to be well above a mid-range score. You know, borderline excellent range. It comes in at a 5.77, but how was that turn for Marie-Pierre?
Sharp, hard, sizzling cut back there to start for Marie-Pierre. She's got some more to give here on the inside. Sticks to the power pocket. Now she races to the open face. Where's the section? Nails it. So a solid finish there from Marie-Pierre. Abgral, excuse me.
That was a really nice finish, Chris.
She blew me away. I was speechless. I really was.
Yeah, great surfing. It's going to be a super strong score. I think it could be her highest score. Ikoko from Japan.
Yeah, so a different approach here. You see just silky smooth style, riding it out through the inside. Did some work through the mid portion of that wave. She's going to stick with it. Could have a little speed section here on the inside. Going in that bottom turn, waiting for things to form up. Another quick snap there. Just in time. You see those rocks coming up quick for Akiko.
Competed in the ISA World Masters in 2012 and 2013. Works as an aerobics, dance and strength training and conditioning coach. Also instructs yoga, but look at that dynamic, you know, right off the back foot, right off the back fins, widens the stance into that turn and really jams that throwing spray. So that turn alone, for me, I get excited about that, surpassing the 5.67 just from that single turn. And she backed it up with a second slower turn, but then a dynamic third turn, and then keeping it active off the bottom here, just sets herself up, already sitting on a very strong opening part of this wave, keeping the rhythm, keeping the tempo, just kind of a triple, quadruple pump into that final slam, and again, finishing with a big fan of spray. So if we consider the strength of this first turn, backed up by that last turn, if you stripped away everything in between, you're already thinking you're sitting on a 6. So I think this could go really high for our French surfer, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to definitely tighten things up. Although Melanie Bartels with the 14.67 total, that's a big number. You know, needing a 9 if she wants to get the lead. It's going to be a big score. Not sure it's going to be a 9-point ride, but she's going to be right there in the mix.
Here's our 48-year-old from Chigasaki, Kanagawa. Smooth surfing, but one of those waves that has that white water in the face. So much harder to ride, to get that grip, that control, and you could see that it lacked the dynamic potential on some of those better scoring waves we've seen from Melanie and Marie-Pierre. But she worked it through and found that clean face on the inside. Clean, clinical surfing, very precise, just working away at improving on her scores. A 5.17, a great start. That could well replace that 3.73 as her backup score.
We've got 9 minutes left, and now Melanie Bartels is back out there. The apex predator sitting in that top priority spot. She has her choice of waves, and with 2 big scores already, you know, she knows she can kind of sit there and wait for the right looking wave. And I think everybody watching, of course, unless you're in the Maria Kiko or Patricia camp, is excited to see what Melanie's going to do on her next wave. So Patricia Rossi right now. Look at this insider. Could have a nice section. Here we go. Speedy portion of this wave. Some good wraps through this middle portion. Styling things off. It looked like she was kind of doubting that wave from the beginning, but nonetheless, she's already sitting on a 4.57, so that'll be a decent backup.
And she's already competed in the Grand Masters. So this is the 40-plus age category. Grand Masters 50-plus, Kahuna's 60-plus. So one of the few surfers to compete in 2 divisions. And she will have had a long history in Europe competing with Marie-Pierre. They would have exchanged many heats together over the years.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, again, just add to that deep well of mostly friendly rivalries, I would say, at this point. You know, the scar tissue from the wins and losses on the ISA stage and the ASP stage back in the day have most likely worn off. But as we heard earlier, one of our surfers had mentioned in 2011, they needed a 2 to get through a heat, and they're still thinking about it. So surfers, you know, they tend to have a spot in their brain where they store those things that they can think back on and tap into to get a little bit of inspiration to just kick it into that next level.
Yeah, you got that trauma storage unit, but you got to use that to really give you that extra bit of impetus, that resilience, that tenacity. And with that scar tissue comes wisdom. But obviously, as you get older, you still need to have that energy level. So I'm going to get interested in starting to hear about how some of these surfers are going to sustain their energy levels through the week.
Yeah, I'm the same. I want to know how they're all so flexible and still so good at surfing. I mean, it's true that this is the fountain of youth, but I know a lot of work goes into it to stay in such prime condition, like every surfer we've seen in this competition so far. Another example of that, Marie-Pierre Abgral, all the way through that inside section. Nice turns.
Yeah, nice. I don't think it's going to go into the top 2. She got a 5.30 for that last ride. It didn't replace the 5.67. I really like that last ride. Those opening and closing turns, very distinctive. But of course, the judges still have that opportunity to reference the replays on previous scores. So they would have matched those up and recognized it wasn't as strong. I don't think that's going to go into the top 2, but she's got the tempo going. But Melanie is going to be feeling so confident to kick off with an 8.9, having fallen on the 4th turn. When you hear that kind of score and you know you got more in the tank, that's exciting, because then you really know that your surfing is going to get rewarded, as we see the replay of our French surfer looking to replace that 5.30. Good roundhouse cutback, rebounds off the foam, comes nice and low. This wave's starting to stand up. That was a money turn section there, unable to really maximize that section, but does jam the tail on that 3rd turn, throwing some spray. But I felt like the real big excellent range score would have come out of perhaps a vertical turn on that second section, but things still moving through to the inside as we go to that high tide. Gets a little bit deep in there. So my instinct says not going to go in the top two, but she's building, building, building.
All right, here we go with priority. It's Melanie Bartels. She's got a nice looking wave here, building speed. This section better watch out. Big snap there for Bartels. Another vertical forehand hook, whips it back around. Building speed. Is this wave the gift that keeps on giving?
Wow.
Another big hack there for Melanie Bartels. You know there are 3 kids out there that can confidently say that their grandma surfs better than your grandma. I'm talking about Zayana, Blaze, and Rise, Melanie's grandkids. Hopefully they're watching right now, and they've got to be proud of their grandma right now because Melanie Bartels is ripping.
Chris, we talk about progression and innovation. We also talk about creativity. And what I saw there was certainly creativity, unusual lines. That first turn alone, it had a kind of Andy Irons-esque kind of element to it, a real down carve, but an incredible release of spray, and not even out of the top turn. It was the down carve that generated the displacement of water. I absolutely loved everything about that ride.
Yeah, I think the judges are going to agree with you. There was just a feeling about it. You could just tell that was a surfer who had the confidence of being well into the lead, a great-looking wave, another one of the best waves we've seen of the afternoon, and she just tore it to pieces, as she does. And here we go. This is Patricia Rossi. This is her most likely best wave of the heat so far. Nicely done all the way from the outside. The hand gestures, not sure what's going on, but either way, she ripped that one on the mid portion of it.
Yeah, she needs a 6.4, and it's going to be a good score.
Akiko with a nice fade back carve there, straight back into the pocket. Comes around this section. Just nice and smooth here for Kiyonaga. Just looking down the line, arms just steadying her. She flies through this inside section. She's been riding some of the longer waves of this heat so far. You know, it'll be hard to go power versus power, progression versus progression against Melanie Bartels, who's one of the best to ever do it. But for Akiko, I mean, she's hanging in there. She's got an 8-9 total. She's right there behind Marie-Pierre Abgral.
Absolutely. More cautious than the free, loose attack and power of Melanie. But let's have a look at this particular open turn. Talk about innovation and creativity. Here we go. Just comes massive down carve, big release of spray, second top turn. Already a lot of innovation and creativity and progression, and then power. And then doesn't line up that float there, but then just comes round the section, wraps it back into the pocket. And again, throwing power and spray. Do you think it's as high as that 8.9?
I think it's going to be a lot better than the 5.77, that's for sure.
And this is an important opportunity for Patricia Rossi from Tahiti because she needs a 6.4, and I like what I saw. Great opening combination of maneuvers. Here we want to get really active. She does get a little bit more verticalness in her top turn into a roundhouse cutback. Probably going to be a kind of middle of the road score. She knows it from the body language, chasing a 6.4.
I thought her second turn was awesome. You know, I feel like she needs to celebrate that turn. Don't let the judges know that you made a mistake. I think it's going to be a solid number, though, for Patricia Rossi.
Ikoko chasing a 5.80, safe through these opening sections, but then midway down the wave, things clean up. She's been unlucky. A lot of her waves she's had have had a little bit of white water in the face, but she's been very composed and controlled, and she really works this through to the inside, but I don't think it's going to be the 5.80 she needs. I think France and Hawaii looking pretty safe in 1 and 2 as we stand, Chris.
Yeah, so the biggest numbers so far
there it is.
Still coming through. We got a 9.43 and an 8.90 for Melanie Bartels. That last score, another massive number.
Progression, innovation, creativity.
She did it all.
That first turn alone, we haven't seen a line like that all day, have we, Chris?
Well, it was the perfect turn for that section because had she fully engaged the rail and cut back down, the wave would have passed her by. She knew exactly when to cut it. You know, just perfectly placed, chip shot through tons of spray, and then it set her right up for the next turn. A masterful performance so far from Melanie Bartels.
And with
Is that the highest heat total of the day so far?
Yeah, and with the chance of an increase in swell, well, the forecast for an increase in swell, you know, a big overhead Sunzal wall, Melanie Bartels is going to be electric sizzling.
Hey, I am fully aboard the Melanie Bartels bandwagon. Let's go. What a heat for the Hawaiian legend. All right, so this one is, she was up in time. So Marie-Pierre Abgral could do something to better a 5.33 or a 5.67. She'd have to hope that this wave forms up nicely through the inside. There's a little push for Marie. She's waiting for a section of impact. Nothing much there. Don't think it's going to be better than the 5.67 or the 5.30, but the good news for Marie is she's done enough to get herself in second place. So Melanie Bartels, Marie-Pierre Abgral move up through the main round. Let's take a look at this turn again.
Wow, feast on that, Chris. I mean, that is incredible. The big names have not disappointed. They have delivered, and Melanie Bartels has demonstrated the most creativity on the wave face. Those first 3 turns alone, variety, progression, power.
Yeah, the queen of progression then is the queen of progression now. A great heat for Melanie Bartels, and more to come. Final heat of the day is coming right up. Jacqueline Silva, Serena Brooke, and more. Stick around. We'll be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the open ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Championships. Don't forget the word Masters, because we've got some of the best surfers in the world. 40 and up, 50 and up, 60 plus. Over 90 athletes competing here in Surf City El Salvador. Chris Cote and with Sam Bleakley. We just watched Melanie Bartels absolutely going off. And judging by the hoots and hollers we're hearing for these 4 surfers in the lineup, we're in for another big show. Jacqueline Silva, Serena Brooke, Eva Gavidia, and Heather Easterbrook. New Zealand, Spain, Australia, and Brazil in the house. Last heat of the day. The waves are pumping. This might be the best half hour we've seen of the entire day. And with these 4 surfers in the water, I'm excited.
I agree. And would you believe it? This is Serena Brooks' first ISA World titles, the legendary regular footer from Coolangatta. But this woman on your screen, Jacqueline Silva, the 45-year-old regular footer from Florianopolis, Brazil, ranked number 2 in the world back in 2002. Up riding right now, representing El Salvador. It's Eva.
Yeah, so El Salvador well represented. The beautiful flag, the 2 blue stripes, the white stripe in the middle. And it's really become, I feel like a beacon for surfers all over the world. You think of El Salvador, you start to think of waves like this.
Here we go on the replay. Jacqueline off the bottom, hard off the top. big throw of spray, great timing and tempo, then into the roundhouse cutback, really puts that board on rail, rebounds off the foam, that thruster just engaging, biting, widening the stance, just a little bit of a pump action, getting low. You could really see the projection into a big vertical turn, a fan of spray, and that's going to go well into the excellent range, and it comes in at a 9.17, demonstrating the standard here to round things up. This has been one of the highlight rounds, this Masters women's round.
100%. I mean, what a way to start for Jacqueline Silva. She's been doing it at a high level for a long time, and she is just looking incredible so far. I mean, there's only been 4.5 minutes of this heat. She's already got a 9.17. And Eva Gaviria representing El Salvador, the 2.17 and a 1.87. She's in second place for now. We've yet to see Serena Brook, but Serena Brook, I mean, her resume is incredible. For WSL server for 15 years. Rookie of the Year in 1995, first place on the QS. She had finished twice on the championship tour. We're super excited to see Serena Brook here in ISA competition.
She was ripping in the free surf yesterday afternoon. Great energy as well, good vibes. It's always nice when you share these free surfs with these legends, and they have a great atmosphere around them. And I really appreciated you getting the chance to exchange a few sets with Serena. Jacqueline Silva, she is a 2 times ISA World Surfing Games medalist. Serena Brook on your screen there in 2011 launched her sports clothing label Serena, and also a number of years before that established the Serena Brook Charity Foundation. And she's going to be really exciting to see because she's had a great career on the WSL as a CT surfer, and she's still young. She's still at the top of the game. I mean, these surfers are only in their 40s, you know, and that is an exciting age because they're probably riding similar equipment to the equipment they would have ridden through their prime years competing on the WCT tour.
Yeah, but surfboards are just better now. You know, we've come to a place through all this R&D where the boards that everybody's riding nowadays, they have to be better than what they were riding 10, 20 years ago. You know, new technologies. And I think that's why the longevity of surfers is just so much longer. You know, you're seeing surfers ripping all the way into their 70s plus. And, you know, stats-wise, conversation of Jacqueline Silva and Serena Brook, both surfers, runner-ups on the championship tour, both have won the QS.
Yeah, big results, but bittersweet runner-up at that elite level. You know, they'll be wanting to earn golds for their countries here. But let's not rule out our Kiwi surfer, Heather Easterbrook, as we can see a nice overhead wall for Jacqueline.
And just look at this impeccable style. Caught behind in the whitewater there, so we don't get to see it fully develop. You could see flashes of it on the previous wave, but Jacqueline Silva, always known for being so smooth, you know, clean on her rail. So I'm excited that we have this beautiful right-hand point break canvas to really show and display the great styles that our field has to offer. Will we see, we're going to see surfer in white, Heather Easterbrook, up and down real quick. This wave, or this set looks like it kind of caught everybody a little bit off guard, maybe a little bit deep. Serena Brook taking a peek at that one. It's going to be a no-go. Beautiful conditions, nice and groomed. I mean, really, what more could you ask for, especially if you're a regular footer out here this afternoon? You know, when you're born and bred in right-hand point breaks.
It's just improved through the day, hasn't it, Chris? Serena
Oh, yeah.
Brook.
Here we go. Serena Brook, one of the best to ever do it. Highly decorated. Beautiful set of turns there for Serena. It's cool to see the joint angle because you see how far the trajectory on those big carves are. So a 4th there for Brook. Great start for Serena. And now it's going to be fun to kind of decipher and watch the front angle because the wave looked like it stood up out the back. She had waited for that one for nearly a full 8 to 9 minutes. But I think that's going to be a solid chunk of points there. With 16:42 to go, surfers making their way back to the takeoff zone. Ben Way is with the legendary Melanie Bartels.
Hi, guys. Thanks so much. Winner of the heat number 3, Melanie Bartels, representing Hawaii. Congratulations.
Right on. Thank you.
Man, you surfed so well. You look so solid, and it looks like you're on top of your game. Got some great equipment. How was it to surf this perfect right point with just 3 other people in the water?
Like honestly, it was kind of nerve-wracking in the beginning, but after I got my footing, it felt good. It's always good to have a team behind you, and I can't thank. I gotta thank my team. My girlfriend, Debbie, my mom, my dad, my family, Ezekiel, I love you, my grandkids, Ziana, Blaze, Rise Boy, and all the family back home. Like, if it wasn't for you guys, like, all of this wouldn't be possible. And I thank you guys for all the support, man. I'm here.
So also for your heat draw, we got this really nice kind of glassed off afternoon conditions. Tide came in, a little bit more full tide, giving some more room for maneuvers. Coming from Makaha on the west side of Oahu, do you like these kind of high tide right conditions a little bit more than when you saw it at the low tide?
Yeah, of course. I like to relate waves to places back home. So this one relates perfectly for me. It reminds me of my home break Makaha and a little bit of rest camp. So it's a combination. So it kind of makes me feel more at home, and it makes me feel more comfortable. And I don't know. I just feel comfortable here, and I love it.
Seeing this nice blade by one of my favorite shapers, Matt Kinushita, rower Kazuma. How's that thing feeling?
Oh, it's a Milkman special, man. It's been doing me wonders for years. It's been getting me heat wins, and I can't thank Matt. Thank you for this blade you gave me, man. I'm so happy and thankful for it, Matt.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and best of luck in your next one.
Right on. Thank you to the team. Everybody's going to do good. Family back home, I love you guys. Family and friends, bro. And my job, too. City and County Lifeguards got me prepared for this. Iron Dungeon, Freak Show Fitness. All these people were brought into my life for a reason, and at this time, all my family's been backing me, all my team. Everybody that's brought into my life, my family, I love you guys. This one's for you guys.
Thank you so much. We love all that love. Back to the booth, guys.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're weren't a Melanie Bartels fan before that, welcome to the fan club. I know Sam and I are firmly entrenched in it, and I just love the shout out she gave right there, and it's still blowing my mind. Is she the best grandmother surfer in the world?
I think for sure, guaranteed.
She's got to be. Jacqueline Silva now answering the question. What do the judges want to see? Excellent surfing like that. I mean, 2 beautiful turns out the back.
Oh, look at this wall ahead of her.
Another third, and again, just watch the arms, watch the hands. Balletic. Beautiful surfing. On the rail as well, going plenty fast down the line. I love that confidence right there. She knew she did all the work out the back. Didn't have to do anything else. That is going to be another massive score for Jacqueline Silva, already sitting on a 9.17. One of the highest single wave scores of the day. Now we're going to see another one of the highest heat totals of the day after that beautiful ride.
Yeah, and she knew she didn't have to milk that through to the inside. She'd done all the damage, but let's have a look at the replay from Serena Book. I love this opening turn there, the cutback. This came in at a 6.0. That second turn a little bit more dynamic, and then putting that board on rail and just radically rebounding off the foam, and again into another wraparound roundhouse cutback, compressing super tight out of that last turn as we get to see this score that we're waiting for Jacqueline Silva, kicking off with a 9.17 and then putting that second turn on rail and really arcing nicely out of that second turn into a third turn, widening her arms, graceful, elegant style, but powerful with a big rebound off the white water. And then I love the way she recognizes the job is done. She kicks out. Is that going to go excellent range, Chris? It could well be excellent range, or at least borderline excellent range.
Yeah, so 12:20 to go. It's in the hands of the judges now.
Massive start for Jacqueline as well, kicking off with a 9.17. Serena Brook looking good with that 6. Thinking of some of those great films that Serena has featured in, Triple C, a great one from 1996, Peaches from 2000, but one of my favorites, 2001, Poetic Silence, really great film worth watching. And another one from that same year, 7 Girls. 4 fantastic, iconic female-led surf films there that Serena Brook has been a standout on.
Yeah, I want to give a big shout out to Bill Ballard, you know, one of the early pioneers of, you know, all women surf films. He actually made the original Blue Crush. fun piece of kind of surf history there. There was a Blue Crush before the Blue Crush, and it was a movie that pretty much changed everything. He also made Peaches. So Bill Ballard, he was ahead of the curve when it came to showcasing female shredding. And I know he's had Serena Brooke in movies, Melanie Bartels. So with 11 minutes to go here, I mean, it feels like we've been watching a female surf video. There's been so many incredible waves ridden already. I'm excited to see the wrap of the day. Like I said earlier, ISA, the crew, production team always puts together just amazing post-event wrap-ups every single day.
7-6
Yeah.
for Jacqueline's last ride, so close to excellent range. Super exciting surfing from Jacqueline. Precision, you know, like you say, always known for her clean, smooth style. Just widens those arms really nicely through the radical part of the turns, but keeps everything nice and low in the upper body. And great technique. Again, you know, you look back and study both of those rides. Model technique, everything done precisely. Like we saw from Tom Curran, you know, somebody that you want to study for the body positioning of the bottom turn, the fundamentals, the roundhouse cutback, the re-entry, all of those fundamentals of speed, power, and flow that make good rail surfing. Both Jacqueline and Tom are people you could study.
Oh, I've been taking notes. You know, I had a couple of expectations coming down to this event. You know, I knew I was going to see good, clean, stylish surfing. I knew the level was going to be very high, but it's exceeded those expectations. You know, I started to see some of the names on the list, both the male and female sides of the draw. And, you know, I knew some of the household names, but I've been blown away by some of the at least newer names to me, you know, that have started to shine through here at Sunzal. I'm really excited about the next couple of days of competition.
Yeah, and I suppose having a smaller day to kick things off, yes, we're going to have bigger swell through the week, Chris, but this kind of size at Sunzal is very playful. You don't get those kind of wide swingers that have to revolve around multiple cutbacks. You get to really hug the pocket, and it is a playful size, and I think it's been really refreshing to kick things off in this size. Great decision to not run yesterday. Wait for the improvement of swell today. And what's been special is the conditions have just improved and improved and improved through the day, and we've seen some of the best shaped waves in the last hour.
Yeah, it's golden hour here. What are we looking at? 3:45 p.m. One thing I love about El Salvador is golden hour seems to last about 5 hours.
Yep.
Starts now, ends at about dark, 6:30 or so.
Yep, and even golden season. I mean, we're coming to the end of the known south swell season, but as we move through November to April, it does get a little bit smaller, but you get less rain, you get a much bluer water quality, and you still get consistent surf all year. But the prime season is that from April, May, June, July, August, September, October. That's when you really get the
You
big
list
south
it
swells.
nearly every month.
Yeah, it's over.
It's a long prime season.
It's a 12-year season, but the biggest south swells, we're just coming into the end of that season. It hasn't been a super active south swell season this year. That's why the beach is a little bit more sandy than usual. You would normally have a lot more of the cobbles exposed, but that sand has been refreshing for the surfers that want to surf through to the inside, because you can put your feet down. You can't always do that at Sunzal.
Yeah, and sometimes when there's a lot less sand, you get some backwash, some reverberation, but it seems like right now, I mean, you're looking at the same ocean we're looking at. It is stunning, glassy, plenty of sets rolling through, and now we're going to see Heather Easterbrook, representing Team New Zealand in that white jersey now, takes the high line, maintains her composure. Little cutty there, straight back into the power pocket. She'll ride out clean.
43-year-old from Northland, works as a landscaper, and she's going to be pleased with that ride, as is Eva for El Salvador. Eva, originally from New York with El Salvadorian ancestry, loves Punta Roca just down the coast. And speaking of the land of the right surf, Chris, what a great set to light things up.
That's exactly what we want to see. We do have Jacqueline Silva and Serena Brooke out the back in 1 and 2 priority. And it looks like this one kind of just perked up.
You can mind surf those sections, just big kind of hook backs in the bowl. You can see how that tide coming in, Chris, is just getting a little bit slower on the shoulder, but still great scoring potential for those opening 3 maneuvers.
Yeah, so with 6 minutes, 20 seconds to go, Jacqueline Silva way into the lead. Former WSL runner-up to the world title. Both her and Serena Brooke, WQS champions.
That's a big achievement.
Oh, yeah.
The grind of the QS, you know, the beach breaks, the long travel, the events with hundreds of competitors, you know, sometimes up into the 300 mark. I mean, it really says a lot. But then to come so close, both to finish second on the WSL WCT tour, I mean, that's going to fuel their hunger to win gold here in El Salvador at the ISA World Masters in 2024.
Well, I mean, how good would that feel to bring home a world title from El Salvador? There you see the crew on the sand cheering on local threat, Eva Gaviria.
Stanley Hernandez, he put on a good show.
Oh, he's been down here since 6 a.m.
He's a cool dude. And that flag as well. We talked about the symbolism, the white for peace, the 2 blue stripes for the sky and the sea, and that coat of arms in the middle symbolizing the volcanoes and the long history here in El Salvador. Originally Mayan territory, of course, the colonial influence of Spain, and now this incredible regeneration of the coast through tourism led by the current government. And big shout out to President Bukele and Minister of Tourism Morena Valdez, who herself is a passionate surfer. And I think the fact that she oozes that saltwater connection has been hugely significant for fostering this relationship with the International Surfing Association for all of these events here.
Yeah, and there's a feeling of aloha around, you know? Yeah. It's super cool up and down the boardwalk in El Tunco.
Casa de Mar, where we're staying, Chris. Real pleasure to be staying there with that view of El Sunzal and having the different locations you can stay. Each will have a different view of the wave, and Casa de Mar's got a great view of the pocket. You can mind surf every single set that comes through or paddle out for a quick one before dark like we'll be doing later.
Yeah, being on the deck is kind of challenging because every time you look up, oh, there's another set. Got to get out there.
There it is. There's the pool, Casa de Mar. And of course, on the left there, that's where we hosted the opening ceremony, the Sands of the World ceremony, which is a hugely significant part of launching any ISA World Championship because it allows that unity, that coming together, that peace through surfing. And it really is a big element of national pride. If you're representing your country, you can bring some sand from your local beach and you get that beautiful mix of different colors of sands all from all over the world.
Yeah, and it's been on display at the airport, the international airport in San Salvador, as we now see. Speaking of a beautiful display, Serena Brooke, nice turn to start, hoping for this wave to pick up down the line. Looks like it's doing it. She's reading it, lots of energy. Quick carve right there, jams the tail in.
Nice.
Maintains control, back on the open face now. Serena Brooks, a little off tempo through the mid portion of this wave, but now gets right back at it. A hugely influential surfer, Serena Brooke. I know, you know, in her heyday on the championship tour on the QS, I mean, she was a global, international superstar. Definitely inspired so many young females and male surfers with everything that she did, and as you can clearly see, continues to do. It was a hard wave to surf. It kind of had a lot of weird sections, but
what about
this was the section right here?
Yeah, what about this, Chris? Here we go. This was the big one. Bang! Just hooks it back, holds it, slides it, drops back down, and then again into a sweep turn into the pocket, and then high in the lip here, but recognizes that there's still a steep section ahead, and I love the way she went for this inside section. It gets steep, bang, vertical, and there's not much sand to ride out of things. But yes, there were a couple of bouncy sections, but she really delivered some strong surfing. A 4.83 in a solid second place. She's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, I think she's probably going to improve just a little bit on that 4.83. You know, the 6 that she had earlier was a cleaner wave, a lot more open face, bigger wall to work with. But she did a lot on that last wave. flow maybe impeded a little bit. Judges might just take a closer look at that. But as the set rolls through, we've got Jacqueline Silva out the back with priority. Looks pretty deep in the takeoff zone. We'll see. Yeah, she has to let this one go by. You see it just kind of peaked up down the line a little bit, but that gives some opportunity to surfer in white, Heather Easterbrook, representing Team New Zealand. So this wave looks like it has two roads, a high road and a low road, and just kind of caught between those two.
Heather, a top hockey player back home from Whangarei in Northland, New Zealand. She's the 2019 over 35 New Zealand champion. Rides HT surfboards, a custom round tail. Hayden Chamberlain, the shaper from Northland. But what about this for the Brazilian?
Nice couple of setups here on the outside for Jacqueline Silva. Here's the racetrack, building speed, carves back, big snap. Another good carve there for Jacqueline Silva. She's fired up, and I love to see it. I mean, look at the composure on that two-stage hack. Are you kidding me?
Wow, that was an electric green circus through that inside section. Got real glassy in there, Chris, didn't it, as well? And she really jammed that.
I mean, where are the judges going to go, right? They gave her a 917 on her opening wave, and there was not much more she could have done. Mixed up her maneuvers down the line, going super fast.
Yeah.
Hard turns, big power. We're going to see another excellent score.
I totally agree. And that was an interesting wave as well, because you could see where she ends. She doesn't come so wide. It was a deep runner, so she had great wave selection there. As we can see, that's the judging tower. You can see 0, 0. We've ended. You've got the X's. That's where the surfers get to see priority. The judges sitting at the top of that tower. We're sitting next to them by those palm trees, analyzing the clips here. But that was incredible from Jacqueline.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you want to start. That's how you want to finish.
Smooth, powerful. A 7.6 is her backup wave, getting the feeling that it could well replace that. She's just waiting to hear that score, a 7.6.
Yeah. Another masterclass here at the ISA Masters. Jacqueline Silva definitely has to be considered one of the gold medal favorites at this point. We're going to do a quick little highlight package here, get you fired up. We're going to talk to Jacqueline Silva, and then we're going to set up tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. This right here is what Masters Surfing is all about. And now we open up El Sunzal to the free surfers, the visitors, the locals, and I'm sure a couple of our competitors out there getting the most of this afternoon, which has just turned brilliant. So El Sunzal right here in Surf City, El Tunco, El Salvador. I mean, it's been a incredible day all the way from super low tide, you know, still waist high, a little bit more difficult to surf, a little bit softer, but throughout the day, things amplified and it got amazing. Plenty of near excellent and perfect scores to come through already today. And one of those went to Jacqueline Silva, who just put on a masterful performance. She's on the glass now with Ben Way.
Thank you guys very much. Winner of the heat number 4, Jacqueline Silva for Team Brazil. Congratulations.
Thank you. So happy. It's a mix of emotions. And this is unreal to be here again. You know, I never thought I'm gonna be here again competing for one more time, representing Brazil. But I'm pretty happy. My board works really well. The wave is pumping, so I'm pretty happy to make it. I hit.
Yeah. So first wave 9.17. That's got to get you some energy through the heat.
Sure, I'm pretty confident like with my board, and we arrived here like 3-4 days ago. So been practicing every day. So feeling good with my boards, with my team Brazil, my family and friends. Here we are, yeah.
And your board, shaped by your brother, Leandro Silva. Looks like a magic board. I guess he has a bunch of orders coming for boards now.
Yeah, this is my old board. I have this board for 2 years, but it's still really good magic. So I would like to say thanks to my brother and everybody watching Brazil.
Boa prancha, Leandro. All right, well, thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you in the next one. Very good luck in the next one.
Thank you. Valeu, galera. Woo!
Back to the booth, guys.
Thanks, Ben. What a way to end our day 1 of competition. Jacqueline Silva just bookending with a 17-point total. That's an excellent wave and a strong backup. So I'm Chris Cote, Sam Bleakley. We've been privy to some incredible surfing throughout day 1 of the ISA Masters World Championships, and now we have a little bit more of a clear list of potential favorites. Of course, surfers can make their way through the repechage round, but what we're seeing right now is kind of the household names rising to the top, the Tom Currens, the Melanie Bartels, etc.
Yeah, but also Gary van Wyringen from South Africa looked
Pablo Diaz.
Fantastic. Pablo Diaz. Names that you might not be familiar with, but they were electric. But for me, yes, it was special to watch Curran and Alan Sarlo. That put my hair on end. But my highlight was the particular high 9 of Melanie Bartels, the innovation, the progression, the creativity, and the reward of power. It was electric, and I can't wait to see her in the bigger conditions as the week unfolds.
Well, I mean, you could just feel it in her post-heat interview as well. She knows her job's not done yet. I felt the eye of the tiger coming out. So more to come from Melanie Bartels and the rest of our Masters athletes. This competition is going to most likely carry on tomorrow, but what you have to do is check in here first thing in the AM, ISAsurf.org, and go to social media, check out the highlights of the day. Some great videos will be coming out momentarily. We'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll see you in the lineup.